Welcome, everybody, to the Sleestacking Show. I'm your host, Lorenzo Sleestack. Really sorry that I'm late. Gosh, I was experimenting with, this might sound kind of bad, but there's an AI feature in StreamYard. And I don't know why the heck they call it that, because all you do is you take a thumbnail that you provide and it will like strip out, like say, like you got a picture, it'll strip out the background if you wanted to, or you can add a title or whatever. But it just kept malfunctioning, both on my phone and on my laptop. And I kept having to redo things. And I had it for at least a half hour or more. And it was crazy because every time I'd think I got things the way I wanted it to, I don't know, like, wouldn't necessarily say it crashed. Well, some of the time it crashed, and other times it just disappeared. So, I mean, like I'd like press the wrong button or whatever, and so some of it is definitely user error, but other times it just froze up. It did freeze up a few times, and then it had this weird thing on my Chrome on the phone. I could arrange the time. On the Chromebook, it wouldn't let me arrange the time. It would use like non-exist. Some weird thing would show up on my screen and be like, we're going to start at 3,300 hours. That doesn't exist. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if anybody else has been having problems with StreamYard. Welcome, Scarlet Fever and Hale. Always a pleasure to see you. Yeah, I'm trying to get the word out. Please help spread the word about this. This is I've had problems with StreamYard before, but yeah, this is one of the biggest problems I've had in a long time. I don't understand what happened or why, other than what I was able to convey. But yeah, it was pretty crazy. So it looks like a lot of the people I contacted are currently out. Either they're at work or they're busy doing things. But we should have some panelists soon. Of course, the link is in the chat, and I'm going to make sure to pin that. There we go. It's a pinned message. And sorry for the typos. I was just in a hurry. I didn't even put my full name on here. It's just Lorenzo. It's not even Lorenzo Sleestack. Well, thanks. Oh, I didn't even know he smoked. So I'm going to try highlighting the chat. Here's my apology. Here's a link. And there's Scarlett. Welcome, Scarlett. And thanks for sending out the tweet. It's always great to share that out. Sharing is caring. That was James Gype. Maybe I'm mispronouncing the name, but I think that's how he pronounces his last name. DJ Ryan G has to go out to the cigar shop. Oh, I said cigarette shop. Oh, you don't smoke cigarettes. Cigars are classy. I had a pastor who smoked a pipe. That always was kind of intriguing. short period of time, I tried kind of experimented with smoking what's known as beaties, but I'm just extremely allergic to tobacco and the beaties. That I don't know what all it has in there. I think it's kind of wrapped in some sort of like I don't know, kind of like a cigar leaf or something, but I don't know. That gave me kind of a strange buzz, is what I recall. It was definitely something interesting, but yeah, ultimately it was just rough on my allergies, and it wasn't good for my health in general. D.D. Ryan G said, I tried finding pipe tobacco in New York City, but all of the smoke shops only sell vape junk. That's strange. No tobacco. No pipe tobacco. It sounds like, of course, they sell cigars. But yeah, I would think that they'd sell a diversity of stuff. I mean, I could have sworn, maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I thought there were some kids in my class in school back in the day, back in prehistoric times, that would like chew tobacco in class. Like one kid, you know. And I believe when my brother was in elementary school in New Iberia, Louisiana, I think there was a kid that maybe he didn't chew tobacco. Maybe it was just a bearded kid in elementary school. Like I think he was like in I don't know. I think he was in fourth grade. So that was kind of an unusual thing. Hail Shadowhawk Talks. You're welcome to join us. We don't have any panelists currently. I was busy trying to create this thumbnail, and it's just like I'd have problems like either the on my phone the thing would just keep processing, like only wanted images certain sizes. What it does, what StreamYard, I don't know if you've ever used. They call it an AI feature, but all it does is you take a photograph, and you can choose or not choose for it to strip out the background. And then it adds letters next to it. So I don't know if they want to call that AI, I guess, but it doesn't really. It's not like it designs the artwork or anything. Well, the tobacco license costs a lot of money for the to operate a shop. Welcome, Shadowhawk Talks.
Hey, how you doing, Lorenzo?
Oh, I'm doing well. Oh, you chewed tobacco back in middle school?
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, just like yeah, it wasn't like a regular habit or whatever, but I had a couple of buddies, like older guys, that used to chew, and I'd be
Welcome,
like, "Ah,
Kias.
give me a dip." That's what he used to say, and
Hello.
Oh
re-
yeah, dip.
you'd reach into a little pouch or a package, and then stick it in your lip and act all cool.
Yeah, I remember there were some kids who did. I think it was something more popular with the baseball players, and that was like, and then that might have been more popular like when I was in elementary
Yeah.
school, because it
Well,
reached
like
to a point where they seemed like they stopped doing that. I don't know if that was banned or if it was just wasn't seen as cool anymore.
yeah.
Are they on the
I don't know,
field
I
vaping
was kind of
now?
one of those guys who floated through all the different cliques, because I was in sports, but I was also a
Oh,
hippie and I was in music and art and all this other shit. So, like, everybody kind of knew me. So, you know, um,
Welcome, Helder. I is it Helder or Helder? I'm
I
sorry.
think it's Helder.
Okay, I hope I pronounced that right. Yeah, dip.
But
That
yeah, so I got introduced to some guys that were doing shoot, and like the football players would be doing that like peppermint shit or the Copenhagen. Man, that shit was crazy. It was like it
oh,
would burn the shit out of the inside of your mouth and stuff. It would like get you hyper as hell. And then like the hippie guys I knew were doing like Red Man or Butternut, I think it was called. And they came in these big pouches.
but that
And
so they even the hippies were doing they were using chewing
oh yeah, everybody
tobacco.
was. It just
Dip.
depended on what area of chew you were into, I guess.
That's interesting. I like wintergreen chew. Wintergreen chew. It costs way too much money in Canada, though. Oh, last time
But
I
like the
got some,
Red
it
Man,
was
I
27.
don't even know
Yeah.
if they could even sell that anymore. But it used to be called Red Man, and
Red
that was
Man?
my
Are you seeing Red
yeah,
Man?
yes, Red Man.
Wow.
It had an Indian chief with the full fucking headdress on the
What are
label.
when are we gonna get the Green Man? I'm just waiting. Why can't I get my
When
represent?
when
Well,
when
I
do,
I do get
when
some.
do we get fleeced?
Yeah, yeah. I guess I do get some represent. I do get representation on when you
Hey,
and
we
Rex
try to find
host.
as many of your
Yeah, I appreciate that.
cousins as we can.
And we've got a yellow man, a yellow triangle man on the panel.
Is that supposed to be like a hanker for a hunk of cheese from back in the day, or
$27. You might as well smoke crack. Oh, well, I don't. So views expressed by the panelists and the chat, and even myself, do not necessarily reflect the opinions of anyone, anywhere, in any dimension. I even put something to that effect, or is it effect, in the chat. I
that's
mean, in the show description.
a pretty good
The
disclaimer, man. I like.
effect. Yeah, and it's yeah. Even if you go to even if you go to the land of lost to that dimension,
So if
even
you
if you go to
accidentally
that
go to an
Kelvin
alternate,
universe,
you go to an alternate timeline and accidentally
yeah, like J.J.
completely
Abrams had,
stamp them out, you're not responsible.
yeah, like J.J. Abrams' Star Trek movies were in the Kelvin universe.
Yeah.
Even there, these opinions do not um, reflect anyone. It's just it's an entertainment, arts and entertainment show. Lean heavily on the entertainment part. I mean, even when we're talking about art or culture or history, we're doing it in a creative way. So you might be taking some serious creative liberties. And Mr. Anafui says, "What did you say? Yellow triangle?" Oh, I thought you
Who's
were
the yellow
talking about
triangle?
testifying.
You introduced him yet? You just said yellow triangle.
It's Giaz. Well, and I'm sure
Hello.
pretty sure that Giaz.
The yellow
Hey,
triangle's name is Bill Cipher. Oh, he's
Welcome
back.
back.
That's your avatar, though.
oh,
Yeah, Shadowhawks. Shadowhawk was robbed. You were robbed.
dude, what was that? My
I
my
don't
spot
know.
was
It's
like,
like
wow,
that's what I'm saying. Is StreamYard is so buggy.
you
I
can't trust
mean,
this little
I
yellow
think yeah, it's
triangle.
like it took a half hour. Took like me like a half hour just to of trying on my phone and the computer just to go and find some sort of image that would work with because there's this AI feature, but it doesn't draw anything. All it does, it takes a
Neither does
pre-existing
AI.
image.
AI doesn't really draw anything. It generates
No, yeah.
Well,
collages.
this-
So
all this AI feature does is like allows you to add like you can take out the remove the background of the image if you want to, just to focus on the on the slee stack or altrusion or whatever in this case, the lizard, or you can or you can add a title to the picture. That's all it does. It's all it's not like it's not like creating the image from scratch, and yet it kept taking, like, it would take like
we're
several
talking
minutes
about
and
AI
not do
not making
anything.
images from scratch.
Huh?
All right. Well, hey, fellas, I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta go
Yeah. So there's
spend
no
some time with
AI
Mama.
art or anything used. It was, but they're
Adios,
calling
kid.
it that in StreamYard.
Well,
You
AI
all
doesn't
sit
really
there?
draw anything. It basically creates composites.
Yeah, and then all this is a composite of like, it'll take like, and apparently I didn't realize this. I thought I could take a whole photo and it just wants just like a very small portion of, like, you can have like one. I could have one image this time around. I think last time it let me use like a full screenshot from the Land of the Lost, but this time all I wanted to do was take a have a take a make a screen take a screenshot from the Land of the Lost and add a title and just make it a little transformative. That way I'm not just, that way nobody is, that way it's more like fair use and not just ripping. I don't want them to think, oh, Lorenzo's going around just ripping off our show. I'm a big fan of what Sid and Marty Krofft did with the Land of the Lost. Still trying to find a place where I can find legitimate episodes to be streamed. I'm borrowing a friend's DVD collection, but it's my TV, but my TV is not in a very good location in my apartment. So, and I prefer watching things on my Chromebook. So, but they had a lot of the writers from and some of the makeup artists from Star Trek on the Land of the Lost. Even though Sid and Marty Krofft are a couple of brothers, Krofft brothers from United Kingdom, I believe. They were from the UK, but I think it was filmed in the United States, and it had a bunch of connections to Star Trek. And I think I heard that one of the actors from the show might have been the person who played Holly, the daughter on there, said I think she said some conventions, Land of the Lost conventions, have like 50,000 people. I don't even know how that's possible. Have you ever heard of a convention that big?
50,000 people?
Yeah, I don't.
It wouldn't surprise me if there were conventions that big.
But I guess the deal is there was a 1970s Land of the Lost, and that's the one that had a bunch of people from Star Trek working on it, and so with the prosthetics and the writing, and it had all these like, have you seen that? It had a bunch of stop motion animation, stop motion photography. And then then there was a 90s version, and then there was the Will Ferrell movie that The creators of the show, Sid and Marty Krofft, I think were heavily involved in the first version, the 70s version. I think were the consultants on the 90s version, but they were not consulted at all on the movie version. And they did not like the movie version with Will Ferrell. Now, if people like that, that's fine. You know, with me, I'm glad if people like it in any form. It's just I've only seen some clips here and there. I mean, it looked okay. It's just the one from the 70s I ended up watching in reruns. It was came out before I was at. I'm like couple of years before. I think it was 1974 is when it came out. So I wasn't, and I didn't even watch it till it was in syndication. So have you ever caught that show?
Land of the Lost?
Yeah, Land of the Lost.
No, I'm afraid. Well, I mean, I think I remember seeing. I think I saw a show called Land of the Lost, but it's like some sort of reboot or something.
Yeah, that might have been the 90s one.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it was probably the 90s or something. That is around the time when I would have been watching it.
Okay, so and I like the look and feel of it. I mean, and they definitely seemed like the budget, like they had more to work with, and of course in the 1970s they only had 3 Sleestack suits, and they would use trick photography to kind of mirror these images on to make it look like more, or maybe some sort of After Effects or something. I don't know. Somehow they made it look like there were more on the screen than 3, at least on certain occasions. I mean, I think you'll find plenty of scenes where from the 1970s version where there are only 3 Sleestacks on the screen. But as far as the plot, and I'm rewatching it, and my memory is not the greatest, but it deals with some pretty sophisticated storylines for a children's show, and so that kind of made up for the fact that they had a low budget. The Pakuni, that's I think the singular is Puka. Anyway, they're these kind of furry cavemen. They had their own language. It's not very well documented, but people have gone and done cover songs where they've somehow translated it into the language. I'm not sure if it's like. I think Klingon probably has a lot more documentation as far as. And Helder is saying hi to Mr. Anafoe. Oh, hey, Caleb, welcome. The link is pinned in the description if you want to join. And hey, Bitey, welcome. I don't need to some glasses. I can't see very well. Yeah, let's see. Bitey says, I love the original Land of the Lost. Circle is a great episode. Yeah, I'm trying to. Yeah, a friend of mine had pointed out that on air, oh, by the way, you can go and watch these episodes on YouTube. Of course, immediately after that was mentioned, probably some other people had noticed as well, but sorry, just pouring some beverage. But as soon as it was mentioned, it was like removed from YouTube, and it had been up there for a while. Now you can watch the episodes on YouTube, but it's like you see only a tiny fraction of the stream. And as I said, I've got the DVDs here, and it's just not very convenient for me to watch them. But I definitely plan to rewatch all the episodes, and including Circle. One of them I really think is really interesting is the pet, and if you got like someone like myself that can speak English and stuff, you're not like the other you're not like the rest of the Sleestaks and stuff. Kind of, we call it Sleestak throwback. More like the ancient ancestors. Yeah, they'll just throw you in a pit. He did that too. What was it? Slotch? Was that his name? So it was not necessarily the friendliest place to be. And in that episode, it's kind of a spoiler alert. The human dad ends up saying to the Sleestak throwback, hey, yeah, after he gets them out of the pit, he says, or as
So we kind of just trail off there.
from what I recall, it's like, go, you maybe can teach your people, how to be a little more peaceful and stuff. Not sure how that's going to work, how that worked out. What were you thinking, yes?
I thought I lost sound for a moment or something.
Oh. Yeah, so the dad gets there's another spoiler. Here's another spoiler, is the dad ends up getting replaced by the uncle. I won't go into the detail of how that happens, but the uncle's there in the later season. It's in place of the dad, but there's the same kids, and so
Sounds like they had did the uncle show up afterwards after they got lost in here or something?
Well, oh gosh, should I give the spoiler? The plot spoiler of what happens after season 1?
We're talking about the original.
Yeah.
Not likely to see anyway.
Yeah, I think I think it's kind of a. Like, I think they kind of looped back, and they.
Well, I wasn't
Well,
asking
this.
how this happens. I was asking if it did happen.
Oh, well, I think the dad. They get stuck again. I could be wrong, but I think if one person leaves, somebody else has to replace them or something. Though I don't know exactly how they got there in the first place.
Well, that's kind of my point. Like, we have a set number of main characters, and if they lose the actor, if the actor doesn't want to do it anymore, or they don't want to pay the actor anymore, or whatever, they got to replace them somehow.
Yeah, that's a possibility. I always thought that was a documentary, but that's a possibility that there was some sort of dramatization going on. Yeah, so I don't. It's possible, I mean, it's just like how they had okay, they have like three people in these suits, and they all look the same, kind of like humans. Humans kind of blend in together. And I'm only semi joking. I do have a hard time telling folks apart. Like if I haven't seen someone for a while, they get a haircut or something, I might not recognize them. And then all those people from Hollywood, I swear they were like clones of each other. It wasn't like that when I was a kid. Like I knew, like, okay, this is Marlon Brando. Okay, this is Tom Cruise. This is Bruce Willis. They all look distinct. Nowadays, I don't know if they go to the same plastic surgeon or what. Hi, Dave. Yeah, Dave has his own language, cursing. Might speak that language as well. Chaka was a Pakuni. Yeah, but I thought like Paku, I think Paku is singular, not Puka. Puka's something else. Yeah. Isn't that like a mythological creature? I find TV shows on DVD aren't practical. Also, says Dave, it's TV. It's supposed to be broadcast and watched collectively. True, but yeah, I guess somebody could like say do a watch party or something like that, and people do. I'm not saying it's legal. You're supposed to. I think you're supposed to get a. And not saying to do that, obviously.
Well, it depends on how many people you got. If it's just like 2 or 3 guys, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, this is. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know if you're at a bar, you're not. I think if you're at a bar and you're like playing like a sporting event, a game of sports ball on the TV, you're supposed to have some sort of license. I think. It might depend on the different. It might depend on the sporting league. And anyway, please like and share the stream. I'm really sorry, folks. Once again, I screwed up. I mean, I can. I mean, I could have. I didn't have to go and try to. I mean, it wasn't that. I don't think it's that impressive a thumbnail. I just wanted to do something a little different. That was the problem I had on the phone when my was trying to create the problem I had on the laptop was weird. I couldn't get an actual legitimate time to show up on the desktop version of StreamYard. It was like showing like instead of showing like actual real times it was like going up to like 30 something. And it's like there's no such thing as say like 33 o'clock. It just doesn't. PM. It had PM at the end. And it's like, well, wait a second. This is definitely not military time. And I think military time, that's 0 to 2300 hours. Are you preoccupied with something, Gias? I mean, I appreciate you joining.
Well, I am admittedly my attention is divided, but I don't really know the Land of the Lost. It's been a while since I even saw the '90s version. I
Oh,
used
yeah.
to rent the VHSs for that when I was a kid, back when Blockbusters was still a thing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to talk about Land of the Lost. That was just something I brought up.
I was reading the Wikipedia page a moment ago, and there's a bunch of characters I don't remember. Like, I remember there was a family of 3, the cave girl, the teenage boy he liked, as well as the 2, natives that they hung around with. I mean, I vaguely remember this magic woman who would show up from time to time, but that's about it.
Is this the 90s version, the reboot?
Yeah. I only saw the '90s version. It was, there were reruns on it on Nickelodeon or whatever, I believe, when I was a kid.
Yeah.
So, like the '70s version was before my time.
Yeah, they had it was kind of similar in that it was being rerun when I was watching it, but and that was like I think on the super station WGN, might have been like the channel of Chicago. They had like a bunch of it was like a channel that I think it had a bunch of like relay stations or whatever, but I got it on my it was like something that I could get in my area in northern Michigan, with through the cable company. And I think that was probably the channel it was rerun on, because I think they had shows like Gilligan's Island, Happy Days, and a bunch of shows that were that like I was probably a lot of them I was too young to remember when they first aired. But yeah, I think the reboot was on Nickelodeon.
Maybe. I remember watching it on TV, and from the looks of what it was probably on Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
Like, I just watched random episodes, so it being reruns makes sense. Like, I don't really recall seeing any sort of order to this. Like, even when I was watching it, I didn't really have much in the way of story content. I just watched it when I could, and it was probably something I watched every weekday or something. I don't know. It's not something I question. Like, I just watched shows when they were on. It's not something I questioned. I mean, these days you got weekly releases. Well, you probably had weekly releases there too, but someone who just watches reruns all the time, without really even realizing it, I didn't pay much attention to it back then.
You didn't pay. Was it like something that was just kind of on in the background, or I mean, something you'd watch, but you didn't really?
Well, I'd watch it, but I probably didn't go too far out of my way to watch the episodes if they weren't at a certain time.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, I tried getting the VHS, so that the blockbusters when I could.
Of the Land of the Lost.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's actually more than a lot of people would do with shows. So it's something
Some,
you enjoyed. It just wasn't. You just didn't always
yeah. I mean, I had
remember. Yeah,
limited
on the right time or
selection.
whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, please like and share the show if you're. And once again, I'm sorry for the delay getting started. I mean, I had problems with the phone and the computer somehow, but still, I'm the one who decided, oh, I'm going to try creating a custom thumbnail. And though I did that the last 2 weeks before, successfully, this time I found out I think it just wants me to have a picture with like it's kind of like a portrait or whatever. I mean, it's just one person, not like several people or whatever. And so that was an issue, and then it would just take forever to process on the phone. And on the computer, it had this weird situation where it wouldn't let me adjust the time in any way that made any sense. Eventually, what I did is I scheduled it for like 10:30 p.m. on the laptop, and then I was able to fix that on the phone. It's like, well, shit, I could have done that. I could have saved 20 minutes by doing that, or I mean, it would have taken me 10 minutes instead of a half hour or however long it took. It was giving me these weird times that didn't exist, but I didn't know you could. Yeah, I didn't realize I could just go over to the phone and edit it after the fact. That's kind of a neat feature in StreamYard is being able to go and re-edit things. And once again, folks please feel free to join the stream. I mean, just um, keep in mind that we can't like have anything like X-rated or whatever, but I'd say we have some fairly frank conversations on here. There are some topics that there's some topics that YouTube really hates, but I try to have hopefully engaging conversations on here.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to? Anything interesting going on?
Well, I've been reading The Fallen World again.
What's that about?
Um, about a it's about a space navy officer who gets sucked into an FTL accident and winds up on another world. And it's a magical world, so there's dwarves, elves, orcs, vampires, and sentient dungeons.
So, okay, that's interesting. Heard of sentient ships, but not sentient dungeons before.
Well, there's a bunch of stories with sentient dungeons. It's kind of becoming a trend.
Oh, okay. So, what'd you say it was called?
The Fallen World. Anyway, I made a TV tropes page for it, which contains various examples of, commonly seen tropes and everything. And, well, I finished volume 6, and then I start reading volume 1 again, and I realized there's a bunch of stuff I forgot. Like, for example, Alexandra mentions her brother in the prologue, but I didn't have any context to who he was. I didn't know it was her brother.
Huh.
As well as Leslie's age. I didn't realize that was in there too. I put vague age for her character because
I
I had
wonder if
forgotten they had established that.
is that like kind of a spoiler or?
In the prologue, they established she's 800 years old. Like that's in the prologue, like chapter 0, so it's not really a spoiler. We learn her age before we learn her name, which might be why I forgot it. I keep notes on all the characters. When we meet a new character, I typically will write their name down in my notes, but I didn't do that if I don't know their name yet.
So, is this with all media that you consume? That you keep track of that stuff, or?
I don't keep that good of a track with all media I do. I was doing it with this book because I was making the TV tropes page for it. I've got into conversations with the author about this.
Oh wow! I thought you had mentioned that you sometimes edit wikis.
Well, it's not a wiki; it's the TV trope page.
Yeah,
There isn't actually a wiki
I know
for
that's
this yet.
different. But do you edit wikis as well, or or did I misunderstand?
I've never edited a wiki.
Oh, okay, I got that wrong. Sorry about that.
TV tropes. TV tropes is kind of like an off-brand wiki in a way, though, but it isn't exactly the same thing, and you can't really look up the same information like you could with a wiki. Which is also why I need to take care of these notes because I don't have any other way to look up the characters.
Have you done this in the past?
Well, I started doing this recently, like with Dungeon Robotics, which is another isekai with sentient dungeons.
How long ago did you start doing that? Because I thought you had said a while back that you edited some sort of page. Must not have been a wiki. Apparently, couldn't have been a wiki.
Well, let's see. When did I make this page? Let's see. I made the Dungeon Robotics page almost a year ago. Huh. Let me think.
And my apologies to the chat. I'm trying to get the word out about the show, but feel free to well, please like and share, and I'll try to get to the chat momentarily. Once again, I'm not even going to place the blame on StreamYard because once I kept screwing up, I should have figured things out. Let's see who's here. Oh, hey
Lorenzo.
Denali.
Hey, Lorenzo. How's it going?
Hello.
Well, welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah. Denali is a comic book creator.
Yes.
Who actually makes comic books that are finished that you can buy on, what is it, Denali's plural?
Yeah.
Or-
Denali's.com. And right now, currently doing a kick. Well, I'm ramping up for a Kickstarter campaign for the hardcover books of the first 3 issues of the Immortal Mask. All collected, paperback and pocket size, but only the Kickstarter campaign will have the hardcover book. So, more people signs up, 100 people, then I'll launch and run the campaign for 30 days. And once the campaign's over and it succeeds, within 3 months, the books will be out.
Do you have a wrench on the channel?
I don't believe so. It's not Denali surprise. Hey, Gap. Hello.
I'm
Yes.
gonna
Yep,
go
that-
and I was let's see. Oh, hey, Cap After Dark, welcome.
Yep. Nope.
Yeah,
No
just
wrench.
did you try to just type anything in the chat? I got the YouTube open.
Yep.
Gias, were you were saying something?
I think I lost my train of thought.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He
You were-
was looking at his notes that he needed to make sure the notes were correct.
Well, yeah, I was working on my notes, like
Mhm.
little things, as well as the TV tropes page in general, with very character traits that, like, I have this long list of all the characters, all the like major and reoccurring characters, and ones that were important to the plot or semi-important,
Mhm.
and I forgot some of the details about that type.
Oh, hey, Shinobi, welcome to the chat. And if you type anything in the chat, I can give you a wrench. I know. Yep, After Dark.
Yeah, I completely forgot that Leslie and Jacom's ages were established in the hundreds in the prologue. Like, I read the first chapter over again to see Alexandra's interaction with Leslie, such as it was. Didn't really have too much information going on there before, well, Leslie was gone. There's basically some first episode spoilers that make it difficult to talk about the rest of the story without giving away the contents of the first chapter.
Oh, I see.
Is this like a Kindle book or is this like?
Yeah, it's on Kindle.
Okay.
I think there's been a physical release, at least some of the volumes, and there was an audio book out.
I see.
Oh, here we
Yep.
go.
Yeah.
But the story is initially they posted on Royal Road.
But yeah. Phil, if you have YouTube open, please type something in the chat because why don't you have a wrench to have it on this channel? Here we go.
Mm, cool. So, would that be something that you would be interested writing your own Kindle light book?
I used to actually write some stories, but I kind of fell out of it for a little while, and I suffered writer's block, and I had trouble getting back into it. I keep meaning to it, but I haven't really finished a new chapter since.
Are these the stories with that character, that villain? She's named Lily?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't realize that you hadn't written anything lately, but I
It's
guess it
been a
makes sense.
while. I've mostly been doing art.
Okay, I guess that makes sense because you haven't said anything about writing anything recent.
Yeah.
And you'd write they were these stories, and they'd have characters with them, but they wouldn't be like full-fledged comic books, or
It was just pictures only.
and it'd be
Occasionally
on
I'd get
DNR.
occasionally I'd get a picture from Daniel.
Oh yeah, from the Tech Corner, or now he's Muse Comics. He's gone by a bunch of other names too on here. Too.
Yeah, he needs to be a bit more consistent with this. He
Yeah, that
keeps
confuses
changing his
everybody.
name. Like De Vega was, or D Vega was how I first met him as.
Hey, Stark of Iron, welcome.
Oh, hello.
Yes, Stark of Iron, yeah, is preoccupied, so I'm glad he was able to. Yeah, I'm glad Tony was able to join us. Ronnie G, you're always welcome on the panel. Yeah, last week we had Risey, and we also had so he's in Perth, Australia. We had Video James NZ or NZ from the South Island in the more rural island in New Zealand,
Hmm.
and Risey seemed appreciative that I actually knew the difference between those two countries, which I mean, I think they're
Yeah.
quite a ways away, and it's just kind of like uh,
Hmm.
it's kind of like how English spoken in the U.S. and the English in Canada are similar, except for I think they're just, as I said, I think they're quite a ways away.
Well,
And their native peoples are totally different too.
no. I mean, Australia and New Zealand are Commonwealth of the United Kingdom.
Well, yeah, they're Commonwealth nations, so they speak, and
Yeah.
they speak um, what's typically known as Commonwealth English.
Right.
And so, and I don't know if it was that, but they have
They're
they do
regional
have their
dialects.
own unique sayings, like it's like McDonald's will be referred to as Maccas, or maybe it's pronounced Mackers, because sometimes there's I think I think it's known as an intrusive R, or I can't remember exactly. There's a linguistic
Backers.
reason for that, because there's cases where in certain varieties of English, R's will be dropped, and then sometimes the R will be inserted where it isn't actually spelled out in the word. So, but there's different some of the different, like, kind of colloquialisms, that kind of like a lot of the abbreviations and stuff in Australia and New Zealand are the same.
Right.
I mean, there's some similarities in the accents and stuff, but
Yeah, I would imagine so. I mean, they're like I said, they're Commonwealth, so they'll have some similarity.
yeah. But I mean,
Uh,
there are some similarities between those two countries that you might not find in, say, South Africa, which also was, they also use Commonwealth English, I believe.
Right.
But you're going to have some differences there. Maybe they'd have some words borrowed from Afrikaans, which is an offshoot of Dutch. So you're going
Wouldn't
to have
make sense. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense since it used to be a Dutch.
yeah. So somebody came on the panel, and I don't know. I think Tim Bergini might have been kind of trolling. I don't know. Because he was accused Risey of being British, which Risey doesn't hate every person from.
He was just trying to get a rise.
But I don't think I can't speak for him, but he does. I think the sense of humor and stuff is the comedy. Like
Mm-hmm. He was trying to get a
how
rise.
people joke around is different.
Right.
I think it's different. Like I mean, well, within Australia, it can differ a lot, but like. Yeah, it's different than all people like. I think people from maybe I think my friend from the southern island in New Zealand had maybe kind of more of the same like sense of humor and insults and stuff that that say that Risey is considered like a bogan. I think it's called like kind of a redneck. I think they had kind of some similarities, like in how they would joke around and like the insults and stuff. But you might go to say like a more like kind of the northern island of New Zealand. Maybe that's a little bit different. That's.
I mean, you have Mohicans in New Zealand, so you deal with that. You got the Bushmans in Australia, and you have the regional dialects. Since
Yeah.
Australia used to be a prison colony as well.
So did the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Or portions of Australia and portions of the U.S. were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got all that mixture over there.
Oh yeah.
Happening.
Yeah, they even have. There's even a Creole spoken by some of the Aboriginal folks. That's like an offshoot of English. That's
the way I usually differentiate Australia and New Zealand is Australia it's a land of the jumping spiders, and then New Zealand is where all the Hercules and Xena TV shows were made.
and that's where all the hobbits live. Apparently.
Exactly, lands of the hobbits. But they're really nearby. They're like next door neighbors. New Zealand, it's like southeast of Australia, but not that far. It's like fly. It's like about an hour or two flight over the Tasmanian Sea.
Oh, so maybe they're closer than I thought. Apparently the northern Ireland, the northern island,
Yeah,
in New Zealand. I think that's kind of more like say. I don't know. I don't want to overgeneralize, but I think that's kind of like more metropolitan because you got
right.
Auckland.
Yeah, Auckland is in the Northern Islands.
Yeah, and you got
this,
maybe more people are a little more politically correct than say my friend down and
Auckland. Yeah,
Southern
Auckland
doesn't
and
like
Weltington.
political correctness. I mean,
Well,
he's new.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to say the majority of the populations are within two cities, really, in New Zealand, Auckland and Wellington.
Is that second city in the north too?
Yeah, there's a couple of cities,
Okay.
but the biggest, Auckland is the biggest one, and then Wellington, right at
Yeah,
the tip of
where
the
that,
border.
yeah, which island is that on?
That's still in the northern one, which is
Okay,
Wilmington.
yeah. So that's where. So the Video James NZ. I'm just gonna pronounce that the Z,
Yeah.
the Z. But he's in an old mining town, and I was surprised that I think there are people who from San Francisco all the way up to
Mhm.
from like say the San Francisco gold rush. Some of them I think ended up in the Klondike. I think is that up in Canada, or was that the one there? Or no, there was one in the Yukon and the one in the
You,
Klondike. Is that Alaska? And then
uh,
and I think some
Yukon,
ended up in
Yukon
Australia
is
and New Zealand, and there's some
so. So
overlap.
to answer your first one, Yukon is Canada. Klondike is Alaska, and then
Yeah,
you
and
have
I think there were
uh, um, and then
trying to
and
find
then you have
gold and then
the California gold rush as
yeah,
well.
yeah. Some of the people from that California gold rush, I think, went on to other gold. I think people would go from one region to another, and somehow would end up in Australia, and then maybe from there to New Zealand. I can't remember exactly how what I was reading, but I think that there was some like I think there's some similarity in the music, like the kind of some of the folk music that the gold miners would like.
Mhm.
I mean, they tell different stories and about different regions and stuff, but I think there's some cultural overlap in the regions that the because I think some of these guys maybe I think most of these guys weren't necessarily that successful. I mean, I don't know if that's why they would keep going from region to region. If that was kind of like how hobos would hop trains. I mean, they must have somehow gotten enough money to travel to a different region. But
I mean, I guess you could say it's because they had gold backed currency. They had sufficient funds to travel the regions.
oh,
Uh,
welcome RH Snow. Everybody check out RH Snow's channel. Awesome channel.
nice.
She's I'm not a big fan of labels, but she's somebody who considers herself both Comicsgate and Iron Age. It's very positive, not like she doesn't like. I do a lot more complaining about, say, we'll talk about like a movie or TV show, and sometimes we'll praise it, or sometimes we'll
What have
say
you been
something
watching?
negative. Where she's just talking about mainly the stuff she creates
Right.
herself on her channel. It's
Cool.
what I've seen in the various videos I've watched over the past year or so or two.
Hmm.
I've been watching your channel. It's been a while.
Ooh, history talks. Fun. Yes,
Yeah,
growing up
yeah.
to the Yukon in Alaska. Sea Shanty also influenced the music because they traveled by sea. Yep.
Okay. Well, thanks. Yeah, she was on an interesting show about trains. And by the way, the StreamYard links in the chat. Do you, Denali, I don't know if you're at a computer or,
Hmm.
um, I'm curious about well, you're awesome, Arch Snow. So, Redoubt Production, yeah, welcome to join. And, but and promote your channel and promote it in the chat too. So almost everybody has a wrench, but I was curious to know if you had the, like an example you could show of your books.
Yeah. Let me just share.
But yeah, because this is something that oh wow,
Yeah.
that's fast. This is something that like I've been hearing a lot of good things from not just George. I'm gonna. I mean, I know George was involved in the project, so
Hmm.
he might have some stake in promoting things. But Hargrave is somebody known for being extremely picky and choosy about
Yeah.
what he likes, and there's a lot of stuff he just completely hates, and he's got one of those shows that's kind of on the more can get a bit negative, but he'll also say if he enjoys something.
Right. So, not sure if you finished your thoughts, so I'm just waiting. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things he actually did enjoy, and one of the very few books he recommends people actually go out and buy are your books.
Right. Yeah, Hargrave's been always. I've been always appreciative of Hargrave, and he doesn't pull the punches. He tells it as it is.
Yeah, and it wasn't and I think there are a couple of factors.
Hmm.
Now, there's other people who have books that are actually finished and are being sold on the internet, and that Hargrave doesn't promote. But he really enjoyed the quality of your books and the fact
Yeah.
that they actually. Gosh, I can't really exactly speak for Hargrave, but this is my understanding. I think the fact that they actually arrive in just a few days was just
Yep.
kind of like an added bonus.
Yep.
No, I will say I don't think he's backing any books anymore. Like he is going out and buying things, but he's still very selective on comic books these days.
Hmm.
I think there's only a
Handful. Yeah.
yeah. I think he said he like he backs your stuff. I mean, buys your stuff.
Right.
And I
He also.
think if he backed a book, he might back like if they came out with another Starlight Cats book, which is I'm a bit surprised he liked that, but he liked that as well. So
So on my website, you can get some preview views of some of the artwork and stories of the book. I have 3 stories. The 1930s Immortal Mask, which is these up here, the 1970, which is the main story down here, and then the 1850 Immortal Mask, which is some of the selections down here. Um, so you get 200 pages. The book is 200 pages um, of dense story. So you don't get a lot of double spreaders or anything like that. Very few is there in the book. And
are
now
these are these are these like an omnibus or are these very multiple books?
this is
Okay.
well, when I first released it, it was 3 issues.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
now I taken down the 3 issues, and I've only put in the Kickstarter promotion campaign because I'm now putting them as an omnibus as for the Kickstarter. I'm only doing the hardcover, paperback, and pocketbook, but only through the Kickstarter will you get the hardcover. And for mass
Oh,
release, yeah, and for mass
so
release,
okay, so
mhm.
you are crowdfunding it now,
Now,
but these books are finished, right?
correct. I'm crowdfunding it to help me with the second book. Um, but
Ah,
but all the book and all of this is already done. So you'll get your book as soon as as soon as Kickstarter provides me the funds, and as soon as I receive the money, and as soon as I get it from the printers,
so
because
you're
everything is set up. It's just I hit the 30 days. I make the goal, and then in 3 months, you should be getting the deliveries. 3 months is because it's to allow the time for the hardcover to print. I verified with many people to see how long, and the longest that takes to be printed is the hardcover, but the paperback and pocketbook editions are the fastest to be printed. So those will be the ones shipped out first. Um, if you only get the paperback or the pocket size
I
edition.
know
But
the
if you,
ones on your website, like when you were
Mhm.
selling those, that would just like what was the longest waiting time?
3 days,
Wow.
that's from ordering to shipping and delivery. They got it. They pay for it. They got it in 3 days.
Wow. And that would be the ideal thing, but you can't really do that with these hardcover books,
Right,
unfortunately.
right. If I could do it faster, I would. Um,
Oh yeah, I'm sure you would because you have a track record of.
right. So that's why I gave myself 3 months leeway. So if anything happens, Kickstarter's holding up the money because we known those platforms for whatever reason.
Oh yeah, that stuff can happen.
Right. So and I keep everybody up to date.
Oh, that's
Uh,
cool.
Yeah, so you're buying the book, you'll get the book. It's not, oh, you're gonna wait 4 years to get the book. You're going to get the
Yeah,
book.
I think
Everything is,
I think that's actually happened. I think
yeah,
there's some books I've backed way back in
mm,
2019
yeah,
or back in or late 2018 actually, I think.
yeah.
And then still
Are you still there?
He muted. That's why I was like, hello.
Yeah, you did that earlier when we were talking, and I missed part of his what he was saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he can hear us. I think that's his internet going out.
Quite possibly, he's using his phone, so he
oh,
doesn't know that.
can you hear me?
We can hear
Yes.
you now.
Okay. Yeah, some of this yeah, the something re, something buffered on my end. So
Hmm.
looks like you guys saw that on your end.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, there's it got to the point where after spending like thousands of dollars, it's like I'm going to be a little more choosy. I'm gonna. I mean, it wasn't like overnight. I mean, over time I became more selective, but now it's to the point where I've got so many books that I mean,
Yeah.
so are you going to ever re-release the black and white versions?
Um, I'm still deciding on that because those were specials, and I'll do the same thing with the next set. Do the black and whites first, and then color afterwards. And then once they're gone, they're gone. I might re-release
Interesting.
them. May re-release them later on. But right now they're not available. I'm focused on the color one right now. So yeah, so I'll have them up, and at the price that I put them at, that's what it is. If I have them later, I may increase the prices for the black and white because those are the virgin or artist editions. I'm basically selling the artist editions prior to the color editions.
Yeah, yeah, that makes
Um,
sense. Yeah, I know a lot of people will want to go back and there's a bunch of comic books. They come out in color, and then they pay a lot of money to see the well, what the black and white ones look like. What
mhm,
did it look like before it was colored? I know
yeah,
they do that with like the big two. Um,
yeah,
a lot of people like getting some people get like the pencils or
hmm
the inks or whatever, but that would be kind of like the inks or what?
um, yeah. It would be the inks.
be the inks.
Yeah.
So so each of the what were three separate books. They all had separate art styles, or a couple
No,
of
no,
them
no.
did, or
No.
they were-
The three books were the main stories. This one I'm actually adding two new art styles, which is the 1930s and in the 1850s. So those weren't with the black and whites. So this is actually extra.
Oh, because I remember George talking about this a long time ago, but I didn't know if
Yeah. So
I
you're
can't
getting
remember if you talked about that off air or on air, but now that
yeah
you mentioned it, they can bring it up.
yeah this is extra stuff. So I'm packing a lot of
Ah.
content in.
Because I thought I thought each book was from a different era.
No. It's three different stories for this one for the omnibus, but the original black and whites was the 1970s, which is Benjamin Frost's story. And,
Oh, okay. I think that's what confused me about all of this, and why unfortunately I didn't buy the originals.
mhm.
But I do plan on getting the omnibus. I just got kind of confused because I think George tried to explain it to me. You probably tried to explain it to me, and I just got all confused.
Right. So yeah.
And I think it was because there were eventually going to be these stories released, but it was.
Mhm.
I don't know
So
if you marketed that at all, or if that was just something that George said behind the scenes.
about the stories,
Yeah, did you mark that? Did you mention that to people at all?
uh,
Going to be different.
I don't think I explicitly said that I was going to do it. I said I was thinking about doing additional stories for the omnibus, uh, but not for the black and white. So there was probably just us or me to kind of juggling to decide what would be better. And so for the book 4, 5, and 6, I'll probably just do the main story black and white, and then add more story um, to the omnibus kind of deal. That
Is
way
that
as
going to be
well.
set in? Sorry,
Go ahead.
is that going to be set in a different time period?
Um, the the main stories are always going to be it's the 70s, and then you kind of have
Okay.
and then you get to kind of add to the lore and more understanding of the world. I add additional stories um, to it. So
That makes a lot of
to different
sense,
eras.
actually.
Yeah, to different eras. So you're getting the main story, but then you're getting kind of little vignettes. I want to say, I guess I don't know if that's the right word for it, but you're getting another perspective of the world without me just typing out this is blah blah blah. Typing it out. It's just I'm telling you more stories and more art through the art kind of deal. Um, no, it's like it's a 3-year production. I paid this fully out of pocket. Um, and when you're supporting me and going through Kickstarter, you're helping me with the second book, but you're getting the first book. So so you're not waiting. There's no wait time.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah. I definitely I'm definitely going to sign up. And by the way, Hargrave and Risey are in the chat.
Oh, hello.
Welcome. And thanks for joining us. Yeah, so that's cool to finally sort that out, because somehow I had heard
hmm
about there's going to be some different eras, but I just kept getting confused.
Okay. Yeah. What? Let me see. They're asking for me to play the commercial, so let me click here.
A 1970s superhero crime noir adventure follows a retired soldier turned reporter who is given a coveted interview with a death row inmate. What he learns thrusts him into Atlanta's shadowy underworld, where he'll have to utilize his military training to survive being hunted for having information that could topple the most powerful ruling class in the city. This full-color graphic novel is available in hardcover, paperback, and pocketbook editions. Crowdfunding now through Denali's.com.
And there you go.
Yeah, that voice sounded familiar, kind of like RJ.
It is RJ.
That's awesome.
Let's see. So, and I also have, if you like, and this is not necessary, I do have a Teespring for merchandise scenes for the Immortal Mask as well. So you can get posters, T-shirts, stickers, jackets, hoodies, mugs, flags of the Immortal Mask. So if you want to support me in this way, in these ways as well, you're always welcome as well.
So what are those at the top? Those pictures at the top.
These are actually we taken straight from the panel of the 1930s Immortal Mask and made them into posters, 24 by 36 or 18 by 24.
Yeah, I'm gonna say those aren't t-shirts. What are they?
They're posters. Yeah, they're posters right there. So these are posters, 24 by 36 or 18 by 24. So you got two different sizes depending on what you want. Because we thought these look so cool and so amazing that it's like, hey, if you guys want a poster of those scenes, it's available to you. You can get a tank top, pillows, blanket towels, stickers, and these other items as well if you're interested.
Yeah, what do the posters look like? Can you embiggen them?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So this is the 18 by 24. The other one is 36 by 24. So it's depending on what you would like. But you get this poster right here. Wiggle Wiggle actually got this one.
Wow.
And here's the other one, 1930s Immortal Mask.
Oh, they're both very impressive covers.
Yeah, and these are actually
they're now posters.
Yeah, and well, these are not covers. These are actually scenes, panels.
Oh, these are panels. Well, okay.
From the story, from the 1930s stories. So these are digital art. And depending how the receptions are, I might do other panels like the 1850s Immortal Mask. Because there's some...
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. Hargrave was saying something about how he did a review. Did he do a review of one of your books?
Yeah, he did a review. He paid for the books, and I shipped him the copies, and he did a review of them.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Hargrave was here when I was mentioning it, but it's like once again, Hargrave's extremely picky on what he likes or dislikes. You can check out his channel, and you can find plenty of reviews of things that disappointed him when it comes to like art and entertainment. That but he definitely your comic books are one of the few comic book series that he actually promotes.
Right. So, and just to clear, that it was advanced copies that Hargrave received for the review. So, not available to the public. Just for clarification.
But okay, yeah, that's really good. Thanks. Mm-hmm. But he did pay for them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's thanks. Thank you very much for that. Because I think is part of YouTube's policy to, or it's even just good in general, just to clarify things like that. I think if it was a paid promotion, you'd definitely have to say.
But he didn't.
It was an advanced copy, but he he's been talking about it ever since. Like
Hmm.
it's been, what is it, a year or two now since you?
Yeah, because he got the black and whites as well of the Immortal Mask, and then he got the advanced copies.
Oh, okay. So the advanced copies, were they free?
No, he paid for them.
Oh, so he paid for both.
Yeah,
Wow. Okay, so even the
he
advanced
wanted to
copies are
support me, so there you go.
okay. So
Go ahead.
it sounds like you would have given them to him to review, but he insisted on paying you. They were
Yeah,
that good.
because he likes it so much.
Yeah, yeah. Wow.
Because he said, nope, only Baxanelli and Todd McFarlane. That's how.
Yeah, I mean, I think he like
He also got
started
the
Cats back in the day. I don't know if he'd back it again. Like I don't know with Shane Davis, but that was, I don't
he
know.
said,
That was from an old conversation, so who knows?
mhm. Yeah.
But I don't. But does Todd McFarlane, does his stuff like
Hmm.
is his stuff is already like,
Funny enough, I was listening to Todd McFarlane on an interview on Spaces on Twitter, and he was kind of saying, "Hey," the artist Todd McFarlane was saying, "Hey, if you have a project and you're able to do it, go for it, do it with all your passion, do it with all your enthusiasm. It it'll be amazing. Don't don't regret it, kind of deal." And and I was thinking, yeah, I'm doing that.
oh wow,
I'm following the footsteps. I jumped in, and look, I use all the money that I was spending for the big two, Marvel and DC. I use
yeah.
all my comic book money to work and put into this project, and I've been having a lot of fun with it. Learning with it.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
different
So that's
styles, the different digital art. Um, which I kind of understand why they don't do digital art. They only do digital art for the covers. But I was crazy enough to do 2 stories with digital art, and then the classic doing old school um, um, boxing style, form kind of format with
so
the
there's advantages and disadvantages with digital.
right. Because digital art takes a longer time to develop, and then the standard ones,
Really?
yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Well, these are digital paintings, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's interesting. So,
yeah.
yeah, because I
It's
think of digital as being quicker, but
not necessarily, if you want a really good product, sometimes it takes a little bit more time, a little bit uh, uh, more brush strokes, kind of digital brush strokes, so to speak,
I've
to get
seen
the
some of the
detail.
stuff George does where like
But that's George.
yeah, George behind the
He,
scenes, like it's pretty insane. Like he'll have layer after layer after layer, and it's like the
George is an
reader's not even
outlier.
going to see the most of the image because it's covered up by these other images.
Right.
It's like,
No, George is an outlier. You don't make a
yeah, I
you
mean
don't
that's
you
like,
don't put a standard with George, kind of deal.
though I think even I know with that some of these professional VTubers and they
Hmm.
spend like thousands of dollars on their VTuber models. I think
Yeah.
some of their these 2D VTuber models
Mhm.
layers, like they'll even like have clothes underneath it that the viewer might not ever see it, but it might add to the realism in a way. I don't know exactly how, but it
Mhm.
might actually be a fuller image. maybe it's people are seeing parts of it or something, and
Right.
so that's the deal.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't think George is the only one who does this, but he definitely blew my mind when
Hmm.
when he showed me some of the stuff that he went into the oversized Joe King books. I
Right.
don't know anything about. I don't really know much about the Joe King books that he. I think there's ones that he's just selling directly to the customer.
Well,
Uh,
he has he has on his website. You can I think you can purchase his old stuff on his off of his website, and then the most recent Joe King, which I guess is his main line stories. Those are the crowdfunded ones, and then he puts them up somewhere. I don't know where.
yeah, I thought he
Uh,
had one on Amazon with the with RJ.
I don't know. I don't think no, not with his stories. I know other books that he works on would be with
Well, I know he
Upstairs
did
Empire.
Graham and for I mean worked with RJ and Graham and
Right.
I mean the
But-
Grimm brothers
Right.
brother
Yeah.
or I
The
mean
fi-
not Graham or yeah
the
it
Gr-
was Brothers
yeah,
Grimm, right.
yeah, the
Yeah,
Brothers Grimm. Yeah, no.
yeah, the
No,
German
no,
brothers.
that's Amazon. I'm talking about his actual his
Yeah, I
personal.
thought he had one with Joe King that was like a floppy or something.
I think
But
you're
like
thinking
I
of Joe.
didn't quite but I didn't know I don't know
I think that's Joe Keaton versus the job ads that you're thinking of.
oh is that just is that oh is that like in one of RJ's books?
No, 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 that's separate. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I mean RJ's I think selling it.
Okay,
Uh,
okay, that's what
but
probably what that's got to be what I'm thinking of. Is that like a side story? Sounds kind of like a
um,
doesn't.
yeah, I think it's one of his side stories that he had it in his main first book, and then he just rearranged it chronologically in order. But
Oh, okay. So it didn't seem like it was quite as epic as like
mhm,
um
like his
was it?
other his other books.
Yeah, I mean the ones that like those like oversized books that
Right,
uh, eventually I'm going to get like a spaceship or something, but he has to fulfill the rest of the.
right,
And I think I only getting a spaceship because like I got an early bird special or whatever, and
right.
so I'm not gonna. I'm gonna complain a little bit, but I'm not gonna complain too much.
He slowly gained through it. There was printer issues from his campaign emails, and
Yeah,
that kind of delayed him. And then the whole Canada shutting its borders and not tracking the packages, kind of he has to make sure that everybody gets their books.
yeah. I
You know,
remember one point in time he actually. I got he couldn't get a hold of me, and like I get a call on the phone, and it's George.
yeah,
And
yeah.
he was like, "Is it okay for RJ to distribute?" I don't know if RJ actually ended up distributing those books. And
Well,
it's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, RJ's trustworthy," you know.
right. Well, he had to, yeah, he got to do it because he has to clear it with all the backers because they didn't sign up. RJ
He didn't
King,
even realize it was me who was calling.
yeah,
I was using my government name,
right.
so to speak.
uh,
But
that's
that was cool though. I mean, like he took the time to. I think that was the first time a creator actually
reached
called
out.
me on the phone because he couldn't get through to
Yeah,
you could via email.
yeah.
And I appreciate that.
I saw like 5 emails. He's asking people. The first email I already answered is like I'm cool. But afterwards,
Yeah,
he,
yeah. He really had to go on his way to get.
mhm.
So, sorry if I interrupted.
No, no, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. George is cool too.
Yeah.
He promised it to you. Sometimes things are out of his control, but he'll definitely deliver it to you.
I thought that was interesting though that like there's creators that use fulfillment services. They never mention that to the customer. And for George to like he couldn't reach me by email because it's just my inbox is full of just different stuff. I need to adjust the settings because every time I sign up for a website, I get a bunch of like spam or whatever.
Right.
But so I didn't. Yeah, and he actually called just to make sure that it was okay for RJ to.
Yeah.
So I thought that was cool. I still didn't see anything saying critical blast when the thing arrived. So I don't know how that worked out. But
well, I think for just to be certain, I think he's just stuck with delivering it himself. At this time,
Yeah. And I think that's really cool because what that said to me is that he really, really respects backers' information.
Mm-hmm.
And because I've heard stories about, not that many creators, but just like, I just think one or two, I heard some, negative stuff about with them.
Right.
And I think it was somebody was going around. Somebody was suing somebody else over something that happened on Twitter or YouTube, and asking. One creator was asking a couple of creators were asking some other creators about, trying to get the person's personal info, and I just didn't like that.
Yeah. So no. Like I said, George. Yeah, George is very respectful.
Yeah. Whereas
privacy.
George is the complete opposite side. Just even having a fulfillment service, which is what I think would be called. I mean, RJ does do fulfillment,
Right. Yeah, he does,
as well as self-publishing.
Yeah, he does that as well. He's a publisher / distributor.
Yeah, and what he does is really interesting in that he's figured out a way how to lower shipping costs internationally through this distribution network he has.
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing. Because that's how I'm doing the international books as well.
I was wondering if you were working with RJM.
Yeah, I am. I'm upfront about it. Distributed by Critical Blast Logistics. So,
awesome.
So it'll go domestic and international.
Yeah, I've had some minor maybe difference of opinion on this or that with just like almost kind of internal politics or whatever about like comics, but nothing serious as far as anything that I would like.
Right.
I would definitely recommend people go and support RJ and Critical Blast.
Mm-hmm.
He's also got a website that I believe Stu contributes to it. Mm-hmm. Stu has plenty of opinions for people that they might agree or disagree with, but it's kind of cool though that he's got this that he publishes books, he distributes them. Then he's got this website with where people like Stu go and they review movies, and I don't know what all gets reviewed. I don't know if he has a comic book review section on there or not.
Not sure about Stu, but I know Critical Blast does have reviews for comic books as well. So
I think it might be criticalblast.com. I could be wrong.
His website.
Yeah. But I think that's separate from the distribution service.
Well, criticalblast.com is his main web page, but if you're looking for his distribution, that would be under Critical Blast Logistics.
What's the last part of that? I heard the critical blast, but
Logistics?
logistics.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Well, that's
So-
really cool.
Which you can get to easily through criticalblast.com. Yeah, no. Yeah, and the best part is that when you go to the campaign, the price is set, includes everything. So you see 60, 50, 40. That's the prices of the 3 sizes of the book, hardcover $60. And that all includes shipping and handling. So you're checking out $60 is what you're paying for it. The book. If you're getting the hardcover, or $50 for the paperback, 40
Yeah,
for the pocket edition.
I personally would just go for the hardcover.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry I didn't say hello to Filippo. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. But I've Filippo's been around for ages. Nope, only back Denali and Todd McFarlane. Starlight Cats is funny. It's stupid but funny. Laugh out loud. Says so that's Hargrave. Gap After Dark said sub to you, Hargrave. And Hargrave says thanks, I appreciate it. And Gap After Dark plugged his channel, said please help me grow. And sub, yeah, YouTube doesn't like the word sub. I mean, I say it on air, but I heard they penalize people if people type it in the chat. But I don't know if that's true or not. Margaret just said they definitely don't like people subbing to saying that they're subbing to each other. I bet you guys didn't know. That's apparently the S word.
Maybe you should say, instead of follow. I'm following.
Yeah,
follow
that's
me,
what
guys.
I say.
Follow me, guys.
Yeah,
follow
yeah.
me.
It reminds me, I need to get the poster frame, says Hargrave. That's the one. Oh, wow. This is a while back.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry that I'm still behind in the chat. Hargrave dropped the link to his review, I think it is. Right. He said George is a trash human being. I thought it was like a Blue Muppet looking guy. Only helps if it benefits himself. That's what Risey had to say. Hargrave says, I'd rather give him the money than EBS 6 days instead of 4 years. And Risey said, I'd rather pay bills. And Hargrave says, Spawn. So does McFarlane, is he making comic books anymore? Or is he just switched over to toys, or does he do both?
He's doing both. He has a team that's still drawing and writing for Spawn. That's still continuing, but he's a CEO of a company, so he's focused on merchandising, and especially since he inked a deal with DC Comics, or I guess EC Entertainment. I don't know what they call it now these days, to do the toys. So McFarlane's Toys will be in charge of the DC toys moving forward.
And it sounds like his, from what I've heard and pictures I've seen, it looked really high quality.
Yep. Because he knows that the people who are going to be collecting are not going to be kids. It's going to be more adult oriented. So he's focusing on that.
But I think there's even like collectible companies that might be cutting corners and stuff, but it definitely looks like he's not doing that.
Yeah. It looks like it. I mean, it depends. He might be able to put the bad blemishes somewhere else, where you don't see it, where the quality of the actual figure maintains. You never know. Or he figured out a best way to do the toys. So,
Yeah, I guess maybe I don't know if Hargrave's still in the chat. Wonder if he's back in the toys.
Spawn. I'm pretty sure if it's any Spawn related, he'll probably be back in if it's McFarlane.
The McFarlane toys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I remember. Pretty sure he had a Kickstarter campaign, and I think that was one of those things where EVS very very anti Kickstarter, but I think he made an exception in that case because
Yeah.
McFarlane's just that good.
Yeah, he did it. Remember, it was like issue. It was a re-release of a Spawn issue plus a toy.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember what Spawn issue it was, but it was you. Here's a Kickstarter. You get a toy. You get a Spawn variant, and you get the comic book where he first made that appearance of that Spawn variant or whatever.
Yeah, I think over time people just kind of done their own thing. Where if whether somebody calls themselves Comics Gate or whatever, some people will, people will like use whatever platform they feel is right nowadays. It seems with a lot of people.
Yeah,
we're seeing more stuff on Kickstarter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just some people use Indiegogo, but there's issues with that.
Why limit yourself to one platform?
Yeah. And you've been releasing stuff on your own site,
right?
Too. So,
so I gotta go with all the angles. I can't limit myself. Money has.
Oh, go ahead.
I said money has no political bearing. So
yeah,
that's the saying would say. I probably butchered that saying, but
Yeah,
you get what I mean.
I understand what you're talking about, though. Yeah. So you might do something. You could do something in the future where it might be distributing the book some future books some other way.
Yeah, if an idea comes and it's like, hey, maybe this idea works better on Indiegogo, then I might do an Indiegogo campaign. Or this idea works better on Kickstarter, I might do a Kickstarter campaign. Or maybe I forgo those. This idea is better at a bigger platform like Amazon.
Yeah, so that's one thing I was wondering about because I know I know RJ does I think is it Amazon like Barnes and Nobles maybe or some people do that through.
I think retail is kind of harder because they have a contract where you have to return any unsold book is return on credit. So unless those books are sold, you can't use that money for anything.
Oh, I meant like their website. I don't know if they're in the stores. I think there's a service that will go through Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, and I can't remember if it's Walmart as well.
It's a fulfillment. Yeah, they do fulfillment as well, but the Amazon says, well, if you do fulfillment through us, you have to do an exclusivity with us, and you take a big chunk of that out of it. That's the last time I saw. That's the last time I saw it, so I may have to review it again and see if anything changed with that. I know that it might have changed with the Brandon Sanderson situation with Audible, since Audible is controlled by Amazon, and Comixology's been having changes as well with their system. So, yeah, it's you have to be very careful with the deals you make and what you sign up for, kind of deal. You have to read really you can't read. You have to really read the terms and conditions because you're unlike being a customer. A
So,
business can, business can't you
so
can't easily get out of it.
Brandon, so what? There was some sort of situation with
Yeah, you're aware of the author Brandon Sanderson.
name sounds familiar, but
He helped finish the Wheel of Time for Robert Jordan, and he has his own series, The Mistborn, and um, the High the High Storms, Way of Kings books going on. Very popular science fiction author. I think if you ask who's the most popular science or not science fiction but fantasy author, excuse me, they would say Brandon Sanderson at this time.
oh, and he had an issue
With Audible because basically they said that the pay rate for Audible was not good, and he kind of made an issue where he kind of forced Amazon to kind of change the terms and condition for everybody on that platform before he was able to deliver. He said, "Okay, I'll sign a contract to continue doing my audiobooks," because he made like $97 million, I think, on Kickstarter for 5 books or something like that, something ridiculous number where he bypassed everybody. He's like, "Here you go. Here's 5 books."
interesting.
Yeah.
And then, but but with Amazon, or their Audible, it
Yeah,
sounds like
because
he was only getting a fraction of
yeah,
his
he wasn't get
location.
he wasn't getting the royalty, that he that he deserved based on the book. He said, like, for the bigger guys like him, he was getting what he was deserving, but for the smaller guys, he said, "Look, you're getting what, like 10 cents out of the dollar for royalty instead of 25 or 50 cents." So he kind of say, "Hey, everybody needs to get the increase," kind of deal.
Audible is interesting that if one subscribes to the service,
Hmm.
I don't know, there might be different plans, but one can get these credits to
Yep.
like buy a book, and
Hmm.
the book could be like maybe 50 cents or it could be like $50, and
Right.
it's still just one credit.
Right.
So
I
it like makes sense maybe if it's over like say $20 or what, I mean, I think there's I don't know, I'm not
I
certain the exact price, but
I would recommend. Yeah, I have an Audible
yeah, if
membership
it's like
because
if it's a really expensive audiobook, that
I would
then
use the credit. I would use the
yeah,
credit.
definitely.
If
If
it's
it's
50 cents,
$5, I don't use the credit.
yeah, don't use the credit for very cheap audiobooks.
I mean, if you're going to lose the credit anyway, you might as well use it. But still,
You,
it's like I
uh,
only use it if it's like say over $20 or something. Or
right,
typically, or if I'm going to lose the credit if I don't.
no,
If it's
you don't
something I
need.
really want and I don't want to spend the money, I use the credit
Right,
because they do expire. But
they
I
don't.
can
They don't.
imagine that
They,
it might not be the best way of getting royalties if you're
they,
selling
they,
like
the
$100 book for one credit or
yeah,
whatever. You know?
the credits don't expire unless you. Well, unless you. The credits don't expire unless you end the membership, and then you'll lose the credits that you have.
Because
Or
I thought they say this credit's going to expire in a certain amount of time.
well, if you have a rollover of 6, depending on your plan, if you have the most basic, you can hold only 6 credits at a time. After that, then you start losing credits because you're only able to hold 6.
Oh, so okay. So there are better plans than that.
Yeah.
I'll
So
look into that.
yeah. So basically, and if you get the higher the plan, the more you can roll over the credits until you say you got the maximum that you can hold. Any future credits, you won't get any credits or expire for the new one, kind of deal. No, I would definitely, if you're using Audible, use the credits for the over $10 thing.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing,
Yeah, I
whatever
would
your
get it for like a $5 book or something.
yeah. So think about it. You're paying a membership, you get a credit with that. Well, you're basically buying whatever you're paying your membership, that should be your baseline. So whatever you're paying for it. So if you have a $7.99 membership, for example, then anything below $7.99 shouldn't use a credit. Anything above
Yeah.
$7.99, you should use a credit. That's how I would go for. Kind of
Well,
deal.
like
See?
what's kind of neat is they have Kindle that some, and I don't know if you can use the credits for this, but
Uh-huh.
so there's some books that you can get it on Kindle, and then you can get the audiobook to somehow sync to it, or
Yeah,
you can
it's
get it
Whisper.
simultaneously.
It's Whisper Sync.
Yeah.
If you have the book on Kindle, the Kindle version of the book, and it has an audio component, then you can purchase
Yeah.
using the credit the audio version, and then wherever you left off on your book, the audio would start from that page, and you can
That's a
listen.
pretty neat feature. I mean, it's as much as I don't like the kind of monopolistic kind of companies. And I'm not saying that I don't know legally if it's considered a monopoly. Just going to say monopolistic. And once again, this is an entertainment show. Views expressed on the show are not necessarily, even the views I express are not necessarily my own views.
Yeah, you should just you should do a Chiron or a banner that scrolls on the bottom just saying these views are not my own entertainment purpose. No, I get what you mean. I mean, at some point, um, it's a real technicality of what you would consider monopolistic, because the way you could say it is, remember Diamond's distribution. You could say that was
Yeah.
monopolistic of the comic book industry for a long time. But
Yeah,
it worked.
yeah. I mean, and I'm not saying it's an actual 100% monopoly.
It acted like a
Because
monopoly, but it
I don't
wasn't a
even know the
monopoly.
legal definition of that. I'm just
Mhm. Yeah. So
maybe a little monopoly, like
yeah, they like to
hypothetically.
play Monopoly. You know, they want to be the house, the bank.
Yeah, yeah. It's funny that the closer I get to if I move the laptop closer to my router, it actually starts cutting out. I mean, it cuts out other times, but it's funny when I, two times in the conversation when the thing I love about the Chromebooks is, at least the one I have, I think a lot of them are real lightweight.
Mhm,
And so I moved it to the other room because I was getting some water.
mhm.
But as I got closer to the router, because the router's in the other room, as I get closer to the router starts cutting out.
Oh,
This is the first time it's happened.
weird.
Yeah, it's a really. I'm gonna have to get a better, either better. I probably need a better router and maybe a better modem. So it's just a bad situation.
Right. So basically, they're listening in. They didn't like your words. Sir, you said
Yeah,
some
that's what
certain
it
words.
felt like. Is as soon as I started talking about Amazon, which I don't think is even connected to my
Yeah.
cable
What is?
company. But who knows? Yeah, I
Well, if you
don't.
have any Alexas, then say don't say Alexa.
Yeah,
Alexas, buy
yeah.
me buy me some mangas. Oh, what mangas would you like?
Well, people like and share the stream. Get the word out. I think what you're doing is
Yeah.
really cool.
So yeah. So my first goal for this project is 100 people following. The moment I get 100 people following, I'll launch the campaign at that moment, and then hit 30 days from that moment. So that's my first goal. Baby steps.
Yeah, I'm gonna scrolling up on the phone looking for the okay, I've got it. I'm only seeing 14 followers right now.
Yep.
Let's see, I'm 15 now. That was me. That's the 15th one.
Yep.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat again.
Yep.
I mean, I didn't drop it before, but it need to be dropped again because other people had dropped it previously.
Thank you kindly.
Well, and thank you.
Mhm. All right. So, well, I think this would be a good time for me to head off.
Yeah, yeah. The thing is, I mean, yeah, it's up to you, but like,
Yeah.
The funny thing is, I usually,
Mhm.
after a while, would have lectured somebody. Oh, this is getting to be too much like an infomercial, I didn't feel like it was because we were able to discuss a number of different topics.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like you shilling like a villain.
Chilling. Well, I don't like shilling, but I like chilling.
There you go. Yeah, and that was, yeah. And thanks for you're always welcome on here.
Thank you kindly. So, hope you have best with the rest of the stream.
Well, thanks.
All right. Peace out.
Take care. Are you still there, Gias?
No, I've been gone for the past hour.
I didn't hear you say much, but then again, I don't. Yeah, I don't know if you.
Sorry, I just been working on that project.
That's fine. And
The author sent me two messages that I noticed after the stream started.
and thanks for coming on, Denali. Well, and thanks for coming on, Gias, too, because that's cool though that you're. So that's the TV trope thing.
Yeah, well, the stories are posted into volumes on Kindle, but before that, they are posted on Royal Road as individual chapters once per week. Like I've just started what will become Volume 7.
Is he helping you keep up to date, or are you able to say what he's?
Well, I'm asking him a question about certain subjects, like
Okay. That's
I was
really cool that you're actually doing your research like to the. I mean that much research that you're actually asking the author.
yeah. Yeah, he also name dropped me at the start of one of the chapters. You can put author notes in there. And the chapter he posted after I posted the TV tropes page, he posted the links and name dropped my username.
Awesome! Congratulations on that. That's and congratulations on working with the author on this. That's really cool. That
So yeah. Anyway, I was reading the messages, replying to them, and generally working with something else. I'm going to make some changes on TV tropes. I can hide things behind spoiler tags, so they're plot relevance. But I was also debating on which should be under spoiler tags and which I should just leave open, like the stuff with the jeweled units who are only in the second volume. You still
The
there?
jewel units?
Yep. There was a Black Ops unit who had code names based on jewels: diamond, ruby, sapphire, opal, nephrite.
Wait, what do you say a jewel unit is?
Well, they were called the unit. They were a Black Ops unit that were codenamed the Jewels. Each of the members had a code name based on a precious gemstone, like a diamond, or a ruby, or a sapphire. Oh, I forgot to put my microphone back.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could hear you before. You're a little distant.
Yeah, okay. Well, they were called the Jewels. That was the name of their unit. And they all had code name based on precious gemstones. Like the leader was called Diamond. His two lieutenants were Ruby and Sapphire. Opal was another one. If right.
Wait, what did you say these units did?
Well, they were a Black Ops unit.
Oh, Black Ops. Okay.
You know, they
Says
did
later
covert
below.
missions. They were on a sabotage mission to delay the construction of a brand new town for as long as possible.
Oh, that's interesting.
One of the major plot points of the story is a new dungeon, which is a source of mana and basically a terraformer where it will make an area livable again. And there was a dungeon discovered right in the middle of a desert. Now, this desert is basically a contested area between these two countries that are basically politically mad at each other. They've been in a Cold War for decades. But because there's this big desert between them, they haven't really done anything against each other for a while. It's too much trouble to cross the desert to fight each other. But a dungeon, which in this case would be called a link dungeon, changes that, and they would be able to get to each other. Now, both the kingdom and the republic claim ownership of the desert, but nobody lives in there, so it's basically just a political issue until now.
Well, that sounds interesting.
Yes. Now, the people who found the dungeon reported it to the kingdom first and started building a town under the kingdom's banner. The Republic, on the other hand, sent a Black Ops unit to sabotage that as much as possible. But at best, they could really just slow it down. They were sent in blind against an opponent with air support and highly motivated to defend the area.
Hmm. I'd have to read it.
Mhm.
This is this a manga or?
It's a novel.
Oh,
Okay, it's a novel on Kindle form. You know, there aren't very many pictures. Like it's mostly just cover art.
do one get this on Audible or?
I think the first volumes is an audiobook.
Yeah, because that would be the best format for me with my dyslexia.
Okay.
Though doesn't sound like I'd be able to do that with all the volumes.
Anyway, here's the link to the TV tropes page.
Are you putting it in chat or private chat?
In the chat.
Okay, that should be easier. I'll go on my phone to. Here we go. I got it open on. Let's see. Maybe I'll. Should I open that on the screen or?
Well, you can. It's up to you if you want to show the page or not. Like I could show that image with let's see.
I ended up with a bunch of tabs open, and I don't even know why. Let's see. What do I even have going on? I don't need this one open. I don't think I need most of the. Oh. Oh, I got here we go. Just emailed myself the links because I looked. It's easier for me to read the YouTube chat on my phone. Huh.
Yeah, I was just looking for. Can't remember what I did with the images. Of course, there it is.
Let's see what I can do. It should work. Of course, since it's StreamYard, it only partly shows up on my screen. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so far all I've got is the main page and the character page.
Let me go back to the. Okay, I'm going to highlight this. If you like what you're seeing, please like and share. Get the word out. And of course, you guys are welcome to the panel. But Gap After Dark, I haven't seen you on a stream for a while, but don't want to make you feel pressured or anything. Yeah, it's good to have people in the chat. Yeah, you're welcome on the panel, but you don't I want to try to strong arm people into joining. Were you looking something up? I'm trying to remember.
I was just I was trying to find the chapter covers or the volume covers so I could show them, but I forgot where I put them in my computer.
Oh.
So yeah, here's the volume 1 cover.
Oh, okay.
This is the volume 2 cover. Also the only one that doesn't have Alexandra on it.
Is this the other thing that's something else on my screen? Is that your screen sharing two things? Oh no, that's hey. Sorry.
I'm not sure what you're seeing.
Okay, here we
Okay.
go. Sorry, I was
Yeah, here's Alexandra, the main character. Her dungeon advisor or assistant, I keep forgetting which is which. Amelia, 100-year-old vampire. Volume 3.
huh.
Volume 4. That's Alia next to her, is the other main character. And Volume 5. Volume 6 doesn't have a proper cover yet.
Huh. So what do you have on the screen? Which volume is that?
This is Volume 5.
Okay, so that's and so volume 6 here doesn't have the cover.
Yeah, Volume 6 was only just completed on Royal Road. It hasn't been collected into a Kindle yet.
Huh. And what did you say the basic plot is?
Okay, well, the basic plot is Alexandria gets turned into a dungeon.
Oh,
she's-
yeah, because it's an isekai, and you mentioned something about a dungeon that was sentient.
Yes. Anyway, she spends the most of the series so far plotting revenge or how to protect herself.
Do you see how to defend herself?
Yes, she's adapted her defenses. Much of what she's doing is trying to prepare herself to take on a technologically advanced foe.
Are people like harming her when they enter the dungeon, or?
Well, not the ones who just enter the dungeon typically. Though the guy she's doing a neck lift. Actually, come to think of it, that's a trope. Neck lift. But there are people who attack her like more than you're supposed to attack a dungeon. There are certain rules with how to deal with dungeons. You're not actually supposed to go into the core room.
There's a core room?
Yes, it's where the dungeon's mind is, basically.
Oh.
It's basically a major crime if you steal a core, but also any country willing to buy a dungeon core will pay with a title of nobility. On the other hand, that paints a pretty big target on your back. And there's any number of beings who will try to kill you if you steal a dungeon core, including other dungeons. Part of the back.
They get up. The dungeons get upset.
Yes. If you attack one of their own like that, they will get upset. Like the majority of the dungeons are in the United Dungeon Council, and in order to declare war, they need a 2/3 majority vote, but they can skip that if a dungeon core has been destroyed, and they will just go straight to war. The United Dungeon Council was founded because they were being exploited.
That doesn't sound good.
You know, it was a pretty nasty war too.
Now, have things gotten better with the Dungeon Core? United Dungeon Core, did you say it was called?
United Dungeon Council.
Oh, so has the council made things better? I mean,
Well,
really?
At least for dungeons, they have, they set rules in place on how to exploit it. The point of going into a dungeon is to gather mana, but also collect loot from monsters and reward chests and everything.
Yeah. So it's like with Kind of like with an RPG.
Yes, you're supposed to go in to challenge the dungeons, but there's also limits on how far you can take it. You're not actually supposed to steal the core. That is strictly off limits. In part because if you remove the core, the entire dungeon will collapse. So it would also wreck the economy of the local town, which is like after a dungeon. The dungeon, Alexandra's dungeon, was discovered in the middle of nowhere. It was a barren desert in some ruins people aren't supposed to really mess with. And after discovering there was a dungeon there, people immediately started building a town around it. Its primary economy is based around the dungeon, and the only other thing it's got going for it is being a stop and a trade route between two countries.
Hmm.
It's kind of in the halfway point, so there's really nothing else out there.
Oh, you're still working on this
Yeah, the mech.
transforming. Do you see it's
Yeah.
a wolf or what?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a wolf. Not sure if Daniel really did the best job depicting it as a wolf, but I'm rolling with it.
It's a neat design.
Yeah.
It's unique and kind of stands out, so that's good.
I probably should have given the robot mode a backpack. It's like this thing on her back here. Let's see, how did I do this before?
Please like and share the stream. Help get the word out. Yeah, I really messed things up as far as took me so long just creating that thumbnail. I should have just skipped that. Just I needed something for the. I don't like just slapping up a screenshot that's from the Land of the Lost.
I see. Speaking of which, did you ever edit that video that you took down?
No, not yet. I don't really have the ability to do that on my Chromebook very easily. Sure, there's a way online. That was unfortunate because looks like we got somebody backstage. Welcome. Hey, Bryzy. Welcome to the panel.
Injured.
How long you been on backstage?
Only about 3 minutes. I was about to go get my other phone and message you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I
But-
didn't read your. It took me a long time before I read your comment about George. I mean, you have the right to feel how you feel about him.
No. I was just being a fucking asshole. Don't worry about that. Fuck, I was like, what fucking comment?
Oh, I was gonna say if you.
No, I was just typing that. I just typed that to just say something in the fucking chat, really.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, I was going backwards. I was listening to it, but I couldn't type in the chat religiously because I'm still in the process of moving the rooms around.
Oh yeah, I forgot you were gonna do that.
But yeah, I'm just taking a fucking smoke break and then because I can't do much more until my brother gets home anyway. Because that big fucking shelving unit, it's not exactly heavy per se, but it's a 2-man job because of like how fucking big it is. I can't move it on my own. Like I can lift it, but I can't move it. I'm gonna take chunks out of the fucking wall.
I understand that. I've got a little project I've got coming up is basically moving a room around pretty soon, which is going to be a 2-person job. Getting a new piece of furniture.
Yeah, that's the frustrating part, isn't it? Is you can move it on your own, but like you have to like just because of fucking physics and shit. Like your arms are literally not long enough.
Yeah, there was
like-
plenty of times where
yeah.
I've got to move something that I'm physically capable of lifting by myself, but I can't really move it by myself because it's so long.
No,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see what you're saying. It's not
I mean-
too heavy or something.
right? But then you leave them like marks across your fucking floor.
Oh, well,
Which
that
wouldn't
would suck.
pay for my brother to look up. But yeah, fucking hell, man. Oh man, and the thing is, the main reason we were moving is because my brother's not been taking care of this room, so the house basically smells like cat shit all the time.
Oh no.
So I'm taking it over to stop the cat from shitting in here. And plus, it's just a bigger room, and I'm like, if he's not going to fucking take care of it, I'm taking ownership, you know.
See,
Yeah, and so yeah, today I'm doing that. I'm moving shit in here, and I walk back in here. I'm like, what's that fucking smell? And I'm like, no fucking way would he have done that. Like the back door's been open all day for him to come in and out, and I go into the bathroom because it's got a bathroom connected to it, and he's left this huge fucking shit in the middle of the shower. I'm like, you motherfucker! Felt like tossing him over the fence.
you're talking about the cat?
The cat, yeah, the cat shat in the fucking bath.
Nobody Amber turned it on. It was
Yeah,
well,
fucking
the cat
most
did,
people
but
fucking
Doesn't
It's
he have a
not
litter
human.
box or something?
No, we don't have. Well, no, there is one, but it's they got to fucking clean it out. I don't clean out the litter box. My cat shits outside. Well, he's trained to. But the thing is, the back door was open. He could have gone out the back. He literally walked further in the house to go shit in the bathroom. It would have taken him a second to go out the back. He went out of his way to deliberately shit in the fucking shower. And I know what it is. It's a power play. He
Oh
doesn't
yeah,
like
I heard that. mean, you know far more than I do, but I've heard about this. Cat owners keep their. Does anyone really own a cat, or does the cat own you?
Oh no, no fucking way. I mean, you pay for them, but you don't fucking own them. I mean, that's like saying you own a girlfriend. I mean, you pay for them, but you don't fucking own them.
Yeah, I've heard that the cats will just. I mean, dogs will do that to a certain extent, but I've heard cats will really. They can be like
Cats.
really vindictive.
Dogs mostly do it by accident because they're nervous. Cats will do it just because they're fucking cunts. Like I said, he had to go out of his way. Like an animal will do what's easiest by nature, and because it's in their instinct. But like most of cats, they know that they're fucking not meant to do that, but they'll do it because they're fucking cats.
Yeah.
No little fucker. He's gonna outlive me too.
Oh, hey, Tabor
Yeah,
and Anna Banana, welcome. Anna Banana is actually in Australia. And Tim Ganey, I think, last time called you English or British or something. That's.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that. I was trashed on that stream. I'm pretty sure.
What is it about the Brits? There's some sort of. Is it like their humor or like? Kind of like.
Well, I definitely hate the fucking. That's a personal trait. I just don't like. There's a lot of things I don't like about British people, and that's. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't good British people because I know some British people that are pretty interesting.
But there's some Brits who really talk down to. I know they'll at least.
They think they're better than people, man. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like
because they do that to Americans as well.
Americans think that as well. But like that's because you've got like fucking Hollywood movies, celebrities, like guns, woohoo! You know, you got a thing to brag for. Like England's got just past successes. Like what the fuck have you done in the last fucking 50 years? Why can you think that you're better than anyone? Like you suck. Yeah. Your television sucks. Your accents suck. Your fucking actors suck. Your world leaders suck. Fucking everything about England sucks. The only thing that they got going for it that I do envy over them as an Australian is their cold weather.
I think they're 1980, like 70s and 80s, like some of their punk music in Hawaii and stuff like that.
That was 50 years ago. 50 years ago, bro. Exactly, we're in 2020, guys. 50 fucking years ago. What the fuck have you done in the last 50 years?
I guess there was some cool. I guess there was some.
How long did it fucking take that old bat to die?
There was some cool electronic music and stuff back in the 90s, but then again, that's decades ago. There's still, I'm sure, some great music, but yeah.
I mean, even a fucking Kiwi plays a better fucking English person than English people do. I mean, Billy the Butcher, they're like, fuck getting a fucking English person, let's just get a Kiwi.
Yeah, so let's see what Tim Bergini's saying. Obnoxious fucking cats. No, he's a Kiwi. He hangs out with Russell Crowe. They're best mates. And Anna Banana says oath. Oh, yeah. That's something. Is it oath?
Yeah. They're little shits. I mean, I love cats. I'm a huge cat person, but like, just when they do stuff like that, I'm like, you motherfucker. I'm just like, seriously, dude. I'm like, the back door's been open for 3 effing hours.
Tim Bergini saying, Risey equals Kiwi.
I am half Kiwi.
Yeah, I was going to say he's half right, but so Video James NZ, he's from the southern island, like from some mining town, and so like that's why he's not like all woke and stuff is big, politically correct and shit. He's from the Southern Island. He's not like from Auckland or something. He just like completely hates. He just really hates the politicians.
That's why I don't even know who the Prime Minister of Australia is, bro. I know more about Australian politicians and American politics than I do Australians just by hanging out with you guys. I mean, yeah, even growing up with my Australian mates, we never talked about fucking politics. The only time politics ever got brought up was if they were going to take something away from us, which was basically because we didn't work.
Well, that's basically all the time that, like, in the U.S. as well. I mean, like, they're always looking to take away something.
Yeah, the only things I really pay attention is to the censorship laws that they have here in Australia, because they're getting pretty cunty with anime.
Yeah, but I'm afraid that's going to come here too. There's like.
It's because it's a threat to the finances, because they don't want money going to an eastern country instead of to the west, and that's the West's fault, because if you go woke, you go broke. So no wonder we're sending all our money to the fucking Japs. And I don't feel bad about that at all, man. Half my money goes to Japan.
Yeah,
all the time.
So here in Michigan, we used to make, not me personally, but people used to make, manufacture automobiles. But starting like in the 70s, the Japanese were making like really, really good like vehicles. But the thing is, I think they used to make them with scrap metal, or from the war, or something was, I don't know exactly. But so my dad would get these. He'd be a construction worker here in Michigan, where you're expected to drive, an American vehicle, and he'd be driving a Toyota. But they would
it was Toyota Japanese.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's Toyota Japanese. I didn't know that.
Yeah. And so we have a lot of salt on the roads for in the wintertime to keep the roads from being slippery.
Yeah.
And melt the snow, and now in the older Japanese vehicles, they would just, like, the metal they used would just like the thing would kind of rust out. The engine kept going, but the frame would kind of rust out. Nowadays, a lot of Japanese vehicles are made in the U.S. or up in Canada. I think it might be more cost effective than having it shipped from Japan. Plus, I think the cars in America, vehicles in America, might be bigger too. Like some of these biggest pickup trucks I've seen, other than like a monster truck, is are some of these Toyota pickup trucks.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe I think all the pickup trucks are bigger now, or a lot of them are bigger than when I was a kid. But
you see, I'd be like one of those people if I witnessed something, let's say a kidnapping. They were like, "What vehicle did they get in?" I'd be like, "It was a truck and it was red."
Yeah,
what model? What year? I'm like, what am I, a fucking car salesman? I'm like, I don't know this shit. I mean, like, if it had a fucking picture of an anime character on the side of it, I could have told you the fucking name and the series and what fucking year that came out. I mean, like, the fucking truck. That's, and they're like, well, there's someone's life at stake here. I'm like, again, how am I meant to help? I can't print out the image that I've seen.
Were you starting to say something, Kias?
I was trying to remember what it was. Oh yeah, I'm also the type of person who won't know the make and model of a car. Like
Yeah, exactly.
I could only really name a few makes, and that's the one that's been personally owned in my family.
Yeah. I can understand that. A lot of them kind of look the same. Yeah, kind of like a lot of humans look this. A lot of these Hollywood actors all look the same to me nowadays. But yeah, starting in like it started with cars, and then like it seemed that and at the same time, around the same time, we started getting all these Japanese. We got like a bunch of even the Western cartoons started getting outsourced to Japan. So, like starting in the 80s. I think in the 70s we started getting the vehicles, and then I don't know if it was the 70s and 80s we started getting more and more like anime type stuff. Even if it was written in America, a lot of the stuff would be animated in Japan. So, and with just more and more stuff is being made in Asia. Electronics and stuff. I mean, we had Sony and stuff, but like used to be a lot of the computers we had in America were, the parts were made in like say Silicon Valley or whatever. It's
No, even
not
that.
it's not exactly that way anymore. I mean, we still have some like microchips that they don't.
Are you familiar with
Well,
the
I know why.
Silicon Shield?
No.
It's Taiwan's Silicon Shield. It's to basically protect them from China.
Oh! You know what happens if you mention Taiwan?
Ah, right.
Yeah,
Totally forgot about it.
you get. There was a VTuber who mentioned Taiwan, and it was stressed and to the point that you ended up having to graduate. You had to retire from. She's back with a different name, but go ahead. At this point,
Well, the point was that they would develop widespread. They would develop microchip manufacturing, the best in the world, and outsource it to other countries, particularly first world countries like the U.S. And they would make the chips that would go into everyone's computers, like Dell, and everyone would design their own computers, but they would put in imported microchips.
Oh, but out of Taiwan,
Yes,
which of course the People's Republic of China maintains as part of its territory or whatever.
Yes, and if they ever invaded
the Chinese nationalists,
if the mainland ever invaded the island, the factories would likely be destroyed, and that would just disrupt our economy because of how much we use microchips for.
I think even Taiwan has a one Chinese policy. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, they both claim ownership of the other. Neither one's willing to spend on that.
I think both sides want unification, but they haven't worked out the details.
Well, they both want unification, but they also want to be in charge. Anyway, the point is they would develop the best microchip manufacturing in the world, make bigger countries dependent on it, and count on the bigger countries to defend them should the mainland become, invasion-y.
We lost Lorenzo. I'm gonna smoke this.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. He usually say he Lorenzo'd himself.
I heard earlier he has heaps of fucking tabs open. So,
Yeah,
Lorenzo,
it's
I would
probably not a good
recommend.
thing if he's using his phone or whatever.
Yeah, well, but when I'm streaming on my phone, I shut every fucking tab. I mean, I shut all my tabs. I only ever have one tab open on my phone.
Yeah, I'm
I mean, it fucking
relatively.
drains the shit out of the battery.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm relatively new to using my phone for things other than games. Where like basically for the longest time, I just used my phone for calls and text. It had a camera function, which is something I would play around with sometimes, but didn't use too much of. Like,
Yeah, it's
I
fucking amazing what you can use for your phone now. I mean, my brother doesn't even carry a wallet on him. Everything that he says that he uses his wallet for, his phone does. So he just carries his key, the front door key, and then his mobile phone.
I see. I'm
I
still
still
kind of old.
carry a wallet on. I don't like the
Yeah,
idea of, being reliant on a fucking bit of technology, even though a card is still technology.
yeah. I'm more of a person who relies mostly on cash for transactions. I have a bias against using my card if I don't have to.
I used to, but it's just so much quicker to pay wave everything. I don't have to fucking talk to fucking people.
Mm.
The only people I need to talk to when I go out is at the smoke mart and at the fucking liquor store. Other than that, I can keep my headphones in and not talk to a single fucking one of these fucking mouth breathers.
I see.
Yeah, I definitely recommend avoiding humans. I mean, present company
Best you can.
excluded.
I mean, I gotta go out in like an hour or so anyway, so that's gonna suck. I gotta go to Bunnings. I gotta get some fucking tools for this fucking room.
Yeah. Anyway, at
I
work,
know.
my boss has gotten this new piece of furniture, which is going to be placed where the table currently is. So we're going to have to put the table against the other wall, which also means we're going to have to move what's currently against the other wall,
Oh,
which is what the new piece of furniture is going to replace. But because of its size, it's got to be against the far wall.
so like a couch or bed or something?
I believe it's got cubbies, but because of its size, it's going to have to be on the wall opposite to the door.
Cubbies, does that mean it's a bear?
No. You know, the little square or spaces like multiple short shelves stuck together.
Oh, okay. So, okay, that actually makes more sense for business than a couch. I think some
Yeah,
businesses
well,
have those.
we actually kind of do have a couch at work. We were holding on to it for somebody who I guess was selling it or giving it to somebody else. But we were holding it on the transitional period, well, waiting for the other people to come pick it up, but they never did. I had to move it to another room eventually.
I fucking hate assholes like that. It's like, hold this for me. I'm like, well, I'm keeping it or selling it if you haven't picked it up in 6 months. Don't you dare. I'm like, well, I've just said you've got 6 months. Don't you do it though. I'm like, and I have. I sold fucking someone's TV once, like $100. It was like fucking $500 TV, and then they came around for it a year later, and they're like, "Are you fucking serious?" They wanted me to pay for it. I was like, "No." They're fucking angry. Actually, that was the last time I ever spoke to them. I knew him for years too, but I gave him the ultimatum. I was like, if you aren't here for 6, I'm not. See, they like, what? You got to dust it, fucking clean it, Like, what am I? What am I? Your fucking maid and your fucking storage unit? Go fuck yourself. Come and pick up your shit. And like, you give them a time period. I mean, that's basically like a storage unit. You fucking lapse on your bill, they sell your shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Basically,
it
we
would
should
be a
using it.
difficult situation and frustrating if they didn't come back for it.
Well, dude,
Yeah.
you know what was
Can't
more
keep it there
frustrating?
forever.
Like I said, at their housewarming party was like, "Are you coming to pick up your fucking TV?" And they're like, "Yeah, we'll be around this weekend." And on the 6-month day, I listed it on fucking eBay. Bye.
It's really odd that they waited 6 months just to get the thing.
Well, it's because they brought a bigger one. But the reason that they came around was because my mate, his girlfriend's brother had moved in with them, and they were going to give him the TV for, I guess, his room. And then they obviously remembered, hey, Razi's got our fucking TV taking up space in his fucking... My house isn't a huge fucking place either, so... No.
Yeah. There's certain people like that will take advantage if you let them.
It's not really taking... Well, it's taking advantage. It's taking advantage of your kind-hearted nature. And it's not like I even offered it for them to keep.
It's being a cunt.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm like, and I didn't even offer. They asked me, and I was like, I really don't want to fucking... I didn't want the responsibility of taking care of it either.
Yeah, like, okay. Anyway, we still
wanted
have.
me to-
Here, take my dog for
What-
3 years.
Dude, I was just about to say they wanted me to watch their fucking Jack Russell. The only reason fucking I was like, no,
Really?
I'm not doing that because of fucking we had my brother's cat. Now I've got my cat, but I was like, no. I was like, my cat's fucking barely fucking liking living at this new house, and sorry, this fucking cars. This is going to drive me going crazy watching that cars go past. Yeah, but then I was like, what would they have done with the dog? Would they have come back with it, or would I have had a fucking Jack Russell? Because then I wouldn't have sold the fucking Jack Russell. I would have been, and you know what? After a few months, I wouldn't have given them back their dog either way, because I would have fucking probably fallen in love with the bastard. I'm like, no, I've renamed it to a better name too.
Yeah, that's actually recommended if you end up like adopting a dog. It's recommended to give it a different name.
Do you know why that is?
Exactly, man.
Well, so there's a bunch of stuff in the chat I didn't see.
Oh shit, sorry, bro. I didn't have it.
Schnoz. Oh, I didn't even notice that Tim Bergini made a sudden departure last stream. And for drinks as usual. He said he shits outside. Oh wow, that was back when you were talking about cats are evil, says Anne. Huh. Well, they can be vindictive.
I fucking sure shit up.
Oh, Tim Bergini says he was having fun bugging you last stream. We were both pretty lit.
Yeah, we'll probably.
Politicians are gay.
I did read that. I was pretty drunk. I barely even remember being on here. I just know I was. Hold up, that's the mail person. I could wait for a letter.
Look up 5 eyes equals US, Canada, England, Australia, and New Zealand. Oh, Tim Bergini had to leave. Taiwan will just take out the Three Gorges Dam. So I wonder where that's located. That's that in China? I mean, mainland China or
All right, where is
or
it?
Taiwan, China? 'Cause they both refer to themselves as China. Prior to, it's my understanding that prior to mainland China joining the United Nations, what English speakers usually refer to as Taiwan was the China and the United Nations. And I think due to maybe like Western diplomacy with China, something along the, I don't know, something happened, and now People's Republic of China is in the UN, and then Taiwan got knocked out because they call themselves China as well, even though they're the Republic of China, officially speaking, and mainland China is the People's Republic of China, officially. The reason we don't have chips here, says Caleb Reynolds, and the factory they are building in Arizona is like 2 or 3 gens back. I thought there were some really high-end chips that are still made in the U.S. I think there was some sort of deal with China where the U.S. was going to withhold selling certain chips to China, and so China's like, well, we're going to withhold selling you these chips, and then the U.S. politicians were like, that's not fair. So I can't remember the details. So much stuff's gone down in the news since that was several months ago. I don't know. I've kind of stopped watching the news. I mean, as much as I used to get all concerned about like politics and current events. And thing is, like, I think people just have to go, and I think it's important to focus on like culture and one's own well-being. I don't think somebody's gonna like change the world by like arguing on Twitter over arguments. Maybe what could be some bot on Twitter about some political issue. There could be like a troll farm. And I'm not talking about Russian troll farms. There were American politicians who were accused of having troll farms to mess with their opponents or supporters of their opponents. So I think that's kind of I think it's kind of a dead end. And I think that's why I was always into like supporting Indians anyway. With back when I was a college radio DJ, and I made my own public access TV shows that really hardly anybody watched anyway. But what was always cool was when the local musicians would say that they listened to my college radio show, and that was cool. I mean, there were non-musicians who listened, but seemed like the musicians, they would dig some of the music I was playing that maybe it was more obscure, but it was like I know a lot of musicians are just into a ton of music and always finding new inspiration.
Sorry about that. Just had to take a picture of this fucking letter and then send it off to my fucking family. And yeah, no, it's all good. Fucking traffic violations. What I miss?
Not much.
Yeah, I was just saying I like support. I've always, for the longest time, I like supporting indie creators since I think it was actually before I even became a college radio DJ back in the Stone Ages.
Yeah, I used to care about supporting indie things, but only now basically I only care about supporting myself. You know? And I'm not sure if that makes me selfish or fucking a step above the rest.
But if there's some anime or whatever, and you like it.
Yeah, but that's not indie, is it? I mean, that's like a vast. You're just throwing money at the corporate machine per se. But like I said, I mean, that's the product I want. I'm not going to be made feel guilty about it. Oh, well, you could be backing my book. And I'm like, yeah, I could also fucking throw my money out the front fucking door. But I choose not to. Right? I choose to do what I want with my money, and I'm not going to be made to feel guilty about it.
And why should you? What?
People not to back indie stuff. I'm just saying be very fucking wary with it, because at least with a corporation, even though they are evil, evil corporations, the empire, at least you do get what you pay for. And that's why you make sure you pay good things. See, there are crappy indie products, just like there are crappy mainstream products. You got to pick through what you back. I mean, like every time I see what I hate the most about the Ethan detractors are the fact that there have been plenty of us that have been the Ethan detractors. So you've got no excuse to have been swindled when everyone else earlier on already got swindled. So the fact that like you're crying while you were over on their camp 6 months ago, pointing fingers and calling me and my friends fucking Nazis, and now that your book is fucking right, or he's called you a Nazi, and now you want to hang out with me and my crew? No, fuck you.
Yeah, it gets pretty silly.
I only have one fucking, and that's Risey Lee and fucking Klaus.
Hey, DJ Ronnie G. And Klaus is Risey's cat, by the way. Yes.
Yeah, he's my cat, but it's better that people don't know. They might have thought it was some crazy German person.
And DJ Ronnie G's back in the chat. Finally moved the emoji button. I don't know what's in the same spot I thought on the phone. Or I'm thinking at least of the heart thing. There's this heart thing that gets in the way.
I fucking hate that fucking heart thing, man. I can't tell you how much I hate that. I mean, when I'm trying to fucking read the chat, it covers up the fucking chat.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. I guess if you press it a bunch of times, it's supposed to help the channel, but I don't even know if that's true. It could even harm the channel for all I know. who knows with the algorithm how. Did you read? Ryan G said, yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't. I don't. You're not. People aren't going to save the world by like buying like some like rip off of Batman or whatever the fuck. Because people are putting out that you might be lucky if you get it 4 years from now. It's.
I couldn't give a shit if I got it fucking tomorrow, man. I mean, the fact is that I'm just tired of fucking comics. I mean, they're just useless pieces of paper that take up my fucking space in my house. I'm actually thinking, like doing this whole move, I've pulled out on my comics, and I'm thinking I might fucking do a fire sale stream where I just put them all in a pit and, you know, burn them.
Oh, wow.
Probably get a few views. Especially if I'm burning fucking indie books.
Yeah, I don't quite at the time it seemed like, okay, we're gonna save the industry by, you know, we're gonna make a and it was,
yeah, I feel like such a fucking idiot for ever believing that. I'm like, when I think back on that, I'm like, how did I believe that like a bunch of comic books are going to change Western entertainment and woke culture? I'm like, it was such a fucking pyramid fucking scheme that I was like, you deluded fucking fool, Razi.
well, we already had like I was looking back at some of the stuff I used to post on Twitter, like all these underground like artists and stuff, and it's like some of them, sure, I don't agree with their politics and stuff, but they were making some real trippy stuff, and now there's all these people and they're coming in, you know, like, and from Marvel and DC, and like, and some of them are making good stuff, but others are like, well, let's make a ripoff of something we used to make over at the Big Two, you know? We're going to make a knockoff character, and it's like, how's it making indie comics any better?
Characters, man. It's just like, buy my version of the X-Men, buy my version of fucking Conan the Barbarian, buy my version of this. And the reason why I'm a fucking jilted customer is because of the fact that, like you just said, sharing, promoting, helping these people. You know, it might be a shocker to a lot of people that only know me as the drunk, angry Australian that hates comics. But there was a time years and years ago where I did promote and help people's fucking books. I would go on people's streams and help them. Fucking do talking points for them while they sat there in dead fucking silence. And I wasn't allowed to drink on a lot of these fucking streams, so I had to sit there bored out of my fucking mind promoting crappy fucking books because at the time I felt like it was an honor to be helping these people. Now I look back on that and I'm like, I should have been fucking paid.
Well, especially the deal is like some of these people,
especially that now all those people that I promoted hate my fucking guts, man. Every single fucking one, every creator I ever helped promote fucking either ghosted me or hates my fucking guts. So fuck helping anyone. I'm not fucking helping anyone anymore, man. That was my New Year's resolution last year for this year. No more helping people. Unless you live under my fucking roof, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of funny that like people it's like, here you go and do all the legwork for us and retweet the campaign and stuff, and then
do all the legwork and then still back their fucking book.
And then I'm gonna like unfollow you on Twitter. Not that it's the end of the world. And I'm going to probably block you and never talk to you. I'll never talk to you again.
Yeah. And then in their thank you pages, you know who they fucking thank? Thank the likes of Ethan or John Malin or Doug
Yeah.
fucking Tenable or Mike Miller, people who didn't help them at fucking all. That's why I fucking hate talking about these people, man. It just makes me fucking angry. I really fucking strongly dislike them. Like the fucking snake oil salesman. That's what they are. Here, buy this tonic. It will cure all ailments.
Yeah. And I think a lot of I've got quite a few viewers who know about Comics Gang. Quite a few who probably don't, because I've lately, in the last few years, I've been watching like different gaming channels, and now some of the people did go from Comics Gate to just, just going and playing video games and stuff, and then some of the people have no clue what.
Yeah,
Like, he
seriously.
isn't from Comics Gate. He's the colorist who was on Daniel's Picardo channel, which is Picardo's just people drawing art, and you can draw nude art on there, and they don't care.
Yeah, I've gotten a few of those from Daniel.
Kearney says, hello, everyone. I was trying to get home tonight, but it was you're in a snowstorm.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, sorry to hear that. So she had to turn around and go back to, she has to turn around? Present tense? Let me repeat, it's freaking snowing, laugh out loud.
I'm sure she's
He always
somewhere.
DTP? Or is it DTF? Sorry. You need glasses. Not quite sure, being a lizard, how I'm going to fit them on my face, but I'll figure it out somehow. Did you guys see those? I want to call it a strap on, but
What the fuck?
those glasses
No.
straps. It was never. It wasn't. I don't remember it being very cool to wear them, but like it actually would make sense that they'd keep the glasses on. They wrap around one's head.
You can keep your glasses on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
think about with what was it? Was it Velma? Always going around.
Losing her glasses.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna stick my big ass in the air and while I find my glasses.
Apparently that
Which
that shitty fucking I never seen any of it. I didn't even see the trailer, but I just remember seeing thumbnails of people's YouTube crying about the Black Velma, and apparently I don't know, it's meant to be more edgy.
Well, she's
Did any
from
of you
India now, but like it seems like
Did
it seems like they had some good ideas and they had some bad ideas, like anything else.
I haven't. I've not even seen the trailer. I've just seen pictures.
I saw the first 2 episodes.
All right. Apparently, fucking, it's getting a second season.
Seriously?
Oh, wow. So
I watched the first 2 episodes and then totally forgot about it.
Yeah, they started using Shaggy.
Dude,
Shaggy's a black dude, and they call him Neville
Norville.
Okay, yeah, it's his real name, but like, but apparently, but they
well, that was
he hates pot too, but which is the opposite of what I would think.
Yeah, that's quite a bit different. Shaggy got the we never saw him smoking or anything
No,
in
he
the
just,
series, but he has a kind of a
acted.
reputation for being a stoner.
Yeah, he kind of acted like he was.
Yeah, he was a fucking dude. He was talking to his fucking dog. I suppose all of them talked to the dog, though, weren't they?
Well, he was eating the dog treats too. When he
Yeah.
hit the
He was
munchies
the
and
only
started
one
eating
other than the
dog treats
dogs who ate the dog treats.
Oh man, you know what's fuck? This is a fucked up story. This actually happened fucking. It was either start of this year or late last year. I was drunk as shit, right? And I passed out. And I was like, woke up and I'm eating fucking something. I'm like, these chips taste like shit. I was eating my fucking cat's biscuits.
Oh no!
I couldn't get that taste out of my mouth for ages because I left my cat's biscuits next to my packet of fucking chips. And obviously, I didn't look at what I was eating in the middle of the night, just grabbed it off the table. Just like, these are horrible. I'm never eating these again. And I kept eating them. And I was like, why do they really taste like cat food? And I'm like, it is cat food.
Wow.
Wait, so you already knew what cat food tasted like?
No, it tastes exactly how it smells. That was the problem. That's how I knew.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, I knew someone was gonna fucking ask that after I said that. Wait, you already fucking knew? Like, no, asshole. That was
I was
fucked.
kind of reminded of Home Movies. Ever see that show?
That sounds familiar. I've
Funny
heard of it.
movies. Yeah, I remember watching that when I was a kid with my mum and my brothers and shit. That was fucking funny. It was basically like fucking YouTube, really.
Yeah, it does seem like something someone would put on YouTube at this age. Like, the animation quality wasn't very good, but it was more of
I
those
wouldn't put that
jokes.
fucking YouTube. We're eating cat biscuits. God, no, all my haters. Fuck no. I mean, me just telling this story, someone could fucking clip it and fucking mix it in some fucking twisted thing.
It's. I can kind of see how it could happen if you really got the munchies and you're not paying attention. He just grabbed
Yeah, I mean,
the first thing in front of you.
the only reason I even woke up, man, was because of the fucking, I was conscious, but I was blacked out. I don't know if anyone knows. I don't think unless you're like a real fucking alcoholic, anyone really knows what being blacked out is. You're still conscious. You can still do things. You can have conversations with people, but you are not there, like at all. Like you're there, but you're not. Like, and then sometimes you come back to, and you're like, "What the fuck am I doing? And what's happening?" I mean, I've done this while I fucking was having sex with a fucking broad once. One minute I was at a bar, next minute she was back at my place, and she's like, "You all right?" I'm like, "Yeah." I didn't tell her that. Like, I was like, "Oh, what the fuck am I doing?" I just kept fucking, and it was a great night. But you don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember how we got back to my place. I remember when we got back, her car was fucking crashed into the fucking tree a little bit. It's
Wow.
like, you bitch. So there's my neighbor's fucking tree.
Oh,
They
no.
never said it.
Holy shit.
But yeah, so that's how I was able to fucking, like, well, not able, but you just you do stupid things because you're not conscious. Well, you're conscious, but you're not.
Yeah, I remember back in like probably about college aged and probably dropped out of college by then. But anyway, I'm sure this has happened since then, but smoking pot and just like all of a sudden there's some sort of time warp thing and
Oh yeah,
I
that
don't know if
fucking
it
happens all
blanked
the time.
out or exactly, but it was just pretty wild the first time that happened to me.
Dude, I've been playing that Conan Exiles, mixing that with fucking weed. Bad idea, man. You lose fucking basically half of your day. I was playing it with my brother last weekend, and I was like, I'm just gonna get up and have a break for a minute, bro. And he's like, oh yeah, well I'm gonna go to bed. And I was like, what? And I was looked outside. I was like, oh fuck, it's 9 p.m. He's like, yeah, I got work. I was like, fuck.
This
Yeah,
game's been
sometimes
around
I
for
lose
quite some
track of
time,
time
right?
while completely sober. I get too invested in something, and I lose track of time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, see? Yeah.
that can happen as well. I mean, they
Whose
can.
tablet or whatever that is?
So that's my phone. I'm bidding on things on eBay that I shouldn't be.
I see.
So yeah, that can happen just playing a game in general. I can lose track of time.
Like I was playing Pigman 4 the other day, and I was doing the Dandori time challenge, and kept restarting it because I kept, not getting everything in time. And of course, even though there's a clock, I wasn't really paying much attention to it because it kept, starting over. It was only like 7 minutes or whatever.
Oh, I see. It's
I have to clear the level, and I have to get a certain amount of treasure within the time limit. But on top of that, oh crap, I hit the. But on top of that, I also was trying to get the platinum medal, which requires me to get everything.
wait. So this is
Right.
called Pitman 4?
Pikmin. Pikmin
Oh,
4.
Pikmin. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I've played it, but it's Nintendo. Series of Nintendo games. So, but what? So it has plant animal hybrids.
Well, plant ant hybrid sort of things. They're basically like ants. They move around in swarms and do your bidding mostly. You direct them around. They carry stuff back to the nest.
I didn't realize the game's been around since the GameCube. Gosh.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Never had a GameCube or we have a Switch, but it's a pain to try to play in handheld mode because the battery, like, start getting to a game and then battery goes dead. I mean, that's
I got a bounce break. Speaking at the time, I just looked at it. I got to go in like 20 minutes. So cheers for me on, bro.
Thanks for coming on. So are your streams just kind of at random times? Because they get kind of.
Yeah. No, there's no schedule. It's just whenever Razi's drinking and bored.
I looked and it turned out I'm subscribed to almost 1,000 channels, like since 2016.
Yeah.
And so like my notifications are completely broken.
Yeah, see, I try to keep my subscriptions to a minimum just for that reason.
I should have
later,
done that.
man.
But yeah, thanks
See you
for
later.
coming on.
Bye.
Yeah. Try to hit some more of his streams. There's Risey, and then there's also the other Risey which It is risey, but it's like maybe like you might not remember the conversation the next day or the stream or whatever. He's an entertaining guy, smart guy too, though. Very knowledgeable. I wish I knew as much as you guys do about anime. It was like, it was started getting real popular in the U.S. Like, I think a lot of stuff. I don't know if it was. It might have been early '80s when a lot of stuff was kind of heavily localized then. And then I think was it maybe late '80s and early '90s, it was really taking off. Do you know when you started?
Well, it probably was in the 90s. I think my first anime was, it might have been Dragon Ball.
Was this before Dragon Ball Z?
Yes, like the first season of Dragon Ball where, Goku meets Bulma and Oolong and Yamcha, and they're in a race against Emperor Pilaf to collect the 7 Dragon Balls.
I never watched that first series. I remember seeing Dragon Ball Z as the first Dragon Ball that I ended up seeing.
Well, I saw the first season of, the first proper hunt for the Dragon Balls.
Yeah, that sounds interesting.
So I knew Goku, Bulma, Oolong, Yamcha, Puar, Master Roshi, those guys, but I did not know Krillin or Piccolo or Tien, and that confused me once when I started watching Dragon Ball Z years later. I mean, I at least knew who Chi-Chi was.
Were some of those characters just in the manga or what?
Well, I only saw the first season, the first story arc of Dragon Ball.
Oh, hey, Jerry the Alien, welcome.
I wanted to find more, but that was all I could find. So then there was a gap of a few years where I didn't watch it at all.
Oh, and then Elton Slice, Dana Marie, and Keely Chow. And welcome back, Scarlett. Go ahead.
So, yes, after a bit of a gap, I then found Dragon Ball Z and started watching that as well. Like, I recognized Goku as being grown up now, and he's got a kid now, yada yada. But I didn't really know who Piccolo was, and, the introductory of him and Z is just, he's apparently an enemy of Goku, but I just have no idea what their feud was about.
Yeah, I don't really know much about the Dragon Ball series.
Well, Goku is basically, he likes to fight, he trains and gets better. After you assemble the Dragon Balls and make your wish, the balls scatter and they go dormant for a year, you can't find them. So during that time, Goku went to train under Master Roshi. And coincidentally, when he went to go train under Master Roshi, Krillin showed up and they became sibling disciples or whatever.
Oh. Well, that's okay, that's kind of a common
But yeah, that was right
trouble
after.
for like I mean, not necessarily the sibling disciples, but the
Well, they became fellow disciples or whatever.
being in a, like kind of having like a mentor and
Yeah, they both trained under the same guy at the same time.
no, that might be a trope as well. Oh, Jerry the alien knows far too much about Gimbal. By the way, the StreamYard links in the chat, and nobody's compelled to join the panel. It's just guess they're
Power
welcome.
Robo Boobs compels you.
I don't know. It was kind of a weird thing where I was getting into. I had some friends who had some anime that was a little too risque to really kind of show on like a standard television station. Like, so like it was like what's it called, Ranma or Ramna? I can't remember.
Ranma 1/2.
Yeah, stuff like that. And but they like had to get it like I think they had to get it like on VHS, and some
I
of
got
their
it on
stuff they'd
DVD.
end up maybe having a special order. They'd have maybe have to go to the video store
Yeah, I
the
got it.
video store order from a catalog or something.
They sold it at the local video store back when there still was a local video store.
So you were like there all the time?
Yeah, there were a bunch of anime I bought. My brother and I would alternate between buying the different box sets for each season, watch them together.
Yeah, because that was really the way to do it. I mean, some people probably had illicit copies or whatever of stuff because a lot of stuff was just hard to come by, and you wouldn't necessarily see it on TV, and it was just. I remember like watching like Cat Girl Nuku Nuku and like I can't remember what all. Now later on so I think it was in junior high or high school when that stuff I first watched that stuff. No, later on I think it was in college when Evangelion came out. And there would be like watch parties, and I don't know if maybe they were watching it on TV or maybe they were watching it on tape. I don't know. Can't recall, but
But yeah, I was a fan of Ranma 1/2. I picked up the manga. I guess because I was a dumb teen who was attracted to the nudity, but it was really funny. I found it amusing.
oh yeah.
Inuyasha basically kind of phased that out. There was some casual nudity in the early chapters, but stopped doing that before long and cut it out of the anime entirely.
Oh, I didn't realize that they had like kind of like that kind of level of like say fan service or whatever where they actually had nudity in the manga. But they.
Well, Japan has different standards, and they were more okay with casual nudity. Like it was something I noticed from anime from the 80s and 90s where they'd just be naked sometimes, and there was no
Yeah,
big deal.
I heard a lot of that stuff gets censored, and like if it's on like a streaming platform in the U.S.
Yeah, like Goku would be, when he turns into a giant monkey, his clothes get destroyed.
Oh,
So they drew, like they would put like when he turned back to normal and was unconscious, they put a plant just there covering his privates.
this reminds me of how when Disney released when they used to have that Touchstone Pictures where they released just kind of like PG movies or whatever. They didn't want to quite brand it as Disney because it wasn't like after Disney was pretty much associated with G. They weren't always like that, but after a while. So they had Touchstone Pictures. Maybe they have something PG or I don't know. I don't know if they had some R-rated stuff or PG-13 or. But Splash, they had that completely innocent like scene where the mermaid goes back into the water, and then they end up putting because it was on Disney Plus. They ended up like digitally like giving her like hair to cover her butt, like your.
Yeah,
I mean, like the hair on her head.
yeah, but it came out more like body hair because they did it badly.
Yeah, and it's like I don't even know. I mean, that's something maybe they should put on Hulu or something if they don't want to put that on there. I don't know if Disney still owns portion of Hulu. It didn't make any sense. Why put it on there and then censor that? Or why not just put it like I thought maybe they had filters for, content ratings or whatever. But to just censor a movie where that I would consider that Splash to be almost kind of like a classic now. Or maybe it would be considered classic. I mean, I don't think it's like cited as by film critics as like the greatest film of all time. But I just remember that as being like a solid film. It's been years since I watched it. I enjoyed watching it as a kid. And I don't even think when I left the theater it was any big deal that they showed her butt. I mean, to me personally. Then again, my folks would show me like I'd seen like movies like Animal House, but I'm trying to think of which college was that Dartmouth? I think it was wasn't it based on one of the Ivy League schools?
I never saw that.
Greek fraternity. Oh, that was that was it was one of those movies that would be probably difficult to make nowadays with how politically correct things have become again. We seem to have kind of waves of things becoming certain things are taboo, and then they're okay again, and then they're taboo again.
Mhm.
So, yeah, it was about this really wild fraternity. I can't remember, because I think I've watched Revenge of the Nerds much more recently, so which is totally different. The main thing I remember about Animal House is it was one of those National Lampoon movies. Let's see, a National Lampoon, I think, started off as like a satirical magazine based out of Harvard, I think. And then they started making the movies like, obviously, like the vacation movies. With Chevy Chase, who had been on that, and you might know, he'd been on Saturday Night Live back in the day. But I think so. John Belushi, and I can't remember who all was in late John Belushi from Saturday Night Live was in Animal House. And I remember this. There was a scene where this initiation ritual involving hazing, where they were getting their asses, I think probably their bare butts, spanked with a paddle. And one of the actors, I can't remember, a very famous actor. Thank you, sir. May I have another? I think that was the thing that everybody who went through the ritual had to say is, when as they're being paddled as the initiation, they had to. Thank you, sir. May I have another? So I watched stuff like that when I was a kid. So like when it came to like Splash, I think that was probably pretty tame for me. I mean, I think the Animal House was probably rated R. All this, and had all this wild stuff from a fraternity, whereas Splash, I think, was just PG. So Dana Marie was in the chat. Sorry, I didn't say hi to everybody. Dearly, the alien talked about something about being hilarious, a product of time unforgettable, though. Wait, what was the question? I know far too much about Dragon Ball. So I don't know if he was talking about Dragon Ball back then or not. Robo boobs are kind of compelling. Dragon Ball has its own moments that are risque, haha. Our local video store was called Civic Video, which is how my brother and I watched the first season of Bleach. Oh, that's awesome. I watched Evangelion for the first time this year. It's so good, but also so messed up, laugh out loud. Did you watch the new one or the old? There's the one that my friends watched back in the day. I think probably was a dubbed version, and I think some of the voice actors are different in one of the current versions. I think it was the version that's on Netflix uses it's dubbed differently. One of the very first episodes of Dragon Ball has Goku lifting up Bulma's skirt to see if she has balls. I forgot about that scene.
Yeah, so did I. That was something he did. Like, he never saw a girl before, and he had pretty much no context other than his grandfather told him to be polite to them.
Oh, so that kind of reminds me of this documentary I watched about this artist who just had like this just massive scroll of art that he drew, and the guy was like very eccentric, perhaps kind of might be labeled mentally ill. And like, one of the things that he did was he drew a picture of like he had these drawings of naked women, but they had penises and stuff. Not because, and I'm not saying they were trans or anything. It's just that's just what he assumed they had. Jerry the Alien says I was talking about Dragon Ball. Yeah, I watched the OG show and all the movies, alternates. Also, there were alternates. I kind of sounds familiar, aren't there? Is it the OVAs that are sometimes alternates, or
OVA stands for original video animation, and well, funny thing is about Evangelion is they ran out of money. They ran out of money before they could finish the season, and
is that how they end up doing this re-edit, like or remake or whatever this is?
Yeah, that's why they remade it years later. Once they had, it had built up enough of a fan base, and they got enough sales off of merch and everything that could justify making a new one.
Do you recommend one version over the other? Because I get really confused with this remake. The way that it's like numbered and everything, it seems kind of confusing. From what
I
I
suppose
recall.
it's a little confusing, but it's still understandable.
Should I watch the original first, or?
Well, from what I can
only
tell,
watched a few, like an episode here or there.
I don't think it's necessary to watch the original to understand the remake. I mean, that's part of making it a remake. They also changed things up a bit. So they had a new character, a new Eva.
Should I watch both? I mean,
you can
to get the.
I mean, there was some talk about that with the Full Metal Alchemist reboot. Are you familiar with Full Metal Alchemist?
I seem to recall watching. There was a movie, right?
Yeah.
Or was this one that was Full Metal Alchemist? Was that one that like aired on like MTV or Adult Swim or something? Back in the 90s, early 2000s.
Early 2000s.
Okay,
The first one was the 2003 anime.
Okay, so yeah, I would have. I think it was something that I watched, but didn't like catch every episode of. And
Well,
Probably was before I had a DVR. I might have had a VHS set player, but I don't know. I kind of had kind of bad luck with those where they could kind of end up like getting dirty or whatever, where maybe I didn't store all my tapes properly or whatever, and they get gunked up with, I don't know. I don't know if I spilled like soda pop on them or what. I honestly can't recall at this time what the heck happened, why I couldn't. I know VCRs would they recommend like using a head cleaner occasionally, so maybe I didn't use that enough. It looks like somebody's backstage. Welcome. How long you been backstage?
2 minutes or so, Matt. Nothing too crazy.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah,
probably
same.
my shitty mic. Let me fix that. Is that any better, or is it still pretty lightning?
Still pretty quiet.
I'll have to try and switch headphones. Give me a sec. Classic.
So, you got the automatic volume adjust.
That'll be me. Yep, there we go. I'll switch that off.
There
we go. How about that?
Okay, much better.
Yeah.
You're controlling my audio for me.
Yeah, I turned it up. I'm gonna have
Very
to.
nice.
I'm gonna have to reload just a second.
Sorry, it's nice to be on the panel.
Yeah, I
Bit
gotta.
easier typing stuff out.
I'll be back in a second. Gotta.
Well, all right. Yeah, seems a bit easier than sitting there typing away. Talking about this stuff, it's all definitely in my purview. Dragon Ball and Full Metal Alchemist reboots and all that nonsense.
Yeah. I was trying to explain why they did a Full Metal Alchemist reboot to Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, I actually
sure if
don't know
there's-
the answer to that either. I know that they did it, but it's and that it's good.
Yeah, the two anime start off similar, but they end differently. Do you know why that was?
I don't remember, although I can tell you I've watched Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood like the whole way through. They basically it felt like it. Sorry, what I heard was that it was made so that the pacing was better, and because the ending sucked. But I don't actually know the real answer to that.
Well, the thing is, the 2003 anime was made before the manga finished its run, and
Oh, I see.
Japan has this thing against doing reruns or seasonal breaks. So once an anime starts, it keeps going until it ends. So
yeah, that's right.
So about like the first season basically caught up to the manga because an episode of an anime pretty much covers 2 or 3 chapters of a manga. Both come out each week, so naturally the anime will catch up.
Okay, so that makes sense. So they basically were like, well, we've got to get this sorted and finish it off, even though there's no material to go on, sort of thing.
Yes. Typically, an anime will either just end or create filler arcs. And so that naturally led to they decided just to do their own thing, and starting at the point of Greed's death, the anime and manga went off in 2 different directions. Like the anime decided to have their own original villain that wasn't in the manga, and exclude the big bad that was in the manga.
I see.
Also change the origin of the homunculi because that wasn't established yet. I mean, they still kept the same names of the homunculi because you probably could guess the theme. I mean, gluttony, envy, and lust.
Yes,
and then
yes, the
greed showed
sins
up.
indeed. Yep.
So you can
Deadly
probably guess.
sins.
So naturally, you can guess the other three, but they weren't established yet, so that the other three homunculi were different.
Hmm.
What's
Was it-
interesting enough
Was
is
was
that
it Envy
what?
that got firebombed? You know what I'm
Pop-
talking about. One where he comes back and he's just like, I'm going to teach you a lesson, and takes his gloves off and basically like snaps his fingers until they're burnt crisp.
Well, he doesn't take his gloves off. The gloves are what causes the sparks.
That's right. That's right. The gloves are they've got the spells written on them, don't they? Yeah, little thing.
Yeah.
God, I saw an absolutely god awful meme the other day, and it threw me right back into our Full Metal Alchemist. And it was like, one of those like my first farmyard animals type thing. And it was cows say moo, chickens say cluck cluck, dogs say Edward.
Yeah, that one. That had gotten a lot of memes. Like Nina and Alexander doing the fusion dance from Dragon Ball Z.
So Jerry, now like wanting you to dox yourself, are you like in New Zealand or Australia?
Yeah, Martin, New Zealand. Yeah, all the way down at the bottom of the world.
Yeah. I thought it was New Zealand, but
well, so. What's that now? Sorry.
I thought it was New Zealand.
Yeah. Same
But
as Jason.
I sometimes get it wrong.
Yeah, it's how I came across that group in the first place, Jason. So.
Are you Southern Island?
I'm in the South Island now. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
yeah. I've heard that's
north.
I've heard that's more kind of more rural.
It's a lot more of it is rural. Yeah, like if you think about the South Island being like a much bigger island than the other one, than the North Island, the like, and it being basically a lot of it's pretty uninhabitable, like mountainous territory and forests and shit, and the rest of it's farmland.
Oh,
it's like a huge city.
Something I can't hear. I can't. Something's going on with like your microphone.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, that was sounds staticky.
Yeah, sorry. Is it better now or?
Yeah, it's better now.
Yeah, sorry. It was just me moving my stuff around. I'm waiting for my better headphones to charge, and it'll all be, smooth sailing from there.
It's harder to hear you though.
Yeah, well, harder to hear, but easier to understand.
Yeah. I'll as I said, once I put my headphones charged,
I can hear you now. I could hear you a second ago, and it wasn't. But
I was muted there. Don't worry about it. I'm muted at the moment. I'm just grabbing my other headphones and setting them up so
okay.
that
I could see. So what do you think of like the South Island then?
It's great. I moved here sort of towards like the start of last year, and it's much nicer. I mean, it's definitely colder, but the city's much nicer than Auckland, and the cost of living is cheaper. So,
Oh, I think we've talked about that off air. That
Yeah. Where I
Yeah.
used to live, the cost of living is comparable, and in some places worse than, say, even like central LA. Like really.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't like going into like, oh, this like private discussion or whatever, but I thought it was okay to bring that up. That
Oh no, absolutely. Like,
because we're talking about it on here now.
yeah,
There he goes again.
anybody's private details, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I was hearing some static again.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, like I'll mute for a bit and I'll switch my headphones over and everything will be better. Give me a moment.
Huh.
Anyway, I was talking about the Full Metal Alchemist animes. You know, they made 2.
Oh, yeah.
The first anime caught up with the source material, so it started doing its own thing. Because once an anime catches up with the source material, it either has to end or start making up its own content.
Well, I know Bleach made up a lot of its old content, but weren't they waiting for the?
Well, in
They
the
were
case
waiting
of
for the-
Bleach, it did filler arcs where it basically
Yeah.
just invented stuff to occupy time until the manga had more time to get ahead and they could, start adapting the series again. But it kept going through cycles like that, and they eventually just gave up and stopped making episodes. They just ended the series. Something they probably should have done once when Ichigo lost his powers. Like, that might have been a good time to end the series.
All
Wait,
right.
did
That
Oh, go ahead.
as far as quality is concerned, hopefully that should be a little bit better than it was.
Okay.
So once you go up to heaven, basically, your soul society, or well, there's I think another term for it, but everything has multiple terms. Depending on it's like,
Well, it's the afterlife.
yeah, you go up into the afterlife, and you kick ass and you come back. It kind of hard to top.
Gee, I fully like. Oh man, wait, are you talking about Bleach?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, sorry. I'll keep it PG. My bad. Yes, it is incredible.
Yeah, we could. There's been plenty. We used the word content here earlier, so it's.
Well, Bleach did basically filler arcs. It would keep interrupting the story so it could make up its own content just to buy time for the original source material to be written and get farther ahead.
To be fair, I was pretty young when it came out, right? Like as an anime, and so I was pretty into it.
Yeah, I thought what I saw I thought was fun. It's just got to the point where I don't know what happened with it. I kind of lost track of where I was at. Oh, and I think I had Crunchyroll for a while, and I was getting caught up, and then the app for my Xbox, Crunchyroll app, was malfunctioning at the time.
Yeah, I've
A long
gotten
time
that with
ago.
Crunchyroll multiple times.
Yeah, and
Point where I
so
kind of
and
swore
then
them off.
when I resubscribed to Crunchyroll, I've lost track of where. Well, I probably would have to rewatch a gazillion episodes just to get caught up. I mean, I could skip the filler, I guess. Though I think the bounce might have been filler.
Yes, they were.
I think I enjoyed that at the time. What
Um,
about when they went down to the underworld? Was that part of the main plot?
I did not see that.
'Cause, something happened. I think Orla Hime got kidnapped.
Okay. We're talking about Waco Mundo. That wasn't quite the underworld. That was kind of limbo. It was kind of in between the living world and the Soul Society.
Is that where the Hollows are?
Yes.
Okay, so they're not they're not exactly in hell, or
Yeah, there is a
Maybe so.
hell. They established there was a hell early into the series, and then never touched on it again.
somebody was showing like the manga, like they were like doing a. I don't even know if this is even fair. They were doing like a before and after. Like they're showing like here in the early years, like how detailed everything was, and then they showed like something from the later years, and it was just so sparse. There was like barely any scenery, but I mean, it was just one scene, so could have been just trying to start drama or something. Or but the claim is that like things had gotten really, really like basic, looking towards the end. It's very sparse. As far as like the actual manga and I think they're implying that the guy had kind of run out of steam, but I don't know if that's true. But then they revived the anime recently. I don't know if it's any good now. Any of you guys seen the reboot?
Reboot?
Or not reboot, but like they're making episodes of Bleach now where they're
the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. That was an arc that they didn't adapt into an anime. It's basically more like a sequel than a reboot.
Yeah, I used the wrong term. Because it's a sequel. So but so they actually went and you're talking about that the limbo place? Yes.
Yeah, Waco Mundo. Yeah, that was it was basically where the Hollows hide out when they aren't eating people.
Yeah, so I remember I watched that arc. And that's from Spanish, right? Because a lot of things had like Japanese and Spanish names. And I think with kanji, there's something where you can put like maybe an alternate katakana. Like, I don't know if it's over or under the kanji or how that works. I think that might be something they do with like books for young adults or something. When people are learning their kanji, but I could be wrong. But I think the way that they did it with Bleach was they were in the maybe in the manga, they would have like the alternate. They'd have the kanji, but then the stuff using the kana would be like in a different language. I think it was in Spanish. Because like there were fan subs. I'm not telling people to go out and watch fan subs, but just hypothetically speaking, in Minecraft, let's say somebody strapped me to a chair and forced me to watch a fan sub, and it would have like Japanese, the translation of the Japanese and the Spanish words for things. That would be more accurate than like say the adapted version. Like there were like translations that were just like they'd go and they'd have some reference to like this Japanese like stand-up comedy style, and there'd be this huge blurb on the screen and one of these fan subs explaining, well, in this comedy tradition, there's these two comedians on stage, and one does this, and the other one does that. Anyway, sorry to go on a tangent,
Someone.
but that was
Furigana besides the kanji.
I can barely hear you.
I'm back on my crap headphones again.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay on mute for a while the other ones charge properly. Sorry.
I can hear you now.
Oh yeah, it's just the headphones kind of suck. They're my wired ones, and they're kind of falling apart or whatever.
Are they the ones that make that buzzing noise every once in a while?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So you were telling me about the Hollow World?
Oh yeah, Waco Mundo. It's where Eisen was hiding out after he revealed himself to be evil.
He was like high ranking in the what do they call it, royal court guards. I think there's a few different names for all these things, depending on whether you're going after like a literal translation of the Japanese or the English adaptation or what. Like Shinigami could be translated Death God, but they translated as Soul Reaper.
Yeah, that's an interesting case. It was a localization, but the author actually likes Soul Reaper.
That's what I remember hearing. Maybe you were the one who told me that.
Yeah, it's closer to what he intended them to be than Shinigami. They're basically rather than being a cause of death, they harvest souls instead. They wait till you die and then come for your soul.
That's not even okay. Okay, yeah, I see Soul Reaper. Yeah, but if somebody's like talking about the Grim Reaper, it's still kind of like a death god. But I see what you're saying. Yeah, they that's true. They weren't supposed to go around killing people. But once somebody, so what was the deal with the Soul Society? Were the people there dead, or were they always just souls, or how did that work? Well, I know some of the people, like I think some of the people died and went there, but like the guards, what was the deal with them?
I'm not entirely sure. Like, it seemed like there were people who were born in Soul Society. Like, they have actual families and not just adopts, because they made a stink about adopting Rukia, who was a commoner. And, there was also the clan, like, you remember one of the captains had a dog head?
That sounds familiar.
Well, his whole family was like that, as it turns out.
Oh, I guess it would make sense. Yeah, there were I know the Greeks would say it would like talk about certain people were like dog-headed barbarian tribe or what, like Saint Christopher in some of the like Eastern Orthodox icons has a dog head. Can't think of that. What there's a term for that. So that it can make sense. So that if he had a dog head, his whole family would. So he was one of the guards.
Yeah, he was one of the captains.
Oh, one of the captains. Eisen was a captain, right?
Yeah, Eisen was a captain until he turned traitor and ran off.
Yeah. What about that guy who runs that store on Earth?
He was also a captain before he was banished.
And what's her name? The cat. Was it Yorichi?
Yorichi.
Yeah. Was she a captain or what? She was.
Yes, she was also a captain. Everyone was a captain.
Yeah, because she was. I still can't quite figure it out if she's like part the shape-shifting thing.
Yeah, it's not actually properly explained, but
I don't know if it's because she's a soul or if she uses
she was
like what are those bodies called? The artificial bodies. I don't know if
Dekai.
Yeah, I don't know if she uses that or what. My memory is so poor. I watched episode after episode of that show and I just blanking out. Even things like Star Trek, where a lot of those different series I watched on a number of occasions, like the original series and Next Generation. And still, I get surprised when I watch them. I'm like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Now, granted, it's been a while. They removed it from Netflix so back when they had uploaded. I mean, once they created CBS All Access, which is now Paramount Plus, but I still should remember them better than I do. Oh, hey, your friendly neighborhood ninja. Welcome. Hey, Happy Dinosaur. DJ Ronnie G. I'm sorry, I got kind of distracted. What were you talking about? I keep kind of going off track. Oh, I was asking about the. Oh, you had mentioned Captain Eisen, and I mentioned the other captains that. Seemed like a few defected, but but
Well,
not all of them were bad, like Eisen.
well, because of Eisen's machinations, several of the captains and lieutenants were forced to leave Soul Society 100 years ago.
Okay.
That
Yeah, I think so.
included Yorichi and Urahara and Tessai and the Visor.
And Urahara, he was the guy who ran the shop
Yes.
and trained. He was a mentor for Ichigo
Yes.
to was it to achieve, what do they call it, that was it Bankai, or what was it where Yeah, like-
Yorichi was the one who trained him in Bankai.
yeah. So he was just he was like completely like just overflowing with energy originally with his powers, and like turning his friends into inadvertently causing his friends to like take on like spiritual powers, right?
Yeah. Or either that or the Hoyoko, that little bauble inside of Rukia's chest.
Now, what is that thing? Is that? Oh yeah, the hollow.
Well, it was that thing that was used to make the Iran cars.
I'm trying to remember this again. This has been so long. I think he was like in a pet or something, and he had to, wasn't he in a pet for a while? And he had to
Yes.
overcome all this stuff going on. Didn't he like kind of die or something? And
Yeah. Urahara killed him.
oh yeah. Why was that?
That
Was that
was a
intentional?
kind of flight or fight. Or it was kind of a sink or swim mentor deal, where he'd
And-
either become a Hollow or he'd become a Soul Reaper.
And he kind of became both, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was like the BPS hybrid.
Yeah, he was the hybrid of everything they had. Like he was part
Yeah.
Soul Reaper, part Hollow, part Quincy. Oh, he was also a Fullbring once when they introduced that.
Do you ever watch the movie Memories of Nobody?
Yeah,
That's a good one.
been a while.
Yeah, I actually had that on DVD. I watched it in high school and I really liked it.
Isn't there kind of like a fan theory or hypothesis or whatever you want to call it about somebody could be about like Star Wars, where somebody could be kind of in between, like not just like the dark side or the light side of the
You know,
force.
man, I've somehow managed to watch a decent amount of anime over the years, and still yet be completely insulated from any of the subculture. Like, I just took one look at like anime cons and went, nah, no thanks. Like, let them enjoy that, but that's not for me. And so I don't know much about fan theories or like head canons or whatever people are calling
Yeah.
it these days.
Well, I know. I think with Star Wars, they
Oh, Star Wars is good.
had this idea that some people thought maybe Mace Windu was. I don't know if I pronounced his name right. That's the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
Star Wars movie I didn't watch from the Lucas Star Wars films because I didn't like the Phantom Menace when that came out. They had too much Jar Jar.
What year did that come out?
Huh?
And I'm just thinking, when did that come out? Because I was really young when that came out. Like,
Well, I don't.
I remember enjoying it, but obviously,
Then there was
Cool
the
child.
Attack of the Clones, and that was the one I didn't. I saw some scene of it with like, and it just looked like a really cheesy love scene between Anakin and
Anakin and Padme.
yeah, and it was like, okay, it just looks really bad, and I don't think I gave it a fair shot.
Mm.
I was at a friend's house and I just saw it on TV. All the other Star Wars movies I had seen at the theater, though, with the original Star Wars that I only saw the digitally remastered version.
Right. Han shot first, never forget.
Oh yeah, I was just reading about that meme earlier today.
There's a whole documentary on it.
They're George Lucas, I think, was constantly messing with the movie. Like, he might have even messed with it when I was at the theaters. I don't know, but I think the VHS copies would be different, and then he'd, like, before even the special editions, he might have.
Yeah, he
original
refused
tape.
to release non-special editions DVDs and said if you wanted to see the old movies, you can see the VHSs. As far as I'm concerned, they didn't exist. They didn't happen.
Yeah, I don't even know if the VHS though was the same as what was shown in the theater, or if he had tweaked it a little bit. Like,
Yeah, famously tweaked his movies and pissed off fans. And actually watching the movie about like the whole Han shot first thing, my biggest takeaway from watching that doco is that Star Wars fans are some of the most ceaselessly angry people on planet Earth.
well, I think Lucas just, yeah, it's Lucas kept messing with it, and then he sells it to Disney. That just like,
yeah,
I thought he finally made a really good movie again with Revenge of the Sith, and so I didn't understand why he sold it. Like,
right? Oh my god! Right? Maybe like I have a soft spot in my heart for all of those movies because I was single digits age when the first one came out, and then obviously that was like the heyday of the like perfect cinema for me, because if you think about that like 5-year period, that's got everything, like it's got the prequels, it's got Lord of the Rings, like that sort of like 1999 was when Phantom Menace came out, and then it's like all the way to Revenge of the Sith, which is like 2001.
I actually had trouble watching the second Lord of the Rings movie. When my brother and I went to the theater, we asked for Lord of the Rings, and they gave us a ticket to Brokeback Mountain and sent us to the wrong screen. And of course, there was like 5 different screenings of Lord of the Rings, and I had no idea which one we were supposed to go to.
Oh dear. To be fair, the funniest thing about the second Lord of the Rings is that the cinematic release was not. It just wasn't it, right? Like it wasn't the go, and it actually caused a feud that lasted a little while between Christopher Lee and Peter Jackson. given that the ending of the way that they sort of basically threw away the it's been out for goodness gracious more than 20 years, so this is not I don't feel like I'm spoiling this for anyone, but like Saruman's final scene, shall we say, was not in the cinematic release for the first, like the second movie.
Didn't it? So a friend of mine said that, like, was it did they screw up the beginning and the ending of
Yeah. So the
he was like,
extended,
that's one
the
thing you don't
extended
want to do
trilogy.
with a movie is, you know,
Yeah.
when you
Like-
adapt it from a
Every Middle Earth fanboy will tell you that you should watch the extended, but in truth, they're right, because it really the films were as they were meant to be in those extended editions of the films, 100%. Now, at least in my opinion, anyway. Because you think about it, right? Like that whole scene with the Isengard being taken over by the Ents and Saruman falling at the end of it, right? Like that's the end of that movie, and that's what it should be. But you never see the fall of Orthanc in like the full version of it in the original release, which is just a little lame to me.
So that reminds me,
We went on a mad tangent.
Plenty of talking tonight, and plenty of rambling, but I thought that the one movie that Lucas could have really done something with was The Phantom Menace. Like he could have just kind of put a little more explanation about that. That political situation with there were some things where the dialogue seemed a little bit rushed, like, and maybe I wondered if maybe there was like some stuff that was edited out that. Because there was that whole thing with that trade dispute, or with that, like,
like have you seen that interview with?
Trek had the Federation of Planets, but like Star Wars. I'm trying to remember what, and I know.
Have you seen the interview?
Shows, but we're totally different franchises. I mean, but what was it called?
Sorry,
it was like Galactic. Was it
the Galactic Federation? Huh? You have the Senate. Yeah, that's the. And then you have like Federation.
Like some of that, I think could have been focused on a little more, and maybe
that's right.
And maybe some of the, maybe some of the stuff with some of the scenes with Jar Jar could have been like just kind of tweaked a little bit, or I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's fans that I heard there was a fan edition where they edited him out of the film altogether. I don't think there's any way that could be a
like the Gungans. The story of the Gungans and the Naboo had like it's that's the thing about those movies. It cracks me up, right? Some of the most meme-worthy and terrible stuff that happened in those films is just like a really good example of poor execution. It's like I can see what you were going for there, George Lucas, but you really just Anakin, looking back on his time as a slave on the desert planet of Naboo, and all you can come up with for dialogue is "I hate sand," of course, and it gets everywhere. Right? Like,
yeah, there was
like it's like, yeah, wow, that's a really strong point there. It's just like the Gungans and the people of Naboo. Like, that's a really strong story about finding peace and unity between the conquerors of the planet and the what do you call it? Sorry, the indigenous peoples, right? Like there's all that sort of thing. It has so much potential, and it was just like, oh man, they just fell short in a lot of places that I don't know. Yeah,
something they could have fixed and like maybe could have fixed in like in a remaster, like stuff like that. Like instead of like taking like stuff that had gone like really well and redoing it like Lucas did, or things that it just like take some stuff that kind of fell flat and remastered it, like. But I think he had already I think he had already remastered the original trilogy.
I was going to
for-
say as well, on the subject of like the prequels and what was wrong with them, sort of, or whatever. Have you ever watched the interview with Mark Hamill when he talks about that line of dialogue he got cut out of the film because it was just so ridiculous?
No.
I don't remember that.
So he just basically, it's one of these things where instead of responding quickly, in a dire situation, essentially Luke Skywalker is meant to, in the original line of dialogue, he provides some really in-depth technical analysis of the enemy's plans. It's like right there and then as a response to like a normal question in a piece of dialogue.
Well, that's
and so he's sort of infamous for having all of this ridiculous dialogue because he's just like that. The hard sci-fi in his heart comes out in the way he writes movies.
Oh yeah,
in some ways.
just needed somebody to balance off like some of the-
Exactly. And I heard it said once as well.
Tone it down a little
It might
bit.
even it might literally even have been Harrison Ford that said it, but someone said that the thing that George Lucas was always good at doing was making movies for the next generation of kids. So like when like teenagers, kids, sort of thing. When those first movies came out, 4, 5, and 6, right? There were people like in their sort of teens and 20s were the most into that, and younger even, right?
Yeah,
And he recognized how to make
young when they came. I
accessible
was like 2
sci-fi.
years old when the first Star Wars movie came out.
Yeah.
That's why I never saw it in the theater.
He was making pulp sci-fi / samurai western, but that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah.
But he was making it accessible for teens and children, right? Which is awesome. And he did that with it might not look like it, but I swear it really was. It felt accessible to me. I watched those movies when I was very young, and loved it. It was just like, how did he know? The kids of the 90s and the early 2000s would really love intergalactic politics.
Well, everybody it was so popular with the first. I think it was the first movie when it came out. I think was in theater for a year, unless it was Empire Strikes Back. I don't know. I mean, it could have been the second one, but I mean, like,
I forget that there's actually quite a significant age.
I mean, just like now a movie's like lucky if it's in the theater just a few months, or like seems like it's a couple months or so and it's gone. But I mean, it was just so extremely popular, Star Wars. And
yeah, Lorenzo, you got some people saying some nice stuff to you in the comments, just in case.
Yeah.
In a little while.
I was trying to read the chat, but I can't see it in StreamYard because you get it better, like a real laptop.
Mm-hmm. Are you guys closing up now, or?
Let's see.
My eyes are starting to get heavy, so I think I'm going to call it a night.
Oh, your friendly neighborhood ninja saying, hope life is going well. Was you guys chatting about anime?
That's before when we were talking about Bleach as well.
Would be great as an anime, but I don't think modern studios would ever produce it. It had an official English translation, but never caught on in the West. I'm not familiar with that. Well, welcome to the chat, Pascali. Or Pascali. Okay, I don't.
369. Girls want to drink wine. Tell the man not to waste your time.
I got a chance to hear about that one. You're probably more versed in this one. I believe he says, your friendly neighborhood ninja. They're talking to Helder about the Eden, the other endless world.
Interesting, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of I'd really like to see some more challenging topics or more challenging narratives in anime. things that make you think a little harder than just your average shonen or next big thing to come out that Map is pissed out. Not saying that I don't like that. I do, but I also like. I don't know if you guys have ever seen To Your Eternity.
Oh,
I've
just
seen
I'm
that.
so sorry to interrupt. Your friendly neighborhood ninja said, "I'm really glad to see you guys still going. Good, glad that we're still going." And Pascali 369 said, "I'm on my phone, the phone with my sister, so cannot hear anything, but it's fun to watch." Well, that's cool. Go ahead. Sorry, Jerry. I just wanted to.
No, you're all right.
Thanks
Cool.
thanks for drawing attention to the chat, because I'd gotten way not way behind.
I mean, yeah, I've got the
get caught up.
comments just sitting up there on the right on my laptop and just sort of talking to you guys while they're scrolling up. So
yeah, it's good to catch it now instead of
yeah.
Because earlier I was getting way behind. And
But saying To Your Eternity. I think it was Master Gash said they'd seen it as well. That's a good one, a really good one. Sort of makes you think, that sort of like there's a really good word for it, like the distinct awareness that the world is and the universe has existed before you have and will exist long after you're gone.
Wait a second. That I thought once I die, everything's gonna cease to exist. That
well, there's no way that I could prove to you that you're wrong. So you could just be
all of a
a
sudden my simulation ends, and
well, this is just you.
And it turns out we were just we were all just. It was all just made for this Lorenzo character.
Oh, hey, nice.
And that's why the whole universe was made, and then the program ends, and
your friendly neighborhood ninja is
the person running it goes on to a different game. No, I don't really think that way, but
I mean, that's the thing, though. There's a whole school of thought called, I think it's called Last Thursdayism. You should have a look at that. It's fun. It's the idea that the universe was created last Thursday. Like everything came into being last Thursday, and all of your memories, all of the things, like these world events and pieces of history that have existed in time, are really just like a construction of the state of the universe as it was created in that single moment last Thursday.
That kind of reminds me of Undead Unluck. Have you seen that?
I have not, but I've heard of it, so I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Yeah. So, are you aware of Galaxy in there then?
Not completely aware, no. But if it's similar to Last Thursday, I can get it. Just, but go ahead.
Well, basically, the main characters are given periodic quests to fulfill, and if they don't fulfill the quests, a new Uma will be created, which inflicts some sort of new rule on the world.
I'm glad to hear Last Thursday was awesome, your friendly neighborhood ninja.
Anyway, it will change reality, and everyone's memories will change to reflect that, except for the people who have special powers. They alone will remember the world how it was.
Oh, that's cool. That's
for example, for succeeding in one of the quests, they got unification of all language, so everyone starts speaking English, and as far as they're concerned, they've only ever spoken English. Which is confusing for the people who had powers but weren't part of this group, because suddenly everyone starts speaking English and no one can understand them anymore. The main characters have translator devices to fix that problem.
That's cool, man. That's a fun concept, actually.
Anyway, as a penalty for failing to complete one of the quests before the time limit, a new rule was added called Galaxy, which created various planets, stars, and other things, including a bunch of aliens who showed up, acting like they are like far older than humanity when they haven't existed for 20 minutes.
So it kind of reminds me of the phrase, but do you think I was born yesterday? But they weren't even there 20 minutes ago. Has everything gone quiet?
Sorry, I was kind of splitting my
sorry.
focus. But
No, I'm
yeah,
here.
I was just
like
wondering if my
I was responding to him.
That's fine. Yeah.
Responding to a message from my mum. You know, you can't
Yeah.
ignore those, or you'll get 10 more. So
Well, that's
maybe in my
fine.
30s, but you know, mum's still mum. So.
they did little hints about this. For example, before they introduced the quests, they had two of the characters do paintings, and one of the characters decided to put some twinkly little things in there, which we would normally recognize as stars. But then the other character asked, "What were those?" She had no concept of stars. Just in the night sky, it was just the moon. And it wasn't until Galaxy was created that stars appeared in the night sky.
Ooh. Interesting. That's some Lovecraftian type shit.
Yes.
There
was also another scene that, after the quests were introduced, but before we got a clear explanation about the penalties, there was this one ancient character who had been unsealed, and one of the things he did after defeating the monster they released him to fight was he asked what day it was. And the guy responded by giving him the date, and he said, "No, the day of the week." And the guy still didn't understand what he was talking about.
Wow.
Now, the ancient guy has powers, so he remembers everything, basically.
Incredible. Sorry.
But when it became clear the guy didn't know what he was talking about, he dropped the subject.
That sounds like a fun show to watch. What's it called? Sorry? I forgot what the name you were talking about. Undead Unluck, that's right. Yes. Undead Unluck. I'm going to add that to my list of shows to watch, actually. I've got time this weekend.
Yeah, the lead girl has a power called Unluck, and the lead guy has a power called Undead.
Yeah, I recognize especially like the guy, it's the dude with the big muscly dude with white hair, right? That's the MC guy. Yeah.
Like the powers are unending, unbreakable, unchanging.
That came over my mic, didn't it? Sorry.
Unknown. Basically, all the powers start with un. Yeah,
sounds fun.
Yeah, they're called negators.
Negators. I see. So, was it you drawing before?
Yeah, I was shading a picture.
Nice. Yeah. Shading. I saw that. Yeah, sort of like rendering some shading some stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I was doing metal. There's a lot of detail work. It's taking me a while.
As it does. Yep. No, I constantly marvel at the work of the people in that offline that group we're in offline. It's especially, I mean, are you familiar with Jason at all?
No.
It's a friend of Lorenzo's and mine. He's a brilliant artist. But yeah, a lot of painter. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's like I looked at his page and I thought it was like photographs.
Oh, he is, and it's all oil on canvas.
Yeah, yeah, and it's like actually more detailed than what you'd like. That one maybe more detailed than what you'd actually get in a photograph. Like if you, well, I mean, it's a photograph of his art, but
Yeah,
in person,
so
it's actually like way more.
I can tell you
way
what
more
that
gorgeous.
what the source how the source material works, because it's a friend of his that works for our what they call the Department of Conservation. We call it DOC for short. Who takes photos, like really incredible photos of wildlife, a lot of flightless birds, native birds type stuff, and and Jason renders them in paint, which is incredible to watch him do it.
Okay, so they are based on like really really high detailed photos, but like
Yes.
then he's
Yep.
just like, this is
Yeah.
interesting.
And like I remember back in the day, not going to like divulge too much detail, but that man was getting like, you know, fine art auction level prices for his paintings.
Let's see.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can.
Yeah, we used to hang out in a cold little flat in our nation's wonderful capital, way up in the hills.
So, what's his name on?
What's this? Holder says they started a new
Jason
sketch on their
Black,
break at work from the Rooster Fighter manga. I don't know what that is, but it sounds awesome.
Jason Blackheart is his Twitter.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he does, because he hasn't updated it in a while, but
Well, that's because he's terminally lazy. But you know,
just,
when he does update, it's an incredible thing to see.
oh yeah, this is definitely
What
yeah,
program are you using there?
I
It's a bit zoomed out for me on here. I can't actually see what you're using.
Like, this always
I was-
catches
I was-
me
is
off
that-
guard when all of a
is that,
sudden there's some sort of
Is that Manga Studio?
Yeah, it's
fetish
Manga
stuff
Studio.
on the screen.
It's what I was using before to shade this.
Oh, cool. Is that like for your OC, like your own sort of comic you're doing? Or?
Like this
Nice.
is a mech, a piloted mech, and I have the pilot right here. I had commissioned her separately, so I put her in right here as a reference, so you can guess how big, right? So you can understand how big the mech is. The girl
Yeah, I
in
like
the
how
middle,
you just showed that the other stuff and didn't like explain anything about it. It was like, it's like what the.
the girl in the
remember
middle
you
here, on the other
mentioned
hand, is
before.
not my OC, but belongs to a friend of mine.
This is,
I'm friends with a guy called Harlock. That's his username.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
the captain.
And anyway, he decided to do a kind of isekai thing where some characters were playing off-brand D&D and then got sucked into a fantasy world.
Oh, fun, nice.
And he decided to use the fantasy world I invented for my OCs.
This still seems kind of fetish related.
Yeah, pretty much. Like,
Okay.
I was going to say, yeah, the full body morph suit / balaclava get up is definitely a little kinky.
yeah,
But you've drawn all of this from scratch?
no. I commissioned line art.
Oh yeah.
So
And then I color and shade them.
Oh, okay. So are you more of like a colorist?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
But Daniel drew this
Yes, Daniel drew this
and this, of course.
and this.
This I can.
The stuff I have that wasn't colored by Daniel, I'm not showing here.
They've got a pretty like strong grasp of form, which that's pretty cool to see.
Yeah,
Like believable human bodies, kind of thing. You know.
He had been on here. He had been like my main co-host for a while, the GS has been as well. Different points in time, but it was
DJ
was,
Ronnie G said, "Hello, nurse."
huh?
One of your commenters is "Hello, nurse."
Yeah, I need to look at the chat. I was trying to pull up Jason Black's page. I guess I could put in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, might as well give him a shout out. He's pretty incredible there.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I met him in the dying throes of my first career, which is entirely and utterly separated from anything I've ever done since. But yeah, I was a pastry chef at the time.
Anyway, here's one of my OCs. Her name is Rose, but she goes by Lily.
Why did she go by Lily instead of Rose? Is it like a spy thing?
Something like that. She's
giving international woman of mystery kind of vibes, you know.
Sort of. The one in red is named Lily. The one in blue is named Rose. I haven't come up with a name for the one in black yet. But they look alike, and it's kind of a shared alias sort of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I thought all humans looked alike.
She basically pretends to be Lily to manage her affairs in the U.S.
That's very progressive of you, Lorenzo.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Well, she's cool, man. It's cool OC. What inspired you to come up with this?
Star Wars, actually.
Ah.
You know, we were talking about the special editions and everything, and you know that scene where in the first Star Wars where Han Solo moves behind Jabba the Hutt?
Mm-hmm.
And given Jabba's body, you know, he'd basically be stepping on him to move
Big
like
old
that.
fat bastard, yeah.
Well,
I remember he actually does step on his tail, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's interesting how they.
Well, that's because in the original,
like, why's Jabba? It's like all of a sudden Jabba's in there. It's like I don't remember this.
Well, originally they had a human there because they couldn't get the special effects ready in time. So there was just some human who said he was Jabba the Hutt.
I've seen that out. Yeah, that deleted scene. It was a deleted scene from the original movie, and they
added Jabba the Hutt in there in post.
No way, that's crazy.
There was something he wanted in the original and just wasn't able to.
I'm not really sure. Like, it was hard for me to find the footage of that. But, yeah, he was... Anyway, I found out about that from Blue Milk Special. It was a webcomic that parodies Star Wars. And they also had the guy there. And the artist's headcanon was that the guy was authorized to make deals in Java's name. Like, he was like an underboss or a broker or something.
Oh, shit. It's Katie.
Actually kind of like the concept.
Anyway, I like the concept. So Lily had recruited several proteges, trained them in her business dealings, and authorized them to make deals in her name. Use her name and face.
That's kind of like the concept of the angel of the Lord in the Bible. Like some people, I mean, that like some scholars believe that like that was like, you know, starts off that Jacob wrestles with God, and then it turns out then there's another retelling of the story later on where it's like, oh, it was really just the angel of the Lord that Jacob, you know, but the angel kind of carries out like the divine name or is acting in the name of God or so. I can't remember exactly.
Right.
Kind of a trippy concept to me, but I do find that idea fascinating that one person could be acting on like going beyond just being a representative, just like kind of like almost.
Sorry, do you guys
almost
mind
like that person's existing
bring up like comments in the
like,
middle of conversation?
Different, like almost like maybe an avatar or something. But I don't know if it's the case in your story. Yes, that it's quite that far. Is she like kind of like a clone or what?
Well, the reason her birth name was Rose Goodwin. She used to be a normal, human, and she came across Lily rather difficultly, kind of forcibly recruited, won over, and do you know what an LMD is from Marvel Comics?
LMD.
Life model decoy. Basically, she's controlling a robot body that was made to look like Lily.
But it's an actual person that's been turned into like kind of a robot, or?
Well, she's controlling it remotely. Her real body is somewhere else, and she's controlling this remotely.
Oh.
Or kind of a form of astral projection. And the current picture is Takara, Lily's daughter. My current headcanon is she's the second born.
I'm going to want to get cut up the chat in a moment. Well, he, Ethereal Dragon, said hi a while back. Looks like.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you mind if I bring up the comments like mid-chat and stuff, just because...
Well, Heller, it's he bought the Japanese version of Eden. It's an endless world for the art. The English version is out of print and way too expensive for him. It's a cyberpunk manga set about 100 years in the future. And your friendly neighborhood ninja said all the love, been listening and glancing as I draw. That's cool. Last Thursday was awesome. Word, that's a crazy story. If we only existed like 20 minutes ago. So
that was when we were talking about the galaxy stuff.
And hi, Ethereal Dragon. Heather says I started a new sketch on my break at work from Rooster Fighter manga, and I'll probably be on Twitter tomorrow. Well, that's really cool to check out Heller on Twitter. That's what DJ Ronnie G said. Hello, nurse, with what Gia's had on the screen. So I'm a while back. I love Lay J-verse. Well, good morning, Katie. Wow, I didn't mean to skip over Katie. She's saying hi to people. DJ Ronnie G said it was a wooden box. It was AF at guy. I'm not sure. Is that my friend Jerry on the panel? Says Katie.
It sure is.
Hey, Ronnie G says seen it in a making of a special edition show on TV years ago. That's I think I probably saw the same thing with the guy in the job of the guy who is the actor who is on the screen as Jabba the Hutt, and maybe the deal was, I wonder if Jabba the Hutt started off as did he just start off as a human, or was he always supposed to be like a puppet? Or I don't know what the original idea was. You're saying hi to Katie. Hey, D-Weg. Well, Darren Wagner. D-Weg says
it's the Darren Wagner.
Ronnie. And hey, Apex Comics. Welcome to the chat. People are greeting each other. D-Wax says, "Hey Zoe, hey chat, busy as fuck at the moment, but
Oh, yeah, we got a
for all the
DJ.
lizard people some love. Well, that's always good.
I think we got a DJ Ronnie G about to weigh in on the old human Java situation here.
Oh yeah. He said he said he saw that in like a TV special, right? Which is, I think, where I saw it. They had some really good TV specials, like going back, like that's one of the things that upsets Star Wars fans is if you've seen the TV specials.
We shall never speak about the Christmas special.
But if you've seen the thing that upset me about the digital effects is a really old TV special I watched when I was like just barely a hatchling, and what it was it showed all the really cool models that like these handmade models that they had for the Star Wars movies, these beautiful practical effects, and then like George Lucas had to digitally hands the fuck out of them for.
Can we talk about the fact that he absolutely did not need to put that random creature walking across the screen, farting, and then leaving? Like, what was that about?
Which one was that in?
I think that was in A New Hope.
Oh gosh.
Because it's when they go into what does he call it? It's the hum of the hive of scum and villainy.
Mos Eisley.
Mos Eisley, yes. And there's like they're walking in, and there's that creature walks across the screen. It's got like a weird kind of like anteater, Diplodocus kind of vibe going on, and it just like looks at the screen, lets out a mean ass fart, and it just continues on its way like nothing happened. And it was like, of all the things they could have added in post, they added that. Why did they?
You ever watch Foxtrot? Or you ever read Foxtrot? It was a newspaper comic.
No, I've never.
This sounds familiar. Was this one those Sunday Funnies section?
Yeah, it was in this,
Sunday,
the
comic strips.
Yeah, it became a Sunday only thing, but it used to be every day.
Oh,
I'm going to level with you. There's probably like a bunch of stuff.
What do they call them? The funny paper, or funny
the
section?
Funnies.
Or?
Yeah, there's got to be a bunch of stuff that I absolutely have no context for because that sounds pretty American to me.
Okay, well,
yeah,
Jason was basically a big nerd, and after seeing this, clips from the special edition with all the stuff they added in, like stormtroopers on those whatever those creatures were called, he decided, to add in a brand new character, basically a self-insert OC, and just add him into like all the scenes, make him Luke's little brother or something. This was before the prequel trilogy came out, mind you. So it wouldn't really make any sense. Even thinking about it logically, it wouldn't make sense for Luke to have a little brother since they, were hiding him from his father. But basically, Jason wanted to be Luke's little brother and turn to the dark side.
Oh. Man, it's been years since I thought about Foxtrot. So how did this, was there more to this, or?
Well, it was basically just because
it's a comic
it's a daily
strip, so I don't know if it's an ongoing thing or not.
It was an ongoing thing.
Oh, okay.
It showed several scenes, and it was, various scenes in Star Wars of Jason saying different stuff.
But it wasn't but it wasn't an ongoing gag.
Well, it was kind of an ongoing gag because they did it for a week or two.
Okay. Which is that is quite a while for like because some of these comic strips, they didn't always have continuity.
Well,
Some of them did.
it's pretty lighthearted, but they did do some gags that carry over. Like, this is one of the... Since it's a comic about a family, they never actually age. Jason remains whatever, it was 10 or whatever forever. Or whatever he was.
This was years since... Wasn't this... I thought this was something from like the 1980s. I didn't realize that it, like... that they were still making it when the... Was this when the prequels came out?
Well, the one I was talking about was the special edition of the original trilogy.
Oh, so yeah, before. So it was before the prequels, but
Yeah, but I specifically said it was before the prequels came
okay.
out.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
Of course, when the prequels did come out, Jason has also had his own fan site where he spread a bunch of rumors, such as problems with Jar Jar's CGI, decided to have him remove him and rename him Jar Jar Binks, Master of Invisibility.
Yeah, they did have that, as I said earlier. There were fan edits where they just edited out Jar Jar, which I don't know how.
I kind of want.
I don't know how they have a coherent plot with. I can see cutting out some of the like slapstick comedy or something, but just editing them out altogether just doesn't seem practical.
Yeah.
And George Lucas is said to have seen that and been amused. I kind of I don't know if he really was amused, but
anyway, good night. I've been up. I meant to go an hour ago, but yeah.
Well,
it's
been lovely chatting with you, Master Gash.
That's something.
Oh, it's been 5.5 hours.
Dragon, how long have you been backstage?
Minute.
Okay.
Well, good night.
Good night, bro.
Then. Have a good night.
No night. We have to all stay up for another hour.
So
it's like it's just about to hit 6 in the evening for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't really. I forgot that it's like.
I'm in the future.
No, you have to stay You have to stay for another hour, 4 minutes. Then we do a watch party for Knuckles.
By the way, DJ Ronnie G said if you haven't already, you should check out the Fun Dumpster. Yeah. Well, I almost. Yeah. For some reason, when I read Fun Dumpster, something else came into my head. I won't say. First word. Anyone?
I think I can
think of it?
I could pop a bit of a content share if you want, Lorenzo. I've got some stuff I'm drawing at the moment.
I am thinking like, yeah. If you wait, do you have something to share?
Sure, yeah. I've got some stuff I'm drawing at the moment. I'll grab my.
Do you have something to share with the rest of the class, as the teachers used to say? I don't know if they say that in New Zealand.
Sorry, I was going to grab my pen.
You know about
got
that?
A nice new digital pen recently.
Like somebody makes a joke in school and like.
Oh yeah, something to do with the rest of the class. Yeah, we got that. That's pretty universal.
Yeah.
Teachers calling you out to embarrass you. Yeah.
And then sorry, D-Wig, that kind of went like my mind kind of went dirty when I heard the word Fun Dumpster. just so used to people using a different 3-letter word before dumpster.
Come on, Eileen.
I be lurking in your channel every now and then, Ronnie. Laugh out loud. You wrote that twice. With regard to whether Java was always hot or human. Well, I appreciate your viewership, and I think he's talking to D-Weg. D-Weg's D-Weg be lurking in Ronnie's chat. And Ronnie says he appreciates the viewership and sometimes long for a dumpster of his own, like a decent steel one with a few dents. Yeah, that's the thing is, D-Weg lives in a dumpster, and he promotes crack usage, which, again, this is an entertainment show. Views expressed on the show do not reflect, even when it's stated by myself, they do not reflect my own views or anyone's views anywhere in any dimension.
So that's my picture of Sweet Baby ink and how they make it. So they pour candy and they force feed a baby, and then they have this spiral thing in the Sweet Baby ink logo, right? So that spiral is clearly some kind of implant technology, like the Borg, like cybernetic implants or a cyborg implant. So they put this in to mix the candy to make ink that tastes sweet from babies. And I never drew arms, but does a baby in an ink factory really need arms? Would these sickos let the baby keep their arms? Arms? No. Probably not. So that's that. But I'm gonna now give the floor to Jerry to show his artwork when he's ready. But I forget.
I thought was Jerry. I thought Jerry was going to I was zooming in Jerry's artwork. Welcome, DJ Ronnie G.
Good evening, Lorenzo.
This is an interesting presentation. I've said this before. It's kind of like show and tell for adults, but I don't mean I once phrased an adult version of show and tell, and people misunderstood. But it's
my takeaway here is really hope they let the baby
your stuff on the show, like you're wacky as long as it's not porn, or something like that. Like seriously violates YouTube guidelines.
I mean, it's just a picture of a baby that makes ink. I don't know about.
There's nothing. Yeah, I don't think there's anything.
This is,
it's not just baby ink. It's
the
Sweet
rules
Baby
about
ink.
that.
Oh yeah, ink. It's an ink company. Am I not allowed to make a fictional ink company?
Surely not.
Sorry, I forgot. I'm laughing. You got trouble reading all my stupid jargon, says D-Weg. I don't know what. And Gia says good night, and he has a link to his DeviantArt page. Yeah, to check it out. Now, of course, if you're over 18, I should say, I think there's some adult content, and if you're not squeamish, because there could be some sort of kind of S&M kind of stuff up there, or some sort of bondage, or I don't know exactly what all, because I don't have a DeviantArt account. Probably should get one just to check it out, because he's a good colorist.
Hey, you're talking about Lord Gash?
Yeah, Master Gash.
Master Gash, sorry.
Yes. Yeah, I have a hard time pronouncing that Gies, or what Gies. I don't know.
I think it's meant to be.
It's
meant to be like Gash or something like that. It's a real stupid word. Yeah. All I know it's from is D&D.
Oh, I thought it was like an anime thing, Code Geass.
Yes, there is.
Gas is a binding spell.
Yes.
It's. I'm pretty sure it is actually meant to be pronounced gas. Yeah, which is the worst.
Pronounced gas.
Yeah, for real.
That sounds like. Draw more. I love art, says your friendly neighborhood ninja. I file out. I'm on the fence still about the fun dumpster. I found. Yeah.
There you go.
It says D-Wag, and your friendly neighborhood ninja says, I really missed y'all. Yeah, I miss seeing you. No, your friendly neighborhood ninja goes way back. I'm surprised he's hadn't been a mod on the channel a long time ago, but I think I've known him for years now.
Engelteen's channel. Well, his.
Huh?
Remember he was ever in Engelteen's chat.
Well, I wouldn't I have known him through like him and you through Pope Fire, maybe.
Maybe.
You both know Pope Fire, but Engelteen was also. Oh wow.
I need layer.
That cat's gonna shit on your bed though.
That cat.
Going back to it's a callback to when Risey was on here talking about his.
Yeah, the guidelines I've got up here are for a YouTube banner thing. A buddy of mine's wife's got like a YouTube channel. She does like sewing. You know how to make garments.
I'm sorry to
make garments.
Tarnish the sewing channel art.
No, you're cool, man. You can make fun of it, bro. That's cool.
I love cats, but they can really be bastards too. And some
of
them are not. I mean, some of them are.
They be shitting, man. You know.
Some of them aren't that way, but like you can be a real terror as well. I mean, dogs will sometime, like it depends on the dog, but if they're really, really, maybe if they're really upset with a person and they just, the cats are like Amber Heard, allegedly, Amber Heard level.
Just shitting on your bed.
Yeah. I mean, allegedly. I mean, she was never found guilty of like shattery or whatever the fuck it's called. I think they had a photograph and it was just like giant pile of shit, and then it was like then they had like a photograph of the dog, and it was like really, really I could be making this up in my head, or I could be repeating what I heard.
Yes. Well, time to share with the class and holy abomination. That makes no sense.
Okay, so yeah, and Dragon's the one who just like brings up all these like, really horrible pop culture like things. Like, what is it? Some sort of reboot or
show people why I just posted in show planning room. Let's see how many people. To see how many minds are broken from that thing. Especially Americans.
Here, Dragon's kind of like, I don't know if any of you guys are old enough to remember Andy Rooney on 60 Minutes. Except for that, it was like just a really short segment of Andy Rooney complaining about stuff. It's this like grumpy old guy that like, but I don't think you're like Andy Rooney, I think was like in his 60s or 70s when I'd watch him on TV.
Oh yeah, no, I was born in the 90s, bro, so definitely not. But you know.
Well, yeah, it was on it was on the American version of 60 Minutes. Apparently, I think Australia has a show called the
Australian 60 Minutes is the 60 Minutes I grew up with, even though, yeah, New Zealand, but that's what we got. Yeah. In fact, 16 Minutes was, to me, like, it was better than the news. I used to get my make my parents let me like stay up and watch it. Be like, come on, it's only 30 more minutes. I want to learn about the dingo lady.
Does the dingo also eat your baby?
Say what?
Did the dingo eat your baby?
A dingo did not eat my baby, and in fact, it turns out a dingo actually did eat that lady's baby, and that I feel so sad thinking about that. Like she got run through the news like for so long, people making fun of her, and it turned out it actually did happen. It's like, oh no.
I mean,
Yeah,
dingoes exist where she was.
there's this kind of.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said, Dragon.
I said, well, dingoes exist where she lived.
Well, yes, that's true, but it's an unlikely situation. Like, you're not really running into dingoes all day, every day, as much as you're running into like spiders and snakes.
The thing that I find fascinating about dingoes is that there's like, it's also like what do they call it, the Papua New Guinea singing dog, and like there's like this like whole family of like these primitive kind of, would they be called canids? They're like in the canine family, but they're a little bit different though. They're
like a wild dog of some kind.
Yeah, but I think their menstrual cycle is different or something than a regular dog, than like standard domestic dogs. Do
they lay eggs?
Yeah,
do they lay eggs?
No, that's my people.
Okay, I mean that's a big difference. The menstrual
That's
cycle.
Our ladies do that, but no, they're not marsupials. Do marsupials eggs? I'm thinking of platypus.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a marsupial?
Speaking of platypuses, when does
Or is that a bird?
I think it's both starts back up.
Mammal that lays eggs, right? Marsupial? I mean, platypus is like a mammal that lays eggs.
A platypus is the only mammal that lays eggs. Marsupials like,
do they have like
rats and kangaroos and all that sort of shit? Koalas.
Oh yeah. But what is a? Oh, it's not. It's from. Oh, I know. It's from Tasmania. I know that now that I'm looking at Wikipedia. But it isn't a marsupial, is it?
A platypus? No.
Yeah, because it doesn't have like. Do they all have like pouches or?
Birthing pouches, yeah.
Yeah, like.
Also, it's to do with their body structure as well. Like strong rear legs and weak front legs is a.
So they can kick your ass with their hind legs.
Yeah, they'll fuck you up. Yeah.
But I thought like a kangaroo has some pretty like powerful, packs powerful punch though with its.
Oh, they do. They also do. Yeah, like that's yeah. It's more like they don't rely as much on marsupials. Often don't rely as much on. What's the word? It's their front legs are dexterous, so they can handle shit with their front hands, like with their front legs, like they can pick stuff up.
Is that a problem like with domestic violence in Australia? They'll say like, no, that my husband didn't beat me up. That was just a kangaroo.
That.
Yeah,
No,
kangaroo gave me a black eye. You know, that seems more like compelling than the.
I mean, if you're going to get a black eye from a
That's
kangaroo, it's going to be in Australia. But no, I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah,
That's
not
a common.
not in New Zealand or anything, but it's like I fell on the steps. That doesn't make it, or my I hit the door with my eye. Doorknob with my eye, or whatever the excuse is. That doesn't. But the kangaroo thing seems kind of convincing because they can be kind of be dicks.
Who
From
is
what
this
I've seen.
benevolent Belmont Press Comics? Looks like we have a newbie.
The new what?
New posted in the chat.
Oh, welcome,
Still
Oh,
Belmont
wow,
Press
welcome to the
Comics.
chat. You're a moderator now. Belmont's. Wow,
Must be the
seeing a
from.
lot of people here that I've known a long time, but didn't have wrenches. So you have a wrench, and your friendly neighborhood ninja. I'm turning into Oprah. You have a car, and you have a car.
You get a wrench.
Must be someone from the CG.
Oh, Danny's in the chat too. Okay, so
Danny.
So, your friendly neighborhood ninja. Oh, the dragon. That was you talking to about an hour until Knuckles drops on Paramount Plus. So, yeah.
Now let's see. 45 minutes left.
Oh, Danny's here. Danny. Is it? Well, I guess it's not polite to call him a dummy. That's not a polite term, but he is. Would that be a ventriloquist doll then? Would that be the politically correct term?
Also, no, Katie, we don't have kangaroos in New Zealand, but we do have wallabies.
You have wallabies?
Yeah, on a few secluded places. There's a place in off the coast of the North Island called Kowau Island that has wallabies on it.
Were they like smuggled in, or how
they were introduced. Yes, that's right. Yeah.
But you also have talking dogs.
What?
I said you also have talking dogs.
In New Zealand? No, we don't.
In Australia, they have a talking wallaby named Rocco.
Oh, yeah.
Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh, Rocco's Modern Life, indeed.
Well, I don't know if that's...
Australia also gave us one of the best cartoons of all time.
He's from Australia.
Louis.
You platforming the promotion of crack or anyone affiliated with the hashtag crack pad is deplorable. I can't even. I'm out. Oh, well. Goodbye, Danny, then. Your friendly neighborhood ninja clarified, Lorenzo Sleestek, yes, Pope was our original connection. So Pope Fire, yeah. She had this thing called the Titans fundraiser, helped not everybody can afford comic books, and especially I'll be frank about it, especially some of these indie comic books can be pretty pricey, and so I blanked out on what the name of the charity was called, but that was one of the I think it's like the Titans or Comic Titans or something. I have no streaming service at the moment, says your friendly neighborhood ninja. I'm also glad for that. I have YouTube. Interesting. Our proprietary formula says Dragon. The Dragon. Sorry, Dragon. DWAG says our proprietary formula. We use our 3D printed crack. It's 100% all natural ingredients and allegedly not harmful when used responsibly.
Hey, I only do blue meth.
I
Like
don't know what that
like,
abbreviation is. Right?
Heisenberg intended.
Yeah, this is not any sort of once again, we're not talking about none of this stuff being said is should be taken seriously in any dimension.
Especially because of the fact I'm just referencing Breaking Bad.
All our owners of 3D printed rocks, yeah, see, they're 3D printed. So who smoke our rock? Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Don't recommend smoking any sort of crack rock, even the 3D printed kind. Do so at their own risk.
It is a revolutionary process, however, to incorporate 3D printing with making, fabricating crack rocks. Maybe it could save a lot of lives because now people in the hood or wherever you buy crack can have more without paying a middleman.
That's some sound logic right there. Clear and simple.
All owners of our 3D printed rocks who smoke our rocks do so at their own risk. I am not FDA approved, so I can't guarantee without saying allegedly. Well, so there we go. So yeah. And I think you can't, in the court case, somebody was found that the saying in Minecraft didn't work. So what's that called? Pal World, or what's the new Pokemon type looking game? That's more
Pal World, that thing.
Pal World, yeah.
Yeah,
so
that's Pokemon with
Pal
guns,
World,
basically.
you can probably use that for a couple more months, and then again, this doesn't count as legal advice.
It certainly shouldn't.
Pal World. Hail all says Belmont Press Comics. Again, welcome to the chat. Ross have big claws. Rons have big claws too. I definitely need some to get some glasses. It's always good to see people greeting each other, and please like and share the stream. Help get the word out. That's the weird thing about the stream. Like, I recommend with my streams, you might want to just kind of skip past the part where I'm just like saying hi to the chat, and if you're watching the replay, and get to the point where I have panelists. And
this is pretty fun, man. Going on YouTube and talking about stuff like.
Yeah,
you guys do more like focus. Do you do more focused content at all? Like, sort of aiming at particular topics.
Well, oh wow, I should have zoomed. There we go. There we go.
I gotta adjust my volume here.
I used to do an animation related show. It was mainly Saturday morning cartoons, but like sometimes I would like talk about stuff from Nickelodeon and stuff that I don't think always was on Saturday mornings or whatever. But the problem I ran into is I tried to show examples.
Lorenzo is saying good night to friendly neighborhood ninja.
Have a good night. Thanks for pointing that out. I appreciate having people on the channel actually point stuff out in chat, because it's kind of a rare thing. See, I'm going to put the Lorenzo in here, though, Lorenzo. That way, Lorenzo's not covering up other non-Lorenzos. There we go.
Lorenzo.
I think I seen a kangaroo here in Indianapolis the other day.
Lorenzo.
That's a possibility. Might have wanted your. Might have been a heavy drinking, heavy drinker, something, Aussies are some of them are quite good at drinking. I'm
not an Aussie, but Australia and New Zealand share a drinking culture that would dwarf the American drinking culture in a moment. It's not a good thing.
What,
Not a brag.
are there, like, gosh, I hate to stereotype, but were there a lot of Irish people who came over?
It's not about that, but actually Scottish more than Irish.
Wow, okay.
There's
Well, that's
literally my
actually-
family's history is Scotland. It's my actually how my grandfather on my mum's side, how they ended up in the country is a really fun and interesting story. If you're into history and that sort of stuff.
Oh, I love, yeah.
Yeah, it goes from my great grandfather being forced to go to India as a result of conscription. And they were like, we want you to fraternize with the locals, so to speak, and like, you know, make the British Empire look good in India. And so what he did was fall in love with an Indian woman and marry her. And the Brits were like, no, not like that.
Oh, are you part
but,
Indian?
Yes, indeed. Yep. So my great grandmother is a full-blooded Indian woman. My grandfather on my mum's side was actually born in Nasik in India, which is just a few hours inland from Mumbai.
Wait, did you say that there's a place called Nothing, India?
Nasik.
Yeah, that's what I heard that too. I was like, I was like,
Yeah, it's like nothing, but in a Transylvanian accent. Nasik.
D-Wag says F Danny. Yeah, F Danny. He was the that. I don't know. Maybe I get banned for calling him a dummy, but like I swear the guy is a ventriloquist dummy. You know what I mean?
No, it's better than how one of my ancestors ended up in Canada.
Oh yeah.
His father was. Guess what his father did?
He was a serial murderer.
No, he had
Also,
dead, so he forced he forced his own son into intentional servitude.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, like wow, I have some really crappy ancestors. Then again, at least as far as I know, there's no murderers.
Hey man, look, at the very worst, you know, they've set the bar low for you, so you can say I'm better than those who came before me, or something like that.
I've got an ancestor who, gosh, I don't know what country this would have been considered. If it would have been like considered Germany, or if it was like Poland, or because they were Germanic, like Low German speaking, Plattdeutsch speaking people, but they were kind of lived in they lived in Pomerania, and some of that's part of Poland. And then I had some relatives from like Prussia. Some lived in like Poznan.
That's some like old ass family history, like pre-World War One type geography.
Yeah, it's some like one of my relatives has a ski at the end of their name, but it was I don't know if it was the German name that was like modified to look Polish, or if they were just Polish, but like they were like Germanic speaking people. But don't understand that because
Aaron Wagner.
I'm from the land of the lost, but somehow I do have family members from
D-Wag hitting us with D-Wag drinks VB. What a good!
No, they
what a
don't
good.
have-
I can't say that. I can't say that word on stream. What a GC!
I'm pretty sure they don't have kangaroos in New Zealand. They have kiwis. They have actually the Maori extinct.
Wallabies
Like,
on the
how many
certain
species
areas?
of both the Maori extinct?
Nine.
Like 12. By
Sorry,
overhunting
what
them?
was that?
They have wallabies.
KDS,
and
dude, they have kangaroos in
certain
New Zealand, I didn't know.
certain rare
Hold on.
locations.
I missed what he said. Something about hunting species to extinction. I know what you're
The
talking
Maori?
about. The Moa,
The
which
Maori,
is
the name, the people that forced
The are they
across
called
New
pronounced
Zealand.
Marys? Mary?
that's
Mara?
Maori.
that's Maori.
Yeah. So basically, they overhunted multiple species of birds to extinction. Like 12 of them.
There's a bird called the Moa, spelled M-O-A, Moa, and it was like a giant. Imagine you guys know what an emu or an ostrich looks like.
Oh yeah.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah, imagine that. But imagine if that bird was like twice as tall as a human. That's what they hunted to extinction.
Whoa.
I can
Like
kind
I
of
said,
see
they
that.
extinct like 12 different both species.
You know what?
Yeah, and you know the big. Sorry, someone's. I'm cutting you off. What did you say?
I was starting to say like with the emu. Like I've heard that aren't they kind of violent? Like I can't
Yes,
imagine one that's
actually,
gigantic.
I urge you to look up something in Australian history called the Emu War. It will have
I've
you
heard
laugh
of that.
for
That
days.
sounds
Oh, I love
At one
that.
time, that humanity lost an actual war to real birds. It
oh
happened.
wow. So the question about kangaroos in New Zealand, I think we already established earlier.
We don't have them yet.
There's some wallabies somewhere, but not.
There are some wallabies in secluded island locations where they were introduced, and that's it. We do have some Australian stuff over here. Like we have something called the porch spider. Imagine like if you took Daddy Long Legs and used the scale tool on Photoshop to just make it a whole bunch bigger, and then made it yellow. That's the porch spider, but it's not venomous or anything.
Like dangerous because Daddy Longlegs, I think, are pretty.
Nope, they're not
really
they're
a
not
threat to
venomous.
humans, huh?
No, they're not. The porch spiders they're actually non-venomous. They just look
I think
scary.
that's
That's
the
all.
same with Daddy Longlegs.
Well, fun fact.
But I'm not a scientist. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Daddy Longlegs have some venomous venom, but their teeth are too tiny to penetrate skin, and it never became an issue. It's weird. Like that's a weird one too. Like, because they still count as non-venomous to me because I've never felt endangered around one. You know, like, I mean, they're kind of annoying. I mean, they're all right, but you know.
Yeah,
Well,
actually, I found out that
but,
I believed that fact for a really long time, and I found out recently that it's only half right. The actual truth is that their venom glands are so small that they can't give us enough venom for it to cause a problem. Like they can bite you, but hands down, you won't feel it.
So
and
I just
it won't do
quoted a
anything to you.
fucking. I just quoted a fucking Snapple fact. Damn it! And the reality is, it's not their teeth, but it's the amount of venom they produce.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cthulhu.
Cool.
Welcome to
Yeah, that's good to know.
welcome.
Thank you.
Everybody loves Cthulhu.
It's cool, right? Like I know I actually believed the same thing you did up until this year. It was like legit like a month or two ago. Crazy. Yeah.
So I'd like to welcome Cthulhu to the chat and all hail the
Hello,
what they call
Cthulhu.
the ancient ones or.
I for one welcome our ancient lords.
Yeah. I welcome our ancient overlords back to take care of the human situation. I'll just leave it at that.
Hey man, you know, with everyone you get their own personal pattern screamer, surely.
And Keely Chell's dropping a link in the. I know people. Some people. I think Risey. I don't know. I don't want to start any beef with Risey. I think Risey just was kind of questioning some of the links that Keely dropped one day, but
I generally
the other Risey, you know, with
someone who works in IT and has extensive cybersecurity experience. I don't generally click links in the chat unless the unless the streamer approves them. That's
well, Keely drops legitimate links. They
yeah, I'm not that wasn't a commentary on anyone.
Segi, is that
clean that up.
Is that Segi Melons, aka Ray, or different? There's a streamer that goes by the name Segi Melons, but she, I think she's only like in her 30s, but anyway, that's what she calls herself. But yeah, so Keely's, as far as I'm concerned, like even if if that's the Segi I know, I consider a friend, least friendly acquaintance, always.
Fucking crap model.
But Keely dropped some links, and some of them are to channels I watch, and some of them are, maybe like not people I'm always the biggest fan of. But I really appreciate the variety, and that's why I get people wrenches. I can see that it being kind of maybe disconcerting, though, if somebody's like, okay, so maybe somebody doesn't get along with someone, and all of a sudden there's a link in the chat to. But Keely seems to promote everybody, so.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't making
it is better than mean and what do you call what do you call that? Like
in a public chat, right?
When somebody's like in those circles where they're just kind of.
Yeah. I mean, look, I can show you something pretty crazy. Hold on. There's that link there.
What do they call that when it's just like somebody stuck in a? I'm blanking out because I'm tired, but someone's in an echo chamber. I don't want to be in an echo chamber. That's easy to happen. I used to have like probably hundreds of people blocked on Twitter. Just like Comicsgate and anti-Comicsgate people, and it got really silly. Like I got to the point, I was blocking the people who were woke and the people who were like complaining about woke people, and it's like, why don't I just hear them out and just draw my own conclusion instead of blocking everyone. That's what I eventually settled on. I was like, okay, I'm gonna unblock people. To this day, I'm still apologizing to people for going on a blocking spree. In my heart of hearts, I'm really proud tonight, says your friendly neighborhood ninja. I'll do my best. I've got to get to bed, work tomorrow.
Stark of Iron, by the way, is asking if we'll
take care.
Lorenzo.
Go ahead.
Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Stark of Iron's asking if we're going to be going for another half an hour at least because they've got to drive home.
Oh, I don't know how long I'm going. I just ended her stream. Was it Sagi? Cthulhu, how much lawyer stuff and legalities and legalnomics and that stuff? Ask D-Way? Or that's a question. I think that's a question at least. And Cthulhu says, D-Way, you probably safe with $200. Always get cheapest and sleaziest with a golden smile. I'm not sure if that's. Wait, is that advice about getting lawyers? I drink. Oh, so I finally got this message from a half hour ago. VB, even though Victoria Better isn't sold here, I drink it in spirits. Huh. Oops. I hope I didn't just time. Please let me know if I accidentally hit or timed somebody out a chat because I clicked on some weird thing with StreamYard. I saw a pop-up menu, and that's typically not good. D-Wake tells Cthulhu. Oh, okay, thank you for doing lawyer commissioning. Maybe you get on a What is this word? I can't even. Was it a pretainer? Would that be like a retainer? Hey, Suzanne. Welcome. I think what happens is I think there's just different waves of people who are up at different times of the day
That's
or
true.
night. And they kind
Well, I know
of
some of our
pop
viewers are like
in, and then we hit
out
kind
in
of
the
a dry
different
spell.
yeah. Some of your viewers. Sorry.
Please like and share the stream. Help get the word out. Oh, Stark of Iron.
Hey,
Still alive,
Lorenzo.
eh? Yeah. You're welcome on the panel. We're just chilling. You definitely get worn out the day after a stream, but it's worth it. Going to save for. Oh, so here we go. Finally caught up to the half-hour question. Oh, you're driving home. Okay, yeah. Wow, is that far back in the chat? Hi, reading people. Like, who was before? Huh. Okay, and then and check out Helder. Link Heroic Tales #1. Fund My Comic campaign page here. So I like Luke Stone, but when he came out with this Fund My Comic thing, I was really skeptical. I mean, it's such a narrow thing, and with Comicsgate, like, I talk to people I know IRL who, even people who are interested in comics, which a lot of people are no longer interested in, and they don't really know about Comicsgate or anti-Comicsgate or. So this Fund My Comic thing seemed like it was kind of a niche thing. Because it seemed like it was a result maybe of a bunch of people getting from Comicsgate who, for whatever reason, got like their search results on Indiegogo would their campaign would not show up in the Indiegogo search engine, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I think that's what led to Fund My Comic, or maybe it was in the works, but it helped to gain popularity within.
I haven't thought of or heard of Indiegogo for years. That's been around for a while. That site.
Yeah, that's the place. Yeah, it was around before Kickstarter, like a year before. So, or when I was like,
absolutely, I remember Indiegogo well before I remember because Indiegogo, I remember like a lot of sort of local musicians and stuff that I knew would put up stuff there to try and get people to like fund their albums and stuff. As a long time ago, though.
Yeah, for a while there were all these, and there still are a lot of Comicsgate campaigns and to fund like comic books and no, a lot of these creators do good work and actually put out their comics, but like some of them, like it might be putting out a comic book like 5 years after you backed it, if they put it out at all, or it's kind of a crapshoot. But I think that's always been an issue with the crowdfunding, which is why.
I mean, crowdfunding is always a crapshoot, right? Like
yeah,
that's the kind of foundation of doing that at all.
I think no, I'll say I can vouch for Denali, who was here earlier. I mean, he has the comic book finished, and people bought the black and white version, and they'd get it at like 3
Oh,
days max
hey, Lorenzo.
in the past, but now he's got a Kickstarter just so he can fund the printing of the hardcover version. Plus, it's
Ultra Mass.
It's already drawn. It might take
Hey,
3 months because of the hardcover. Oh, go ahead.
Lorenzo, by the way, you got someone sitting in the. There you go. Yeah.
Welcome.
God damn.
Hey, what's up, Cowabunga dudes? Power!
Cowabunga, dude.
Hey, yeah, I just got super inspired from one ninja to another. Been out here fighting crime. And I got some party pizzas for my bros, dude. Cowabunga,
Hell
dude.
yeah, bro.
Radical, brother. Yes. I'm just
I've
like
had those
listening.
before. Is that a Tombstone pizza?
Oh, these
no,
are
Totino's.
Totino's, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, brother. It's really good eatings down here in the sewer. But yeah, I just thought it was really cool, man. I came in here. I don't really get to be on the internet because I'm always fighting crime. And I'm just like, whoa, these dudes are like giving like legal advice, a bunch of free cool shit that you probably have to pay for as humans. But yeah, one lizard to another lizard. Because I'm a turtle. You're whatever. We're both turtly lizard powers. Let's go.
Wasn't aware that turtles were lizards, but that's close enough.
Oh, they're not? Well, I didn't really go to school, but I got, so maybe, are frogs lizards? They're green.
They're both reptiles.
Amphibious.
They're both
Oh,
exothermic. Yeah. Turtles are reptiles. They're technically they're in that new field called Chelonia, but they didn't make it really like fully like official yet, so they're still reptiles.
Oh.
And they lay eggs.
I don't, brother. I promise you.
Well,
Those things come out brown. Those come out. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good point, too. Didn't think about that. You guys got, a bunch of cool stuff. You got one dude, he's like selling rocks or something. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, man.
Yeah, that one looks delicious.
3D printed crack rocks.
Well, it sounds healthy to me. Yeah, I think that's what he said, man. Why would he lie? Somebody says something on the internet, you got to believe him, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, don't let me derail, man.
Like television back in the 1800s.
Yep. It's a wild, wild west out here.
Just joking about that. Obviously, was it the 50s when television became a mainstream thing?
I don't know, bro. I'm from sewer, bro.
The city under the city. Are you? That's old New York, I think. It's the New York was built over like the original New York, and it still exists. Parts of it in the underground, like in sewers.
Yep.
Do you ever?
I don't know where
that guy from Beauty and the Beast. I think there was a TV show where he lived in the city under the city, the sewers.
No, man. Are you talking about Leonardo DiCaprio?
Well, he might as well.
No, I don't know, man. I really don't got much, man. I can't really stay, too long. But I just wanted to come on and just say you guys are fucking rocking it.
It's awesome to meet
Dude, he's got the Totino's pizza, bro. He's got the kung fu skills, man. Like, this guy's out here living life.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that one dude
to stick together.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's Green Brothers, and it's legit because look at this. I got a popsicle out here.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm out here, bro. You don't even know, bro. I wish somebody'd mess with me. I'm out here. Just out here killing it right here in the middle of the road at 2:48 in the morning.
Yeah, we have these ice cream trucks that go by. I wonder if they. I haven't gone out to check, but maybe they have
No ice cream trucks at 2:48 in the morning.
Well, not
Well, it's obviously
during the daytime. And I wonder if they have any like
This man is the ice cream.
Ninja Turtle popsicles, because some of them have like SpongeBob popsicles, but I don't.
That is my greatest question. Where at 2:48 in the morning did you find a Ninja Turtle popsicle?
Found it in the street, bro. It's definitely legit, man. You know, why would I lie?
Absolutely. Why would
You know what I
anyone
mean?
come on the internet and lie, right? Like that's not something that people do,
No, it's absolutely.
especially
there
not
was something
Ninja Turtles.
that show Arthur. I think it was about TV though. Do people really go on TV and tell lies? Welcome, Risey.
Oh,
Of course not.
What's up?
Risey? This wouldn't be the infamous Risey Lee.
In and around your dirty mouth.
Well, that sounds almost specific, man. But how you doing, brother?
Yeah.
We're above ground. Just got back home.
Hey, you know, I've heard some stories about Risey Lee. You don't want to mess with him. So I'm out. I'm off this one. I'm doing my good deed for the day, pulling out this rusty, dangerous metal that you guys probably can't see. We're gonna move it out the street. We'll put it right there. Now we're doing good deeds, changing the world, one bogan at a time. Not here,
Hell
right?
yeah, brother.
Hell of a bogan, brother. But that's just what the stories say. I don't know.
We're born this way. Don't deny my truth.
You know, I was born as an outcast too, man. So I know how you feel. But you always got to do the positive thing and do what's right. Yeah. Or at least that's what my brother tells me. Donatello.
Oh yeah.
Brother's a lying piece of shit.
Well, it's not in my character arc to disagree with that.
How's Master Splinter doing, bro?
Oh, he's hasn't aged a day, you know, since, you know, the 80s. Looks the same. Duding it up. Yes, my children. Yeah, you get some inspirational speech like that, but yeah, I'm done. You know, I want to let you guys get back to the stuff you're talking about. Oh,
Well, thanks for showing up, Michelangelo. I appreciate it.
yeah, I'll hang out for just a little bit longer. You know,
Maybe
I'm
shot
gonna,
by the police.
don't get. Yeah, it's hard out here for a turtle.
Yeah, it's
Luckily, I
good
got
to
my
get
turtle
some-
show.
get some green representation on here too.
Absolutely. You know, and that one dude that was, I don't know what he was saying, but I'm gonna change my picture now. The avatar. Yeah, this guy. He's a karate expert.
Yeah.
So I got to
Yeah,
be off
the,
camera right now.
D-Wag, I believe his name is.
D-Wag. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
he's got this Danny puppet who's stalking him.
Oh my gosh, Demon Puppet Danny.
Or is it okay to call Danny a dummy?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Danny's a douche, bro. Just killing my vibes, man. You know what I mean?
And your
What
vibes are
happened with,
immaculate, my friend. Immaculate.
Thank you, sir.
Would I get in trouble with would I get banned from YouTube for suggesting wood chippers?
No, absolutely not, man. So just say allegedly. Pretty sure the cool
Yeah.
Fulu.
In Minecraft, that's
Yeah,
the
they have. Do they have wood chippers in that Pal World game?
I don't know what that is, but it sounds plausible.
Because Minecraft, I guess they already found out in a court case that you can't use that anymore. So trying to figure out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And what is
That's
that?
that's a real shame, man.
What do you call it? Stardew Valley? There's
That's a good one.
Well, our crack rocks are, we're not just crack. You know, it's a concept. It's an idea, brother. You know, it's about supporting whatever your crack is. So whenever you light up one of our rocks, which Darren said he cannot say who the F you know, they are not responsible for if you smoke one of the glow in the dark 3D crack rocks. They can't prove that you smoked it right, obviously. DJ Ronnie, Darren might need to get in contact with you about the lawyering and stuff.
Lawyering.
Did you just mention disposing of the evidence by smoking it?
No, we wouldn't do that. Turtle power, bro.
Yeah. I guess I know the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are against doing drugs.
Well, he said it was healthy. He said it was all natural. I think that's where I found out about the Rise Elite. It was the first time his name had ever came against us, you know, superheroes' path. Was that there was these Australian, this bogan, Michael Bancroft. I think he does comics or something. But yeah, he disavowed some crack pack group or something. Didn't know what that was.
Hold on, did you just mention Michael Bancroft?
Yeah.
Damn, bro. Man's cultured.
Hargrave's in the chat.
There's two Michael Bancrofts.
Is that Adam Etheridge? Hargrave.
Hold on, wait. I got something to show Hargrave. He'll appreciate this.
Wait, don't show your penis on stream.
No.
Not with you. People's.
Look, I got this. Do you want me to send it to you, Hargrave?
Aw, that's nice.
Hargrave.
Is that a cat?
Yeah, he hates Happy. I got some fairy tale stickers and a bunch of happy ones.
Oh, they got it sounds like a train, aka a subway train out here. So I'm gonna have to mute.
So DJ Ryan G is crashing his car. I wish I had zoomed in on that faster because he was just it was like just tumbling and tumbling and tumbling. That it was like a dune buggy or something.
Yeah, some kind of like rock crawler or something. And I've been jumping off mountains for the past like 2 hours and jumping off ramps.
Jumping off mountains. That reminds me, there was this Jamaican in Jamaica. There was this tourist guy, and it was a clothing optional beach, but he was the only one who was clothing optional. And he took this dive off of a cliff into the water. And he did
one of these fucking
but it's like, I just wish I didn't have to see his wang.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Land Before Time or Lost Before Time, aren't you a sleek stackian? Did you guys wear clothing? I don't know. I'm just pointing it out. Just being fair.
Well, it's not like they have anything to hide without your
Well, that's true. It's a good point too. They're all good points. Everybody's got good points. And I like that your car's green, bro. It's cool, man.
Thank you. Did you see my turtle?
No.
That's
you did.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's
Hold on. I'm seeing rumors that
she's my housemate, not he. I didn't mean to misgender my turtle. She's a good kid. A good teenager. She's a teenager now.
Attaboy, man.
Decepticon's Cave of Collectibles is in the chat. Cave of Collectibles. I like the alliteration.
Spit an image of me right there.
Yeah, she's quite the climber.
Really big.
Tell me about it. Pain in the butt. I mean, no offense, but I need a lot of water and a big filter.
Well, I'm guessing, man, you probably get this a lot, but I don't know if you're actually a DJ. You got too much knowledge for that kind of stuff.
Have you seen my Twitter? I'm not a DJ.
Yeah. Oh, cool. No, I don't have Twitter.
It literally says not an actual DJ, but I do jockey discs. I jockey a lot of discs. I got hard discs. Like I literally have a hot swap base. I can jockey discs all day. Oh yeah, by the way, Lorenzo, remember before you asked me, you was like, Lee verse, right? You know, I used the term Lee verse, and that refers to the work of Lee Matsumoto, the man who created Galaxy Express 39, and one of his characters in the series is Captain Harlock. And
I love those characters
on the box.
I love those character designs.
Yeah, they're pretty cool. Mm-hmm. Wow. It's got a very nice. It's like 1979, early 80s. So it's got a nice little vibe to it.
So I miss those old school designs. That I mean, I love the anime designs nowadays, but they're just. It's good to see a variety. I mean, there's a variety now. It's good to see the older stuff too.
If variety is a nasty, dirty word for diversity, and I say no. No, everything should be the standard good version. And you know what? If people feel like they need representation, go make your own shit and do it there. Don't ruin what we fucking like.
Well, people are making their own shit, and you got to wait like 5 years, then you might eventually get a
yeah, and it's still shit.
Yeah, it's not my problem. They shouldn't be touching Star Trek and fucking it all up because they want to be like, we gotta make a movie that everyone else likes.
Star Trek has been fucking Western entertainment for well until before I was even born. So Star Trek's already a big red flag.
Yeah,
Star Trek.
Well, it's 3 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna hop off and watch Knuckles.
Wait, Knuckles? Are you admitting to being a kangaroo?
Knuckles, you know.
I thought you were gonna watch some Knockers, and it's like, oh yeah.
No, Knuckles.
I thought he said I was gonna watch Neck Girls. I was like, my ninja.
Knuckles.
Neck Girl with Knockers.
Knockers, yeah. I saw this movie. It was about a Japanese wife.
So make me show my chest because that might be considered pornography by YouTube's channels.
But I did see a movie about Knockers.
Oh wait, this car's still flipping over.
Yeah, right. It's got a lot of
good night.
lightness.
Have a good night. Thanks for
good night.
Good night, ET. I mean ED.
And Dragon
Real Dragon
on Twitter.
I think that's who I'm saying good night to. I always say good night to the wrong person.
Dragon or Dragon? Ethereal 777. I can't remember now. Yeah, whatever. Good night.
Ethereal Dragon 777.
So Cthulhu everybody loves Cthulhu. Says Risey's already started a beef with Michelangelo by stealing / waving his Wi-Fi Fuji water from the sewers.
Fujiwara. Yeah. She's a classy broad. She didn't want to fucking hang out with a bunch of fucking rats and fucking pieces of shit.
El Decepticon?
Fujiwara is a classy broad. She ain't got no time for that shite.
Yeah, this is a normal Thursday for the stream, Jerry. And
Jerry,
the greeted.
Good to know.
Dope as fuck.
The chaos is incredible. The dude in the Ninja Turtle outfit is fucking awesome.
Is this classy enough for you?
What?
Is this classy enough for you?
Dude, Johnny's got fucking Fujiwara fucking dancing behind him. You get my waifu away from you, you piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
Hey, this is abuse. This is abuse, Lorenzo.
I got a hat.
I stand for this, you piece of shit. Hey, D-Wag, do you see this fucker? He's doing his both dirty now. Hey! You motherfucker. You motherfucker. I'm gonna find your little castle in the clouds here, and I'm gonna fucking drop nukes on it. No, actually, I'm gonna drop. Don't you do that? She is a. That is filth. That is absolute filth. I do not condone any of this. The host does not condone any of this. Otherwise, you sure as shit doesn't
nothing on
condone
the
any of
show
this.
is condoned in any dimension in the multiverse.
Yeah. Fuck you, DJ Roddy G. What are you, DJ?
She will. She will. Thank you.
Oh, damn it, you just made me action a fucking weed bowl.
No.
Fuck. You piece of shit. Take that screen off. Do it now. I'm gonna hack your router, bro. I'm gonna fuck your shit up, bro. I'm about to go New Yorker on you, bro.
He's walking.
You gonna become a communist?
Yeah. I'm gonna commie New York your ass, bro.
I can't find the button to turn her off. Oh, there we go.
So have
there we go.
you noticed anything about like these communists and like eating ass and like that's kind of a hobby of some of them? Like
I heard that they were pretty.
You're like, you better watch what you say, but then,
no. Lorenzo,
maybe
you've just got to go to the
but
meetings.
then
You're just going to go to the meetings. They have some interesting things to say, you know. Seriously, super serial.
Wait, are we talking about communists eating ass or?
I don't know. I don't even know what a communist really is. I know the name.
I don't know either.
Some people say they hate money, but they do like money, and then I don't know. I don't know what a fucking commie is.
Well, some of the communists are actually big time guns.
This day and age, what the fuck
I'll tell you what a commie is.
Some communists love guns. Like some people on the left are like really, really into guns because that's kind of part of their history.
Oh no, I don't give a shit what fucking party you politically identify with. You're all assholes to me at the end of the day. Not you guys. I mean, just people that fucking worry about this shit. I mean, like at the end of the day, it's like, oh, it's going to be the end of the world, Rosie. It's the end of the world. It's the end of the world. I'm like, you know what? They said that same thing to my mum and my mum's fucking family and their family before them. It's always the end of the world. Cthulhu says, respect for DJ Ronnie for the full G Water segment. Fuck you, Cthulhu. You meant to be my boy, Cthulhu. I was going to name one of my fucking minions on Conan after you. Now I will not. No, I still will.
My question for the communists is, why do they
probably my warning about migraines. People have like certain kind of photosensitive or whatever seizures. Anyway, that was my warning.
Don't stop worrying about people. What were you saying? The guy that you spoke?
Oh, I said my question for the communists is, why do they seem to like starving so much?
You like what?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I kind of missed that.
Why do they like starving? Basically.
Yes. Dumb joke. Funnier in my head.
No. It's pretty funny. It's just I've heard it a few times, and Lorenzo has trouble fucking hearing us. So I would think. Yeah.
Wait.
No, you're good.
No,
it's just I've been in
a headset.
You've got like a New South Wales kind of accent, bro.
Fuck you, motherfucker! I'm a Western.
Western Australia. Oh, true.
Yeah, but, we did live all around Australia growing up, but I was born in Western Australia and lived back here again.
I didn't know they had internet in Western Australia.
You're so funny. Yeah, no, we've just got to go to the top of the hills for it.
Oh yeah, you got to hold your tongue right, to get the internet connection going.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that Chinese lady that was stealing our hour and sending it overseas.
I take the piss out of you, but I grew up in like rural New Zealand, like way out in the bush. The only reason we got broadband at all in like the era where everyone was kind of like getting better internet after dial-up was because my dad started working for Vodafone, and so our neighborhood got broadband.
Yeah, it goes to show you it's the people you know,
Fucking A, right? And like until then, we had straight up we had dial-up internet in like the early 2000s. It was fucked up.
Right, so did we, bro. I mean,
oh yeah, 100%. That's why I'm like, I know you guys can relate because like even though you're a literal continent of a country, you still had to like wait on the upgrades for that trans-Pacific cable, right?
Yeah. See, I basically, when I hear these stories like about, people that are in their 20s now, like, I started my channel, and they're all these huge success stars because they grew up into this shit. And I'm like, all right, yeah, they got a lot of money and shit, but I'm like, I went out and lived life, so I'm like, the internet isn't my headspace. It is now, but I'm in my 30s now, so I'm like,
whatever floats your boat, man.
Sorry?
Whatever floats your boat, man, whatever brings you joy,
Yeah, but like the thing is what I don't understand, I couldn't understand how they all had that internet thing, because I remember thinking the internet sucked when I was a teenager because it took like fucking 20 minutes to load a fucking homepage.
Oh yeah,
dude.
I was like, fuck.
Remember the days when they'd have all that JavaScript stuff where you'd like have some elaborate animation, then there'd be some MIDI file playing, and
that I literally owe being pre-internet. I owe that experience to how good I am at software development now, because like before then we didn't have any of that shit, like like modern object-oriented programming. There's all of this incredible abstraction that they put in the way, and you're not expected to understand what's going on. When you're targeting things at like compilation time, the amount of people I know that don't have an understanding of like how the stack and heap works when it comes to memory allocation is fucking wild.
Hey Nikki, welcome to the chat, and welcome to the panel.
Mad fucking rant there.
No, sorry, man. Didn't mean to cut you off. Just wanted to say hi, Nikki.
Yeah, no, sorry. My bad. I was saying I got a mad rant there. My bad.
Hey, bro,
I get pretty spirited about it there.
And I jump on Lorenzo's and fucking fuck up his stream all the time. I need to apologize more than you do.
No, Lorenzo's a lovely fella. Like, good to have everyone here.
No, that's why Lorenzo lets me on his stream, because he's a kind-hearted fool. No, I'm fine. I'm fucking Lorenzo. Lorenzo's like top tier fucking good people.
For sure.
I'm not sure if that's true, but I appreciate you saying that.
Stop.
Am I coming through? Testing.
Yeah, I said, what's up?
Nikki says, Jerry, I find it interesting what you're talking about. I have no idea what.
I was going to say, slandering JavaScript is okay in my books any day of the week. Like, honestly, this whole new thing that people are doing where it's like, so like modern JavaScript frameworks like React and Angular and shit, right?
Mm.
They're essentially emulating an environment at runtime in your browser. So you're downloading a whole bunch of shit to run it. Like, whereas previously websites were the quality and like smoothness of the website experience came from how good the server side development was. And so it's like now the buck is passed to you as a client, and it's so fucking bullshit, like so stupid.
I was surprised that Java was still a thing after that whole update. Just that, you know.
Well, you got JavaScript is distinctly different from Java.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. I thought it was.
Yeah.
But it's surprising that Java's a thing as well. But Nikki says I'm 56. I just got my first email a year and a half ago. I've never even been on Facebook or any of that nonsense. Yeah, but Facebook's something that came along later, and I prefer the old message boards. Usenet was actually pretty cool.
IRC.
It was before the World Wide Web came out.
I was a MSN Messenger kid.
The MSN Messenger.
Yeah, I think that was the same era as the AOL message boards.
I used that as well. I remember that.
I used IRC first, but only during its latter end.
Cool.
And then after IRC came AOL and MSN Messenger clients and all that good stuff.
Do you ever use do you ever use
my favorite
Pine or Elm, those text-based browsers?
Way back when I've seen them, but I've never fucked with them.
I fucked with Lynx, or was it Lynx?
Pine before. That was pretty fun. Using that like in a.
Do you guys remember like in
a terminal in Linux? You can, or it might even be available for like. Can you get a terminal these days in Windows?
Oh yeah,
yes, you can actually. Yeah, they have actually. There's an entire subsystem for Linux that Windows runs these days. Yeah.
The last version of Linux I ran was Red Hat.
What? You run the fucking enterprise Linux? Okay.
Oh, back when it was Red Hat, the consumer Red Hat, not Valve.
No.
Oh, okay.
Right, okay. Consumer Red Hat and GNOME. I played with GNOME for a little while too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, GNOME's good. That's like the sort of Debian like version 6 kind of era. That's good stuff. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I fuck with Linux hard, yeah.
Sorry, Danny.
I'm one of those. I run Arch, by the way.
Oh yeah,
I got Arch on my Steam Deck.
A lot of people run that nowadays.
Wait, is this the Arch? I think it is.
Danny says, just letting you know that Michelangelo was a fraud. Or Michelangelo would never come on a stream with someone like Crazy. Hey, you take that back, Danny. You see, Risey is anti-puppet.
Wait, was someone like Risey really? Risey is anti. Yeah, fuck you. I hate all puppets. Fuck you. Anyone that fucking plays with puppets should eat.
I see.
Well, remind me never to bring my Kermit the Frog on the camera.
Okay.
I will unsubscribe from your channel, bitch.
This is an entirely different language. Yeah, somebody already unsubscribed from my channel tonight, which means
Risey, when are you gonna unblock me, dude? I feel like all I said was "lol."
You blocked in my chat. God damn it!
You were very animated. Let me tell you the story. I don't know.
Dude, man, I've got so many people blocked in my chat. I can't find the block list.
Well, I can actually show you. Go to your YouTube studio. And you'll go down to blocked users.
I fucking did that, man. And it says that there's no one blocked.
Holy
And
fuck!
yet I know that there's heaps of people blocked. I didn't even know you were blocked.
Can you get one of your
Risey.
moderators to check, dude? Because that shit was whack.
I had a similar problem. Try blocking them and unblock them after you block them.
No,
Well, they
no,
could be
see, I
coming from the channel, which
block
is different.
people. I block. When I get drunk, happy blocking everyone. I'm like, yeah, blocked. You said one thing that upset me, blocked forever.
Yeah, you basically just like this is exactly how it went. And I'll use my Risey impersonation. It went a little bit like this. All you use is that fucking NFT avatar. Talk with different fucking voices, and none of them are very good.
Oh,
How
I remember
dare
that.
you?
That was
But
that was
you know what?
entertaining, but
I'm
confusing.
deranging you, and you're fucking blocked. Bam, boom, bitch. Yeah. That's exactly how it went.
It's funny. It's nice with the stories I've heard.
Funny, don't get me wrong. It was funny, but now I'm fucking blocked.
But it was like,
Yeah, now you can't. You're like, why haven't you blocked me? Because I can't. I think it's because I'm on my phone or some shit, man. It's gonna have to wait until probably September when I fix my computer.
D-Wake says, dude gets at least a C+ potential room to improve. I wonder what that was about. And Helder remembers MSN Messenger. Yeah, I do as well.
Hail, Darren Wagner. Good to see you, pal.
AIM. Yeah, I remember Yahoo
There.
Messenger. That was, remember when Yahoo was popular? Then they went and bought up a bunch of stuff and
yeah.
How's this one for you? Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember Ask Jeeves?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't think I
Oh,
used
good
that
old
much, but
Jeeves. Good old Jeeves.
Good old Jeeves.
Good old Jeeves. One of the
I
first.
used to
search
use
engines.
Dogpile.
Yeah.
That was like a meta search engine. It would combine a bunch of different search engines together to give you results. Now you can't even find, what is it, like 90% of the web? Supposedly like the dark web now.
Yeah.
Modern search engines hide everything. I always wondered when Google came out,
it's
why
actually
people were praising it because it sucked.
Lorenzo, it's not an
just seems
intentional
basic
obfuscation
back in the
of information. It's just that, like, the dark web is essentially anything that exists on the internet that isn't categorized by search engines.
Yeah.
It's not like hidden for nefarious purposes. That stuff, of course, does exist, but that's not like what the dark web is. The dark web is just whatever search engines can't bring up because it's not categorized yet.
I see. Yeah. So Derek gets a disruptive in class, but he's genuinely fun and a kind young man, says Nikki.
I still got my Angel Fire.
I hate sex location. What the fuck, man? How dare you make me feel young again?
I found my Angel Fire website. I mean, I logged into it and everything. I can still upload shit. I can edit my Angel Fire website.
Angel
It still
Fire. Oh my god!
It still literally exists and works basically.
Was that kind of like GeoCities?
Yeah, basically same era. Same
I
era.
know Yahoo bought it up, and then that's another thing they bought up and ruined.
Angel Fire
Yahoo was
reminds me
very
of
good at buying things
I
up.
had to
early
find it.
dreaded foray into PHP. God, that was a bad time.
I had to find a site under Lycos or something like angelfire.lycos.com, but my old URL still works. But to log into the site builder, whatever the freak they call it, you had to go through Lycos, to get to the subdomain or whatever.
Interesting.
But
Make
I'm
sure
gonna
to ask
update it.
everyone their ASL. Is that American Sign Language?
Age, sex, location.
Yes, please.
Oh, that's I haven't seen that term in years.
It has been an endless.
Before making them your internet GF.
That's right.
That's awesome. School is for fools, if you ask me.
I want to go to a school that's being taught by 4 fools.
I had like some real kind of foolish teachers. I'm not saying the majority, but some of them were just like dumbasses. I get all my technical research from Linus Tech Tips. Oh man, that was funny when he got caught. Like, what was it? He was like pumping out like 20 videos per week or something like that. And it turned out that it was shocker. He was like kind of cutting corners with his videos, like not running the test he said he ran.
Speaking of memes, it's recently opened up to people that I can play a little piano, and I was on Discord last night, and somebody sent me a sheet music boss quote tutorial end quote called Rush E, and I watched it and I listened to it, and I thought to myself, what would I do in this scenario? Do I play this incredibly impossible track to the best of my ability? So I'm going to practice Rush E and try to transcribe it into sheet music that a human can play. Hopefully play it by the end of the year. My carpal tunnel's going crazy just thinking about it.
Yeah, what is the song originally like played on?
It's on a keyboard or a piano. Rush A, I think, was just like the Russian theme, but the whole meme, just, the meme basically went through all keys from A to G, with Rush E being the most difficult. In fact, from what I've heard, and I've actually seen other pianists take a crack at it, and these motherfuckers are insane. I'm like, yeah, what have I told myself to do? Yeah, it's in E. It's in the key of E. It's between C4 and C5, and I don't know. I'm gonna try it though. I'm gonna try it. Pray for me. Fucking pray for me.
And I might want to pray for Nikki, because she got a 2-year degree in funeral arts. So
she works. Do you still work at the mortuary, hon? Or did you retire?
That's pretty badass.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She's had like a bunch of corpse humor back in the early days. Whenever I was still trying to figure out how I wanted to broadcast my show, she'd bring corpse humor into my chat. She was like I think Nikki was actually one of my first regular chatters, if not my first. And I picked her up from Doomcock like 2.5 years ago. Now that memory is kicking in here.
Yeah, she's like one before I saw her in chats.
Wait, do you remember how people
running?
can find your channel?
What, Rising?
I said, do you remember how people find your channel?
Well, yeah, I basically sent a link to her via Doomcock. She followed me over. And
you sent the link. All right. I was gonna say, I'm like, I don't remember I barely even remember who likes me in fucking chat sometimes.
I got to keep track of people throughout my early career, throughout my whole career, actually. I want to make sure that I remember everybody every step of the way.
Yeah, I used to try to do that.
Care Bear has been on a tear lately.
Hold on just a second. My cats are being destructive. I'll be back in just a few.
I love
I love that he had Kate on the panel and yet she was blocked on the yeah, no. Yeah, it was a fun stream.
Hey, do you remember when you took Keely Chow's wrench away?
Who?
Keely Chow.
Kiwi Chow?
Yeah, Keely puts a lot of
Keely
links
chat.
to a lot of different locations.
Yeah. I pretty much give everyone a
I don't.
Wrenches
I
don't mean
take it for
anything to me,
granted
so
that-
basically anyone can have one.
Huh?
I said wrenches don't mean anything to me, so I'll basically give it to anyone.
Yeah, I just remember when he took it away because Keely drops the links to like a ton of channels, and some of them might be people that I like, and some of them are like people I definitely don't like. Like it might be like.
Oh,
like
I know. No.
PBS
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I was drunk one night. I was like, you know what? You always posting this person's channel and you're posting this, and I can't remember everything, but I do remember about. I think I gave Keely back their. I'm pretty sure they got their wrench back if they're not banned from the fucking chat. Like I said, I don't know who's banned and who's not.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, there. It was like you. I think you were saying you didn't know what some of these. Keely puts a lot of links, which is fine in my chat because I can encourage people to spam their links in the chat. So. But I expect Risey to be Risey, says D-Wag. So when Risey does a Risey, just dismiss it. My therapist said I'm a sociopath, so I have no feels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm pretty much a borderline sociopath.
Huh.
And Darren can't make it. Yeah, it's a good point, Nikki. No, I mean, honestly, I mean, you can go through life concerned with like how people feel and this and that, or you can go through life like I do and think life's a fucking cunt. Get a helmet. It's only going to get rougher from here on out. And a few nasty words coming from a fucking drunk 68 fucking kilo fucking Australian really shouldn't affect your life at all.
Pretty valid.
Move on.
Don't ever tell the man in the white coats the truth, says Nikki. As an experienced sociopath, you should have learned to only allow yourself to be diagnosed as bipolar. Come on, man, you're giving us a bad name, dude.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Like who are these people to even like fucking say anything about us? We're better than them. I just updated my LimeWire software. Nice.
Downloaded more RAM. Mac-top. Do you remember the RAM? There was such a thing as a RAM disk back in the day. And
yeah,
it was just like a swap file or something.
What do you mean swap file? Sorry, RAM. RAM is like random access memory. Are you talking about like a ROM disk, not a RAM disk?
There was like on the Mac, you could have something called I don't know if they had on other computers called a RAM disk, and I think it was just a swap file that allowed you to, instead of using RAM, you just use part of your hard drive to serve that function. Yeah, I think that later was just known as a swap file.
Yeah, you're talking about ROM, read-only memory. That's classic.
Yeah.
Do you all remember the old Commodore 64
I know there were
hardware?
CD-ROMs, but like, what else counts as a ROM? Like, there was the computer itself would have a ROM that would that be kind of like would that be like firmware or something like?
Oh yeah, back then it was called you're probably thinking about that. It's called the EEPROM.
Oh, the EEPROM.
Yeah, that's the one you're thinking of. That's some old ass shit.
Now, what is the?
Oops.
That's that's like a configuration file on the.
No, EEPROM is it's like a chip.
Yeah,
with a set of
BIOS is the
instructions
stuff you
imprinted
configure
upon
at
it by
the
flash.
in the command line to, like. Been a while since I've like done anything like.
Yeah, fair enough.
Too nerdy with my computer, except try to like, run obscure, emulate obscure computers and stuff. But So what is the BIOS for again? You can adjust different things in there to.
The BIOS, the sense of is your basic input-output system, right? It's essentially the thing
like you'd have to adjust it if you have had a USB keyboard instead of a. What was the standard back in the day? PS2. That would be adjusted in the BIOS.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but yeah. Like, yes, PS2 used to be the standard for keyboard and mouse.
But like you used to have to configure that sometimes in the BIOS, right?
What's that?
Like if you're plugging in like a USB keyboard instead of a PS2, you might have to adjust it in the BIOS back in the day. Got like really old computers.
You know, it's fun. Here's a fun fact for you. The type of connector that the PS2 is part of, like that family, the connector family, is the DIN family, which is the Deutsches Institut für Normen. That's what DIN stands for. So MIDI, like MIDI, so like music, like music with keyboards and stuff. That's the same type of connector that they use for keyboards and mice, or at least they did back in the day.
I remember the Apple 2GS had a MIDI port, and then Apple Records sued Apple Computer and won. And so that's why Apple stopped like putting like, that was the last time Apple like had say MIDI port, and which
it's a shame. So actually random Jerry law for you, but back in 2011 I did a diploma, like a university diploma in audio engineering, and that was the last run of MacBooks that had MIDI output.
Oh, the MacBooks actually did have MIDI?
Yep. Well, sorry, direct MIDI translation is more accurate. It was like a little gadget you could plug into your USB port.
Oh, okay.
But it's like
I know Apple got in trouble.
The difference between
even though the
Apple
Atari ST had MIDI built in, but Apple, because they chose to name it Apple, they had to make an agreement with Apple Records, which I think was owned by the Beatles back in the day, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what Michael Jackson bought or what. When Paul McCartney, they gave him some advice about investment or something, or I think McCartney himself was going to wanted to buy the Beatles, actually own the music, and then their back catalog, and his then friend Michael Jackson bought it instead, and that was the end of that friendship.
We got Australian in the chat here, do we?
Oh, D-Wig, I really enjoy what you do. You're very fun and very creative and silly. Kiana doing IRL stream shortly. Wait, EFAP. Huh. Would that be like the Troll Show? I got a ton of stuff in the works I need to finish. Oh, Hargrave, that sounds nice.
So do you animate at all, Lorenzo?
Like, do I animate things? Like, in
Yeah, do you like
Japanese
kind of
style,
like
or
animation,
do I watch anime?
like trad animation? Like, do you ever
There
like?
was something called there's a program now called VideoWorks, but it's different than the one that back in the day there was a Mac program called VideoWorks where it was I think it was just black and I think it was just monochrome. Back in the day, it's the monochrome Macs where you could just I did some animation in that program, like real early digital
Do
animation.
you remember Flash
Might have
5?
made like a stick figure move or something across the screen, or
So do you remember Flash 5 animation platform? Like early Adobe shit before they became evil, so to speak.
I didn't have that, but I remember old school Flash animation was
Yeah, it was like the Flash animation thing. It was like frame by frame program, you know, classic like simple drawing program. Basically, like if you had Microsoft Paint and you added like onion skin to it, that's what the Flash 5 animation program was like. It was so cool though, so fucking cool, man. That was like 2003, 2004.
and then Macromedia bought it out, was it? Or no,
Mhm.
Macromedia made Flash and then Adobe bought it out, right?
That's right. Yeah.
I have
And, like,
returned.
Hello.
I have devoured the animals.
That's
But yeah,
bullshit, bro.
That animation program was so fucking.
I agree.
sick.
It is bullshit. I would never hurt my babies.
Yeah, I'll fucking hurt you.
RAM disk is just using RAM as storage. I think it actually used a disk.
Risey wants my
Gets
cat.
the
He wants my cat.
Yeah, keep your cats. Have a cat farm.
I think a RAM disk.
I remember the
used, like,
first time you said, and I quote, when I turned my camera on, you saw all the cats. You were like, "Oh my god, look at all the fucking tails! I want them."
I love cats.
I love my babies too. They can be a bit destructive sometimes, but I would never hurt them.
Oh man, well yeah, I was just telling fucking before I left earlier. I was telling Renzo how I'm like shifting the rooms and cleaning shit, and fucking one of the little pricks came in here, shut in the shower, and it was out in the backyard 10 minutes earlier, and the back door was still open. He could have gone and chucked the shit, but he decided to shit in the house to watch fucking Dad clean it up.
Yeah, that's what they do. They like to do that.
That's it.
They'll look at you. Whenever they miss the litter box, they'll stare right at me. They'll just stare at me as they do it.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, bitch, you know what you gotta do now. I don't have it. It's just not my fault. It's like, you motherfucker.
D-Wag just thanked Nikki for the medical diagnosis.
Oh, Darren, I am on Twitter. Yes,
So you're
as
welcome to.
Spicy Jerry, but I don't really post or anything. So
So, what is this star map interface that I'm looking at? That looks bitchin'.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah, open space is bitching. I got a what is it? Yeah, this app here, and basically when you're navigating it, you can. Where's my mouse pointer? You can navigate with the mouse. You can use a gamepad, but essentially you're using a mouse wheel to control your speed. So you're going at like 71 AU a second right now, or we could slow it down to like a more reasonable velocity. But I guess we could start home.
I was about to say that's the Sol system right there. That's our home star system.
yo, wait, what software are you using to simulate
This is Space Engine, and
Oh, nice. I've got that on Steam. Yeah, hell yeah.
I'm super fond of the dwarf planets because, like we always think about Pluto being like the furthest extremity of our solar system, but then you got the orbit of Eris, and you got these two fuckers here, Haumea and Maki Maki, and like I think it's fucking
Yo.
annoying.
Maki Maki?
But like
Do you-
this shit's
do you-
like oval shaped. It's
Does
like
it-
a fucking egg.
Does it wig you out how like slow Eris's rotation is?
How slow is it? I mean,
compared to other bodies in its class, it's pretty slow.
like the rotation or the orbit.
It's rotation, not its orbit.
Okay, cool. I just want to be sure.
I think it's I think its rotation is like it's like 2 or 3 centuries, something wild like that.
Yo, I'm running fast forwarding like crazy right now, and it's only going this fast. Like right now, it's already wait, how fast am I going? Okay, it's the 27. Let's see. Like, I don't know. I'm cranking up the speed too much, maybe.
Now, is this
That's
the
pretty crazy.
simulator where you could simulate like asteroid impacts and bring in the renegade neutron?
You can do that
star and all
with
that stuff?
that would be. I think that's Universe Sandbox.
Yeah, I've got Universe Sandbox as well.
Yeah,
Universe Sandbox, bro.
But yeah, Universe Sandbox definitely lets you do a lot of cool shit like that.
Yeah, dude, you can like throw black holes at each other, like in the Universe Sandbox. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool to watch. There's a couple of like science YouTube channels that I have playing in the background. I'm working in something, and then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we're now about ready to throw 5,000 Earths into Jupiter. Let's see what happens." I'm like, "Up, pause, let's look."
Yo, those are fun.
Shit like that, yeah.
Then you got Sedna, and this is like another dwarf planet that's like comparable to Pluto's size. So that's why I don't get uptight when they demoted Pluto from a planet. But I mean, you could either add a few more planets, or you could call Pluto a dwarf planet, I guess.
That
But now
orbital
they're saying
path is about as large as the heliosphere. What the absolute fuck?
yeah, this is like I think one of the more extreme 12,000 year orbits. Yeah, 12,000 year circuit. It happens to be near us right now. Like it's pretty damn close compared to its normal orbit, but you can see it's like basically that's probably why we even like discovered it, because it was like in a good enough area to find it. We've been looking for like the Planet 9 or whatever the fuck, and we're seeing these like weird
Planet
orbits. We're
X.
seeing the like angles of these outer orbits are so bizarre. We're starting to like maybe there's something out there.
I gotta say though, gotta shout out to the heliosphere. Like that shit is incredibly massive.
Yep.
And it's because of the heliosphere that we've been able to withstand brushes with the occasional GRB and all kinds of wackadoo stuff.
I mean, we haven't we certainly haven't experienced like a GRB in our lifetime in terms of humanity, but 100% right. Like there's so much shit that could totally ruin life on Earth if it weren't for that incredibly large magnetic shield. So cool. So cool, man.
I agree. Hail Magneto.
Hail Magneto, indeed.
Hail Magneto.
So D-Wig said, my mom told me that she thinks that it's all the lead paint I ate when I was a toddler. I assumed all the chips were Skittles.
I see what you're doing. Hold on. Ba, 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 ba.
I could do
Nikki asked if D-Wig was a kid who used to eat paint in school.
Wait a second, we could do that.
D-Wig, do you always wear shorts? Yes, I always wear shorts, says D-Wig.
Moon.
I love your style, D-Wig, says Nikki. I love your moves.
D-Wag wears shorts out in freaking snow. We've seen it.
Oh, D-Wig's working on setting up animation for his channel at the moment.
You need a voice actor?
Oh, that's cool.
That sounds, Darren, that sounds really fun, says Nikki. I need coffee and wait, be right back, says Nikki. I'm using Adobe's modern version of it. So is that the modern version of Flash? And Hargrave says, no, some IRL show they going out, not sure yet. So that might be in response to my asking about
the Troll Show.
if he was hosting the Troll Show again or what.
Troll Show is always a fun time. I'm never available for it, but I always listen to it occasionally. It's fun. It's a fun show.
Is there such a thing as a Troll Show anymore, or is it kind of on hiatus?
What is it?
I know of the live shows that Hargrave does. I don't think they have a regular schedule. They just do it like impromptu. It's whenever Shep and
that just happened.
Was Gatsis. I thought Gatsis was still in that gig. I know they did that for Captain Stryker, but that's old news. So.
Oh yeah. There was a Captain Stryker episode of the Sleestackians. Captain Stryker strikes out. That's what it's called. I didn't hear anything from him because he's blocking me, but there was a suspicious comment that seemed briefly upset with me that I don't know if it was his sock puppet or someone else's, but it was pretty funny.
Who knows?
All upset because I used the Sims character as my well, I did call Captain Stryker Strikes Out, so maybe that's what the person was upset with.
Yeah, I definitely want to, get Universe Sim again and just like I want to do the I want to collide the Andromeda and the Milky Way galaxy at some point, just because I know that's supposed to happen.
That could be fun. And that could be fun. And what you might observe is there might not be as many stellar collisions as we would expect, or I don't know.
Right? Yeah. Because
initially,
there's so much space between them. Yeah, be a lot of flybys, but there won't be as many collisions as what people originally thought. It will throw every star system in both galaxies out of whack for sure. But,
which could still have realistic consequences, I mean, I can see where, like, who knows, like, even you guys were talking about the heliosphere earlier, and throwing that out of whack might, take away something that has shaped us. Like, today, I don't know if you guys, you ever hear people would think I don't know about people, I just heard this somewhere, I don't even know where, but the claim is that the Cambrian explosion or, cycles in major evolution may have been prompted by something like a gamma ray burst or some kind of, something that would cause mutations. Because, a lot of mutations might not work out, but the few that do contribute to, new types of life, new types of seashells or whatever the fuck is growing back then.
Well, this is a thing that a lot of people, often contest, or, they say everything's so coincidental. The fact that our star system is completely unique. Everything about Sol and her planets are unique. Absolutely unique. Like most star systems that we've observed have their gas giants close to their parent stars. Most star systems that we've seen only have a few planets to begin with. Everything's like different. Everything is like different.
Remember back in the day,
so unique compared to everything that we've observed. And that again, I hate to sound super religious here, but there's a lot of things put in place for a reason. And I live in Kentucky, so I live next to people that think the Earth is 6,000 years old, and I'm Christian. So when I went to that Ark encounter in that Museum of Creationism, and I walked through there, I couldn't help but laugh. They kicked me out claiming I was an atheist and a naysayer, and I'm like, no. The difference between 6,000 and 14.8 billion years compared to something that is timeless, it is non-existent. It's a moot point. God is timeless. God is infinite. So the fact that they're trying to like put dinosaurs on Noah's Ark is laughable. It's dumb.
Well, like some people got really incredulous about the universe being so big, and somehow that's an affront to God or religion or whatever. And I mean, if anything, I don't know, I guess like if I were a believer, I'd say like only it would take an almighty creator to make all of this cool shit. I'm not the most religious, but like I'm kind of like more open-minded to God than I used to be, I guess. And I went from being like a full-on altar boy to like being like full-on militant atheist.
I believe in God. I was raised a Christian myself. I don't go to church and I don't read the Bible, but I do believe in God and, you know, right and wrong and all that shit. I choose to do bad things because of my nature. But there's nothing to do with any of that. What I'm saying is the reason why a lot of fucking true Christians have an issue with, you know, space and, you know, life out in space is because of the belief that God made us and that's it. And I'm like, that is such an egotistical fucking thing, which is pride, which is one of the fucking 7 deadly fucking sins, if I'm not mistaken. But you bring that up, they're like, now you're twisting the words and you're going to go to hell for this stuff. And I'm like, see, no, that's it. You are putting yourself into a fucking box and locking yourself there. God doesn't want that. God gave us free will to ask these questions. If he wanted us to be mindless drones that just read a scripture and then went by every word, then he would have done that. But he didn't. He gave us free will.
Because that's what the angels do. Angels
Exactly.
were
But
created to serve God.
Yeah, like you said, they call you atheist or they say the devil's in you, blah, blah, blah. You don't really believe. And I'm just like, fuck you, man. I mean, God's probably looking at me thinking, you know, this is another thing, prideful. But he's probably like, this motherfucker gets it.
So, like,
when that comes, I'll be fucking sitting up there smoking a jug.
God is infinite. God is infallible. There are things that he will know that we will never know. There are things that he puts available to us because it is intended for us to know. And a lot of people just don't understand that we are meant to know more than just what we see with our eyes and what we can throw with our bare hands, okay? You know, he wants to see us succeed. He wants to be proud of us. And a lot of people don't understand that. They go, oh, well, aliens and this, that, and the other, that's totally against the Bible. I'm like, how do you know that there isn't some other book out there given to that particular species for the exact same reason?
Put things in perspective. Genesis, when Genesis was written, they were relying on the old Mesopotamian science of the time. That was, I mean, I'm saying old, but at the time it was, you know, state of the art. And so they thought that the sky was like a dome because that's what the advanced people and Samaria or Babylon, the Akkadians, Persians, whatever, thought was that the dome and the dome would open up, and then the water would come out, and that was rain. You know, they were just dealing with what they had at the time, very kind of primitive precursor to science, and so that's what's reflected in the Bible. I don't think it would have made any sense to try to explain precipitation to a bunch of ancient people. I think it's the ideas, being expressed more important than the framework in which it's being expressed.
As we advance as a society,
and
again, this is a society of people that, not even 200 years ago, most of us went to bed when the sun went down. And if you were caught outside, you had to make sure that you looked behind you because you were afraid something was going to get you, a wild animal or something. 200 years ago, we were just beginning to try and make some sense of civilization versus survival.
Sorry, I'm back.
So long story short, people have only started becoming really, 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 for lack of a better word, really soft because of the creature comforts that we've established ourselves under. Regardless of what country we're in, we all have all these creature comforts now. And it's changing our outlook.
That's what makes the world an even dangerous place for those people that think that they are safe. It's like, well, dude, here's the thing. You can unsubscribe, you can block, you can do all these things, but I'm not the demon, the monster that will hide under your bed. It's going to be the serial killer. I'm just a nasty person on the internet. I have no intention I have no intention of leaving my little hermit space just like you, but like the difference between you and me is I've got a knife in every single room in my house because I'm always waiting for the devil to come for Razi's soul. And he's gonna have to
Everybody
fucking
loves
fight for it.
Cthulhu said vampires used to be a real problem after sundown, Tony. Don't be denying their existence now, Mr. Scientist. My rebuttal to you is 30 Days of Night was a really fun fucking film, and I miss movies like that.
That was a good movie.
That was a great fucking film.
Yeah, I only watched that. I actually watched that again a few months ago.
It's funny people
it was
look
on
back
Netflix,
and they look
so-
at the. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, that was the end. I just said, but I think it was on Netflix or something. That was the end.
Oh, okay.
Mars.
So people look at the Bible and they're trying to look at it. Some people are trying to look at it in the frame of like this like very modern academic history that's only existed for like a very short period of time, and they're like, well, you know, that's not how people like thought of things back in the day. Was like the modern branch of history is like what it's like trying to arrive at what using a certain like methodology, what most likely occurred. Whereas when people are telling these religious stories, they're trying to teach morals and lessons that, so there's not every single word in it is going to be gospel truth in the gospel. Excuse the pun. As far as what I believe, I think they're going to tell something that maybe it didn't exactly happen that way, but you know, but you're gonna learn some truths from that maybe you're not going to learn like from reading a history book. I mean, there's some actual historians who will say that. I don't know if what I said made any sense, but like
it makes perfect sense. Chris Longfellow says, "I'm really looking forward to the new Beetlejuice. Hope they stay true." Hargrave is on the same side of the fence. He's on the same side of the fence that I am, and probably it's going to be woke shit. But I'm willing to see. Yeah, I'm afraid because they've already ruined a Michael Keaton role. Why stop there?
Oh, it's gonna be fucked. It's gonna be fucked. Guarantee it's fucked. It's fucked.
This reminds me, like
no,
I
used to say that because I fucking love Beetlejuice, man. I fucking love fucking Beetlejuice.
This kind of reminds me. I was getting like all riled up about this stuff for a while, and then it's like back before Comicsgate, I used to watch like independent films that were actually really good, like not just.
Dude,
like,
some of these Korean sci-fi films, the sci-fi in it's kind of silly.
Dude, Korea and Japan are kicking your guys' fucking
like they're
ass.
good, like good acting and good, like, you know, just good presentation of film. Like, we need more of that.
Yeah, I'm not even familiar with that, but like there's even some like Grizzly Man. And some people say Werner Herzog has much better movies. But that's the only one I've seen from him. Like, this guy, he thinks he can go and befriend the Grizzlies, and he ends up with a very grisly end to his life.
They strapped engines to the earth to move it. Like, and this is a Chinese or Korean film, I can't remember which, but it is so ridiculously out there. But it, you know, the science is laughable, but like then you see all these characters living underground and all this shit going on, and the people on the space station having to deal with like a course correction and a near impact with Jupiter. So you decide to go, you know what? Fine, whatever. We'll just believe that the Earth can be pushed by fucking engines without collapsing like an egg. That's fine. But like,
that's
you know, just like the acting. It was the acting and the characters, and you actually got attached to these people. And it was in a totally different fucking language. And I'm like, why are the fucking Hollywood not treating this shit? Like, it's like, goddamn. It's like, why? Fucking why? You want to know what we get out over here? We get the Barbie movie over here. That's what we fucking get over here. The fucking Barbie movie.
But like, there's just all sorts of stuff like I was talking about with Grizzly Man. Have you guys watched that? I mean, It's
No.
a documentary
I
about
watched
this
Cocaine
guy who decided to hang out with grizzly bears. The guy was just completely nuts. He thought he needed to defend these grizzly bears and that these grizzly bears were his friends and and then the grizzly bears had dinner. Highly recommended film. Just it was like there was a recording. There was a recording of the bears eating him and him or him just like the grizzly bears are coming at him and he's just they didn't play the tape in the in the movie. They didn't play the recording in the movie because it was just like too horrific.
I can
And
see my
so
house.
they just had somebody just reacting to like hearing it.
There's a bug. It fucked up
which made it even scarier in a way, like because they decided not to go. They decided not to go the route.
Oh my god! It doesn't have an orbital trajectory on it. Holy shit!
Yeah, I saw
Island Earth.
I saw the video about the guy and the bear, and he was like all like thinking it was cool. And from what I found out, it had something to do with the fact that he was going at the fucking end of the summer. So like the bears are getting ready to hibernate. They're kind of getting hungry. I think it was like the beginning of winter or whatever, fall. And so it's like people would tell him like, "Don't go." He's like, "No, man, it's cool, it's cool, it's cool." And he's like, "Nah, man, I'll be hungry, man. I'm telling you." And he wasn't having it. So yeah.
It's just so. I mean, there was a while there where they still might make these types of documentaries, but there was a while where there's some documentaries that are actually fun and not like watching lead paint dry. It's just like pretty. I mean, I don't know if I call it fun, but it was definitely fascinating to watch this crazy guy hang out with grizzlies and because he documented a lot of. Go ahead.
The last documentary I saw that was exciting and interesting was the Life After People documentary. That shit was cool.
That one's cool.
Where we all just disappear and we everything that we leave behind just slowly returns to the earth. That shit was pretty rad.
So that's the Earth without humans?
Yeah, we basically the thesis is we all disappear one day instantaneously. No more people. All gone. And it goes from like day 2 to like 5,000 or 6,000 years into the future where all our shit will go.
That's definitely a Land of the Lost endorsed documentary.
It's good. It's a good documentary. And then they had a sister series with the same name, but it was nowhere near as high quality of a documentary as the Life After People solo doc. I think that another series, and this is also on the History Channel. It's like Apocalypse 10 Ways the World Will End, where they just go over scenarios, doomsday scenarios. Like the Earth gets swallowed by a black hole. We get nuclear war, alien invasion, weather resetting, all kinds of crazy like different scenarios, and all these scientists talk about how the world gets destroyed in like 24 hours from it. It's pretty neat. Black hole was still the best one. I saw this one documentary where what if we stopped orbiting the sun? Like we just stopped in our rotation, and then just because we stopped moving, we start just falling into the sun. We just start falling into it. So it goes like, week by week, month by month of how things get more and more horrid before we eventually just evaporate. Cool shit like that. I got links I got to send to you, Lorenzo. Pretty good stuff.
It sounds interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I got a chance.
Go ahead.
Well, when I used to go to the Independent Film Festival, which I went in the early years, and then I don't know. I heard it just got to the point where the tickets would be like sold out like months in advance is what I would
Right.
hearing. So I just stopped even bothering. But man, I got to meet the guys from Air Guitar Nation. It turned out that I don't know if it's like Helsinki or where it was, had an air guitar championship, the world championship, and yet Americans weren't represented there. So these guys decided to go. They're like, well, air guitar, that's an American pastime.
Mm-hmm.
So they go to. So these guys actually went to like this really to like become they went to try out. These American guys decided to try out to be the air guitar champion of the world.
I hear that
it was just so silly.
Like, listen, man, I don't know how guitarists feel about air guitar being legit championship. That would be like if somebody just had a self-playing piano, but would just pretend to move their fingers over the piano as it played, and be like, "Oh, this is a competition." Like, as somebody who plays piano, I'm like, no.
They're called DJs, bro. They already exist. They're called DJs.
Well, I got a chance. I actually sat next to the director and just a couple of the guys from the movie. It's hard for me to remember. It was several years ago, but it was pretty cool to see to meet some of the people from the documentary. They're just fun people who it was all just like they knew it was all silly and
Hargrave says he's
it was all
going
tongue in
live.
cheek.
Where are you at, Hargrave? Going live? Kiana's, I think. I don't know who that is. I don't know. I don't see him on Hargrave Live.
So, Ronnie, how much of this? So you actually have your own telescope in your backyard, right?
Yeah. It cost a fucking fortune. Nah, it was accumulated over a few years, but at this point, like I recently put like a computer inside of an outdoor electrical enclosure because it was easier to have a desktop than it was to take a derelict laptop and pray the USB ports always cooperated.
Yeah, I thought you were switching that around.
And it's a pretty sweet setup. Like I could do remote gaming on it. I sometimes use it for video encoding when I'm not doing astronomy. I was just running video encoding queue. But mostly I use it for this, and it's fantastic for this job. And so I got how do I phrase this? It's like it's not like a high magnification. It's a wide field, so we can see an entire star cluster in one shot. And I'm using black and white or monochrome sensors because I can get more photons. We have a red, green, and blue filter right in the corner here. So that's how I'm getting color. I'm basically just measuring the intensity of each color and storing it. And then, I'm not measuring it, but, I'm getting basically a very raw. It's like a raw. It's called a FITS image. But anyway, it's like a raw image. And later on, I combine the RGB. And after this, I might go and capture some narrow band. So instead of visible light like red, blue, and green, like us humans and lizards alike can see, we would use hydrogen alpha, which is like ionized hydrogen, and it's a narrow piece of the spectrum. So we could really block out light pollution, and sometimes we can even punch through some of the thin haziness.
Wait, did you mention?
So what are you pointing at over here?
That lizards can see?
I picked a random target, but apparently it's Graph's cluster, according to the plate solving data. And it aims itself now. It doesn't aim. I'm sorry, Lorenzo.
Do you mention something about like the spectrum that lizards can see?
Yeah. So because I'm pretty sure. I mean, my turtles. I looked into it.
On the spectrum.
I looked into it. Like I looked into what my turtles could see because I got I have turtles and they can see most of our colors. It's not like dogs. It's not black and white. I'm kidding. I know dogs don't see in black and white.
Did you give them a test?
Nah, I wish. I'm thinking about getting them like buttons, you know, maybe like a little microcontroller, give them some buttons to press and let them pick their food or something, and maybe teach them to play like a basic Pong game eventually. Maybe I would hope that would be ideal. I mean, I really want my kids to achieve. I mean, Turtles to achieve. I'm totally not a stage mom. I swear.
Have you been doing recordings on Beetlejuice lately? She's getting dim again.
Fucking not Beetlejuice. What was the other one? I think it was a binary shit, and it was like every like so many hundred years, this shit collides with its neighbor, and it makes like a neat little outburst. So if you like training your camera on it at that time, or you know the telescope on the target, you can capture like the intensity of the light, you know, the brightness increasing of that particular star or pair of stars. So on a couple of nights, I did aim at it. I never checked my raw data, but I suspect I would have heard it in the astronomy news if like it actually did collide. But you know, I figure like my luck, it'll be a cloudy day, or that target will be on the other side of the Earth. As for Beetlejuice, I would love for Beetlejuice to like give us a nice like light show, but I mean, so much uncertainty right now, like so much speculation. It could just be like, you know, dust around it. It could be a cyclical thing.
That's what I've heard too. I feel like they say there's a lot of debris around it.
Playing the odds, I'm just guessing here, but playing the odds, I'm going to say if it does have a chance of going, it'll probably happen. Like, look, soon in like, you know, what, stellar terms, whatever you call it, you know, just like geological time is... It could be a while. It could be a couple hundred years, you know? Like, that's like soon is a couple of hundred years.
You know, a couple of 100 years to 1,000 years, you know, roughly. Yeah,
easily.
Well, the thing is, you know, if it's already went supernova, chances are it's already went supernova. We just ain't seen the light from it yet.
Of course. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, so for all we know, it could have popped like a zit, you know, back when Galileo was looking at it, you know, so it's like you just don't know.
That's the funny thing. Like, so speed of light is almost more like based on speed of causality, because any consequences that we may have other than the visual sight of it won't occur until the, you know, light can get here, and pretty much if there's any other effects that'll coincide with that. But
we're,
I mean,
we're out of the blast radius from what I've told.
Yeah, I don't expect anything strong. Like, I'm thinking like maybe you could pick up some measurements on like, you know, measuring devices or some bullshit, you know, like something like that.
Like we're definitely not out of the blast radius. I just spoke to someone on a very high intellect server, and they work for the organization called SWORD. Most of you might not know who they are, but they are a very...
Is that an acronym? Is SWORD an acronym? Like, does it mean something like shit, wild?
Is that not to be confused with
I'm trying to give you the 441 on a lowdown here. It might save lives, families' lives, people's lives. That might matter. But you know what? You know what now? Because of your stupidity and your ignorance, I'm just going to have to take that information from me and people I care about. So now you die. You die in a fire.
I love you, Rising. Never change.
Oh, I fucking Look, man, I'm trying to save lives here, and this asshole
I think the acronyms matter. Acronyms matter.
You know what? You know what? Lives matter, and you just cost billions.
That is racist of you to say that lives matter. Lives do not matter. Only certain lives matter, and it just by you generalizing shows that you are showing your innate, you know, stuff. Innate stuff. You got innate things.
Fuck you guys, they're a fucking pup. I will leave.
That's associated with your misogyny. That is associated with your innate misogyny and your inclined, internalized, systemic, tri-solar, you know, misogyny. Yeah, because you're a misogynist. You make massages, happy endings.
Oh. Well, my name's Kermit. I'm a fellow. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You must. Oh, cool. Yeah, but not cool. I heard that my friend Danny was here earlier, and you had somebody on that made him feel unsafe, and said that puppets are not real.
That's not right.
If I was
puppets, Puppets are for people that like lure children into bands, and then for therapists to ask those children what happened to them on fucking said puppet. There is nothing good about a puppet.
I don't know who you think you are, but I will not let this hand. The puppets hand together, okay? And I've been watching you.
I'm
You who's are the who's.
You're real great.
You know what? When Rising is dictator, lord, champion of the world, and I take away everyone's free fucking will, and then they bend to the whim of my fucking ego, I'm going to have everyone burn their puppets.
The Grinch stole Rising. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm coming to do. Yep.
I got a question
No,
for
you
you,
won't.
Mr. The Grinch. I got a question for you.
Okay.
I'm going to put you in my cat's kitty litter.
Why are there so many songs about rainbows?
I'm leaving.
That's what you get. Fucking rainbows. This is what I do not really usually regular Lorenzo's streams because there's too many rainbow people. Muppets, fucking Teesprings, and fucking God knows what else. I accept Lorenzo as a Slaystakian, but I can't accept the rest of his people. Unfortunately, I have to spit upon them. And my high hill of bullshit. I have a bigger ego than Ethan Van Sciver, and yet none of the success.
Oh.
Or do I?
Ethan
back
made
to
fun of a
space.
friend. Ethan Van Sciver made fun of a friend, possibly a friend of a friend of a friend. So my friend was doing a puppet show yesterday, and then he was talking about it. So Ethan shows up in the fucking chat. He's like, "Yo," and he's like, "Can I come on?" And then he like made his case, and then like they didn't make peace, but they had a peaceful conversation, but they were like agreed to disagree.
Well, Ethan's another fucking jerk off that likes fucking puppets, so that's probably why.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Oh, hey, D-Way.
I just wanted to come in. Just wanted to come here. Oh, Jerry, nice to meet you, bro. You got a C++ attitude, bare minimum. So just wanted to say thank you. I just want to come on and clear. I've been getting a bunch of DMs, like 2 of people like, "Hey, dude, you know Michelangelo was on like Lorenzo's," and then like a bunch of bad faith actors. I just want to make sure you guys know that that's not me. So I'm actually like really busy right now. So back to
that Danny guy was in the chat.
Dude, Danny is just anti-fun. He's that's what he represents. And Crack Pack's about bringing people together. Crack can do it. Crack brings people together. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Danny.
Yeah, Danny sucks.
It's a social experience.
Experiencing into the sun.
But yeah, you guys were talking about a lot of cool shit, even though I was really, really busy all this time. So you guys can... What?
Said we were talking about cool shit? How dare you? Disagree.
My bad, guys.
We were talking about puppets. There's nothing cool about puppet.
I mean, I'm using puppet animation. Tony, I sent you some DMs of the shit that I'm setting up or working on. I don't know if you want to pull it up. I'm on my mobile. I'm out here outside the dumpster. Is Jerry still here?
He left. He said he hates puppets as well.
He hates me. He must hate me. He's like, "Oh, dude, the DWAG guy's a fucking douche." He's probably just like Risey. Risey, I just want to
say, the fucking lit. What is it? Shit. I've had a few drinks now.
It's about to get going. You're about to see the Rise Elite show.
All right. The line starts with me, motherfuckers, when it comes to douchebags. Lick my dick.
I will.
Whatever you prefer. As long as
I will.
it's beneath me.
I will say, Risey, that I appreciate you being so bad because you like make me look so good by, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm so virtuous and I'm nice and stuff, and I have to like spend my whole day.
Yeah, I've seen it. Like, I've actually seen someone once say, "Razi, you should be more like D-Wag." Like D-Wag stole my fucking bit. He's just a fucking PG version of me.
No, dude, I'm just the nice. I'm just nice.
You're the Disney Razi. You're the watered down Razi. You're the one that can't fucking get it up, baby.
Bro, I got no problem getting it up. I'm Team Coomer.
You can get people in seats, but you can't get them to stay. You see, that's the only reason people watch me on streams, because they want to know how far will he go.
Yeah, you
Oh,
definitely
actually
bring some entertainment.
Razi making D-Wag look good. Feel. Yeah.
Thank you. It's
I should
almost
have
like
that as a t-shirt.
Risey, I'm sure you won't have any problem because it doesn't mean anything to you. So I'm just going to take that goodness that could be attributed to you with that, like train of logic. I'm just going to keep it over here in positivity land. You know, it's tough. You know, it's really hard. It's really hard being this fucking virtuous and nice and going out of my way to be so positive and nice to everybody.
See, no wonder Fujiwara left you for Rising Lee, baby.
Nice guy.
Got the stones.
Nice guy. Listen, dude, it sucks having to go through your whole day biting your tongue. I'm wondering why these people can't get it. You know, they can't freaking get it. You know, or just wanting to say something. You know, or tell people how stupid they are. You know, that sucks not saying that shit and holding it in all the time and not saying what you really mean and doing all that type of rigmarole, you know. But it's cool, you know, it has its perks.
Danny does it for you.
Yeah, he got some nice stills here that he sent me in the DMs. Nice
Yeah, you can
stills.
show him if you want. I thought Jerry was talking about it. I was gonna show him. Unfortunately, I'm broke.
Are you still looking for voice talent?
I was these are my original characters, totally not, nothing inspired. You've never seen anything like this. Whatever, if Tony pulls it up, if you share the screen.
I can do that.
Cool, thank you. But yeah, I mean, I got to set them up though, you know what I mean? So it's got a little bit of work there and then figuring out the program.
The X-Men aren't yours, but
they're not the X-Men. They just look really like the X-Men. I got to figure out. I'm still figuring out a name for them. It's gonna be like a funny show, kind of like making like
I see the differences now. The Bucktooth and Sabretooth. And...
I got one better than fucking Deep. Look what I got.
You got anime dollies?
No, it's Fujiwara.
I noticed that this particular character here might be in love with himself and is an agent of the Matrix.
Is this Risey? Yeah, Risey's fucking.
Yes.
Risey loves his weeb stuff, that's for sure.
Risey is a Riceratops.
Yeah.
Riceratops.
Which one did you break the other night? You got drunk and broke one of them. You threw it on the floor. You threw it on the floor and you was like, "Fuck you, bitch."
It's probably a double or something.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't think Risey will care, but I'm basically so I got that's not Neil deGrasse Tyson, the Ancient Aliens guys, and that's not Andrew Tate, and that's not David Goggins.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Any resemblances are all coincidence.
All coincidence.
Trust me.
I see.
Trust me. Why would I lie?
You just let me know whenever you want somebody that can impersonate half this cast of characters you got here.
I don't have any, like, I'm really broke. Like, I have no source of income other than, like, I'm just going all in on YouTube. So, kind of in a position to do that. But yeah,
dude, you're betting on red. That's not wise.
Yeah.
That's not smart. Don't bet on red. Come on now.
I got a different situation than most people right now, but yeah, I know what you mean. I'm sure I'm going to get, I got like a couple other ideas of stuff that's going to be easier or like, probably more likely to go viral or some shit. So, yeah, I got a ton of stuff, dude. I got other videos, just shit that's like half put out. I need to make intros to. So, I just got to get on it. Been lazy.
That's
but yeah.
The pain of all YouTubers' existence.
Mm-hmm.
The not give a fuck bug.
I'm fucking jealous of Risey for that, boy. See, that's where we differ. Is like I sit there and go about I sit there and think like all day about like what other people are thinking, which is why I'm so good at getting along with other people. It's really fucking annoying.
See, I tried to do that in my early days, man. Lorenzo knows me from those days. I was a good little Razzie. I tailed the toe. I brought in the cotton. I was a good boy. I was a good little Razzie. And then Razzie started thinking, maybe this just ain't worth his fucking time. And he went out of his fucking way to disrupt the thing, and then boom, he's like, oh, we hate you now, Razzie. I'm like, well, you only hate me because I'm not working for you anymore. I'm a master. So fuck the creators, and fuck anyone else that has any expectations of Razzie Lee. You either tune in or you don't. The choice is you might miss out on me saying someone's a cunt. What are you gonna miss? Nothing.
Got a point.
What if you say they're constain? That kind of has something.
Constain, F-stain, whatever. Ninjas, blah. Oh, I mean, well, it's a stain on the internet. That's how I look at it.
The internet
but the one thing that no one ever told me is a Razzie stain. There's only one.
The internet hadn't been clean since '99.
Yes, I agree. No, man, but there was a time where I did try to like get along with and do things because I wanted to, be cool, people. Blah, blah, blah. Wow, is that delusional? And then I lost my channel, and then like now, like there's no going back. Like once you've been banned off, like see the fact that I'm even on YouTube now, like not on Lorenzo's, because you can go on other people's, but like my other channel, like I technically shouldn't have that.
Yeah, it's pretty gay. People should be able to say what they want. Just ignore them.
I don't know. See, I believe in that. People should be able to say what they want. But at the end of the day, I still violated the terms of service. And I knew I did it. So that was on me at the end of the day, You say the N-word too many times, you say the F-word too many times. If you tell people to go yeet themselves from life too many times, eventually it's going to hit you. And you know whose fault that is? It's your own damn fault.
Yep. D-Wag, if you watch anime...
But I'm the one that chooses to put that in me.
That's a good point. The only thing you control in this world is what you do. That's all you can do.
Exactly. Like we were saying earlier, God gave us all free will. What we do is because of our choices.
Yeah, it just sucks being so awesomely talented. Just so, like, whatever, there's so much pressure on me to do and achieve and live up to my greatness. You know, it's just a tough world out here. Just sucks, and just being super nice and super well liked. You know, it sucks.
Does this bit have a punchline?
Does it have a plot line?
No, does it have a punchline? Does this bit have a punchline?
No, I'm tired as fuck. I've used this joke before. This is my kind of go-to. G-Wag does neither agree or disagree with anything that's said on this podcast, aka live stream. I'm not vouching, but yeah, I don't know. I know Rise is gonna rise. You know, it's like, well, nobody's gonna do.
Get it around your mouth. Yeah. Oh.
the black what, devil? So you called yourself the Risey Rangers? Solo devil. God, dude.
I used to call myself the devil's favorite entertainment or the devil's favorite prince. It would be whatever it was at the time. But then people started thinking and asking me, like, do you actually like the fucking devil? And I got tired of explaining, like, no, you're not listening to the key words that I'm saying. I'm saying I am the devil's favorite entertainment. I am the devil's favorite prince. I am not the devil. I am not working for him. I am merely his entertainment because I am better than him against the vast majority of sheep in this human race. And I got tired of just explaining the joke, so I just dropped it.
Yeah. You know, stuff takes up, stuff changes.
Look into the key words of things.
Oh yeah, I'm very mapped out with what I say, do, whatever. But yeah, shit has its time.
Well, no,
I don't know.
I'm usually not, but my intros, the only thing that I do kind of rehearse in my head are usually my intros. You know, I'm like, boom, this is me. Da, 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 da. Like I run that through my head. Like usually I'm listening to some music or something, and I'll mix a lyric with something about me, and then use that as my intro.
I do the same shit. I'm just like you, but like,
it's just
feel bad for shit like all day.
Yeah, like I said, you're the Disney version.
I know, it's been all day. Like, man, I'm letting everybody down. Everybody's gonna be upset with me if I don't do something. So what do? Go overthink it, not do it. But whose fault's that for not doing it? It's me. I don't know. I'm tired. I'm not in creative mode right now. I'm not in entertainment mode. Sorry. I've juiced out. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not either. I worked a long shift. I'm just here to bullshit, and we ended up talking about space and religion. So it was a pretty productive day.
Yeah, it's actually.
Lorenzo, you don't normally stream this late, do you? Like you've been on this bitch all day.
But I think it's a productive conversation.
You guys are talking about
it's been great. This is 8 hours, yeah. We're 3 minutes past 8. Yeah, fucking train wreck today, baby. Well, not a train wreck, a train ride. Train wreck would be if it was Puma Fist on. I don't know why. I was trying to think of the dumbest person.
I just try to go.
And I was about to say TJ, but I don't know if any of you's son subscribe to TJ. If you're not, check out the son of Jarrell. He's been doing gaming streams. I actually had one playing in the background while I was moving shit around the other day, and it's pretty entertaining. You know,
most people can't stand TJ.
He's streaming on his own. That's great.
Most people can't stand TJ.
He's streaming Cyberpunk. And it's pretty fucking interesting, you know. I've been telling him for fucking since I met him, he should start his own fucking YouTube channel. He's like, can you let me finish? Can you let me finish? I'm like, dude, just start your own fucking stream.
He doesn't understand the internet fully.
He's doing it now. Yeah. No, I gotta give him credit. That's why I'm saying, guys should check out TJ. interesting cat for sure, but I think his heart's in the right place. He's a good person. I don't think he's horrible.
No, he just doesn't understand like what's all in place. I think it was Tony was saying something earlier about just how random every fucking thing in this world is, dude. Like, you can go out there, and if you go looking for problems, you're gonna find them. You're gonna be connecting this dot, this dot, this dot. What this person said.
Putting that negative energy out there, man. The negative energy is gonna find you if that's what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Perception is reality, man. Perception is reality.
It's not, but it is. But no, I know what you're saying. Yeah, absolutely, I agree. But yeah, dude, Rise, do you care if I tell a story? It's about a Discord thing. It's about your dollies. A funny thing that happened one time. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Okay.
Dude, this was the fucking funniest thing, man. Like, so like, I'm, always trying to get along with everybody, no matter how, whatever. Dude, so I get like a fucking invite to like these, like, I don't know much about Discord, right? But I join these groups or whatever because I don't want to turn it down, right? So Amit Reina obviously sends me whatever, and it links to fucking all these like what's for spicy shit with not even actually really spicy shit didn't really happen in there in these Discords. But one day fucking Risey was so hyped up.
Yeah, everyone always thinks I'm running gay ops in Discords. And I'm like, dude, you're gonna get in my Discord and you're gonna be bored as shit.
It is what it is.
Dude, you got another Discord? You could at least link me there so that I know when you're live and I can hop on.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, I will do, bro.
You got me banned, so it's not like I could scroll through the chat and get it.
Dude, yeah, like dude, there's been some shit with YouTube and stuff. Like earlier, I don't know what's going on with my Gmail right now. Like on my backup phone, my second phone, I have Samsung, and I think what's happening is that my shit's syncing, right? It's syncing but it's putting both phones together, like my Samsung account. So like I think it's making like changes for my Note 9 on my like S22. So like when I'm sitting there fucking typing, like shit's fucking glitching all over. Anyways, dude, so we were in this Smug Pug group, and fucking Risey was in there in the Discord. Like everybody comes in, man, and they just literally talk about what the fuck they want. It's just random shit. But yeah, Risey's like fucking lit, bro. And he's on eBay. He's found this anime dolly that he had found a really good deal on because like I think like a had like a little damage.
I remember this. No, it wasn't. No, it was the bitch from fucking GGO, and I've still got that fucking. I did win that fucking auction. Fuck you, assholes. She's fully dressed. Fuck you. And they're all like, when we found it, we're gonna bid on it just so you have to bid on more. And they're like, I stopped begging on them. I'm like, please no, don't do it.
Dude, Risey was so fucking mad because like he thought like I can't remember who it was, but like Risey said who was bidding on it.
Found it, but they were like, they put it in the general. They're like, is this the auction you're talking about? And I'm like, how the fuck did you find that?
No, he didn't say it, whatever. But you had said the character, and he went over there and like searched the listings and found it and told you he was going to bid you up just to piss you off.
Dude, what's fucked up is it didn't have the character's name in it. So
I'm sure you can narrow it down. And it was ending in like 30 minutes or some shit, you know what I mean, or whatever. So he just probably looked at like anime figurines, whatever.
Yeah. Sort of.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So like, whoever I can't remember. It was the dude that always used to act gay in Finatris. I can't remember his name right now. But he changed his name. Fuck. Really cool, nice guy. Really, really trolly, but really nice guy. But anyways, yeah, he told me, he's like, I'm not gonna fucking bid on this thing. Well, let's rise up, get him right, dude. Risey was fucking pissed and really thought we were gonna bid on this fucking thing just because. Oh, you were in there, yeah, you were in there,
yeah,
dude. I mean, for fucking hours, man. Dude, yeah, and it's like, yeah, we didn't. I swear to fucking God, if you guys bid me up on this fucking thing, I'm gonna fucking haunt your nightmares for fucking years, motherfuckers. If you go against Rising. And then he fucking starts like, you know, he had like a character arc where he's like, no, guys, please, man, just don't do me like that, man, please, man, please.
I remember begging.
He did beg. Yeah, like he really thought we were gonna. I mean, I don't know.
The stages of coping. It's like, okay, bargaining, begging, rage.
God.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, fuck. That was fucking, dude. That's gonna be at least fucking 2 years ago.
It was a while ago, man.
Yeah.
But yeah. Fucking Amit's always up
Yeah, I
to
don't
no
even give a shit about that figure anymore.
How much do like one of those figurines cost? Because they're big. I remember I thought it was like really expensive. I thought it was like, I mean,
when
like,
you get them from Japan, see, what I like about getting them from Japan, the most expensive thing is the shipping. But if you can buy them in, you know, you get 3 or 4. You make up for the value. See, in Australia, they're $45 minimum. So when you get it from Japan, and then let's say it's about $30 shipping, but
Speaking of anime,
I get like 3 to 6.
Hello.
Sorry, Brett.
Testing. Speaking
Oh,
of
I thought
anime,
that was me.
Yes, sorry.
there was this. I'm looking for this one because it's Revy kicking over a table that's like got beer and poker chips and shit all over it. And she's like jumping over it with the guns. Like I want to get that fucking because it's like a big set piece. You know which one I'm talking about, Rising?
Yeah. No, I've not seen it, but it sounds fucking cool.
Oh yeah, they even got it to where like the beer in the steins are splashing, like that kind of detail of the table being kicked over, and she's got the guns out.
That's,
Yeah, man,
that's
I
gonna
want
be expensive shit, though.
Yeah, I bet it's expensive as hell. Yeah, I agree.
Like some of them, you know, some are worth basically almost nothing, and then some are worth like obscene amounts. Like this is why this Japan seller, which I'm not going to share with any of yous, because you know, fuck you, it's mine. Like, why the fuck do I want competition, yo? Like, that's the thing, like, when I'd always be watching, like, all you comic creators out there. You know, like, yeah, come on, like, steal my fucking customer base. Fuck that, man. I don't want competition. This shit might be better than mine. And when it comes to eBay auctions, I guarantee you got more money than me because you got that sweet, sweet USD dollar. And I ain't competing with it. But I will tell you where I get, like, now it took about a year, man. They were angry at me. But I am reconnected with my Japan seller. Yes! Now the anime museum will be in full effect now that I also got this bigger room. It's gonna be dope as shit. And that's what you get.
Welcome back, D-Wag. You having connection trouble?
No. I put a link in the thing. It explained the video would explain some of the narrative stuff we're talking about. Or, you know, Risey thinks that like I'm upset about him stealing my girlfriend, Fuji Jawada or something like that. I don't even know who that bitch is.
You can't even get her name right. No wonder she left, dude.
I'm a normie, dude. I'm normie. Okay, that's what a lot of people don't realize that too. I'm not going to do the Wikipedia.
That's what you sound. That's what you sound like.
Is that what it is, really, dude? You really think I'm mad right now? I'm not even mad. Not even mad.
It is what it is.
Bro, I got more hoes than Cheerios, bro.
You got more fucking holes in your fucking anus than Cheerios. That was a
What?
pretty shitty comeback.
Yeah, we're all juiced up.
Said to myself, look at all this crazy shit.
Oh my god. How dare you? Who let Vic King on?
Savage, man. This motherfucker, bro. Goddamn, we got fucking goddamn Ricky Bobby's dad on here. Fuck. Things were going so well. It's all right.
So I can't find.
Hey, you should go check it. You should go check out Barrow Wars comment section, man.
I saw that.
Did you drop a link somewhere? Because I'm not seeing any in the chat.
Oh, I put in the back chat, the StreamYard chat.
Oh my god!
You don't have to bring it up. It's a 2-minute video.
He's like, this individual's a criminal and a scumbag.
Underage children, da da da. What's your stand on it? I thought I worded it pretty nicely, to tell you the truth.
It was funny. It's true. It's fucking true. Fun,
Well,
though.
dude, I had to do it, man, because the last thing I'd left on it, because prior to that, I'd left a lot of nasty fucking comments saying he was a grifter and this and that. And then after we made friends, I was like, boom, we're friends again. Ignore all my other comments, because he wanted me to delete the other statements. And then his shit got revealed, and I'm like, I couldn't get logged into there anymore. I'm like, oh, well, now I definitely have to fucking update another one.
It's a shame, man. Damn shame.
Yeah, for those
Never
girls.
know. You never know. You never know. It's like a devil in the fucking dark, man. You never know.
Oh, exactly, man. Yeah, it's a scary fucking thing about the internet, man. You don't know who the fuck you're talking to.
Yeah, no shit.
I mean, for all you guys know, I could be plotting to take over the fucking world as we speak, which, you know, I do say that I am, but, you know, most people might think that's a part of my bit when, you know, what is this? Oh, we've already seen this.
Yeah, if you're having trouble pulling up, nobody's in the chat. I don't know how many people are even watching right now. I think it's late.
Yeah, Lorenzo's thing is buffering too much. He's got a bad issue.
Yeah, the lore was kind of funny though. Like, you know, because I live in the dumpster, whatever, and then Risey stole my anime girlfriend, and those are my. Because I threw a party at the dumpster without her.
Remember how it happened? I think someone had shown it to me on a stream. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Oh, I think I reached out immediately. Hey, man, just no hard feelings. Whatever.
Man, you got Android 18 there? Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Fujiwara got upset about like all his other waifus. What about this? I was on the screen when you were running past the bin line.
Yeah, you was.
Might have been on my
you were.
That's the best you can do.
Dude.
どうしてみんな目がすっごく大きくて小学生みたいな顔立ちしてるんですか
I don't know.
Enough talk. Let's see what you've got.
Oh no, no bullshit!
見てきたんですけど
Not my girl 18, hell no.
Fujiwara.
なのになんでめっちゃ高い猫なで声で言ってるんですかなんで胸だけは大きいんですか
Fuck. Don't worry about the noise.
小学生みたいな顔立ちしてるんですか？
You just want to hurt me. That's fine. Listen.
もうえって言うんですか？小学生みたいな顔立ちしてるんですか？では。
Oh man, an 18 too fucked up to be the pickup girl. What the hell?
Oh god, that shit was so funny. Like at the time too, because that's the second part of like that. Me and Risey were on a like big stream together. There's a lot of viewers on it and shit, and I was out there doing my shit.
We didn't get told that was getting made or anything. Like,
no,
just like,
and,
like check this shit out. I'm like, what the fuck?
I like joking and whatever. No, I am like, honestly, it's a detriment like in the space. But, like I do care, and I'm fucking a nice guy. Fucking have that fuck. Anyways, so yeah, like me going out there and I'm preaching the crack pack message. Thing, which because I kind of basically wanted it to because of how funny and stupid everything was, it kind of made it easy to get everybody to get along with it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody hates Danny, so we all have a villain that we all hate because Danny don't like fucking anything besides going to bed on time and shit, eating salad. But he's definitely not fucking liking crack. He doesn't like fucking, he's like, you guys need to grow up, man. Fucking would not approve of you guys watching anime, cartoons in your 30s, 40s, 20s. So yeah, Danny was a dick,
So
puppet of color.
Why was he saying Risey hates puppets? Like, I totally missed this shit.
Risey hates puppets.
Well, I know that, but
I hate puppets with a fucking passion, man. I hated fucking Sesame Street, Muppets, everything growing up.
Yeah, before Danny even was, Danny's a PSA puppet, by the way, back from the early '90s, late '80s.
Anime style, like it's a drug seller, dealer. Because I don't need competition, bro.
Lorenzo, did I say something? Is everything okay?
I think he might have stepped away, maybe, or something. He's good.
No, the host muted my mic for a second. I was like, Lorenzo, you okay?
Oh shit. Maybe he got up, didn't know.
Nani?
Yeah, I muted you.
But it still sound quiet no matter what I do. Turned it up.
Oh, hold on. Well, that's because that's
the
my
level,
own
I
gain.
think.
Hold on, just a sec. How's that?
Yeah, I didn't
Make
mean
it
to
lower.
It's lower now.
The screen's like it's like an 11-inch screen, which that might not be
Wait,
bad
what?
for a certain part of the anatomy, but you don't want it for.
How
a
about
screen
now?
Size.
3, 2, 1, 5, 4.
There you go.
7, 8. There you go.
I don't
Hello.
know.
Hi. Better.
Hello.
Hello.
Now, I'm getting
Now
feedback.
y'all can hear me. Well, are you getting feedback still?
Me too.
I don't know if it's from you. I'm hearing an echo.
It could be.
I've heard an echo for a long time.
Echo was one of my favorite fucking clone troopers from Star Wars.
Testing. 1, 2, 3,
It's
4.
not like the worst thing. You're good now. Yep, you're good. You're good. It was you making the crackly.
It was
just
making the
saying.
crackle,
Saying.
probably. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's got that auto adjustment shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, probably just had you down. But yeah, you're good now, at least to me. But I don't have my shit set up on this new fucking phone. I don't really streamed as much. So yeah, I don't have my audio all equipped or whatever because I just usually pop on for a little bit and make appearances when I have a good opportunity to come on a big stream or something. Just trying to focus on growing. But yeah, anyways, yeah, we're good. We're back. So you guys got all that understood all that shit that was going on in Perth's video, because that was just the second part of another video where he has me doing the Naruto run, and I'm doing the Sonic, like where like zoom, zoom, and I slowly get like faster and shit. I do know Dragon Ball. I know Dragon Ball pretty well.
I got a question. Do you know Sonic.exe? Maybe you should fight him.
Really? Sonic.
Oh yeah.
Sonic. I don't know who that is. Is that fucking? That's not Sonic Shoe, is it?
No, it's a stupid creepy pasta from like 2013, man. It's about this demonic Sonic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know that there's like a parody.
No, not Sonic 2. God, no, don't ever.
Yeah, that's it.
Vicky, what was it?
Vicky Shetty. Vicky Shetty, dude. Hey.
Welcome. Sorry, I'm a little tired tonight, so.
I mean, it's not night now; it's morning.
Good morning, America. How are you?
Risey, I do got a beef with you though.
Uh-oh.
You got to quit being so anti-American. America, right? You know, we're just the greatest, dude. We can't help it. We invented everything. Yeah, okay. Risey must have stepped away. He's fucking up. He's pissed. What'd you do, Tony? Did you piss him off again?
I don't think it was me this time.
Oof.
No, I had to go check something. What'd you say?
Risey, I said this whole.
Invented everything. Okay.
Well, take care of Ronnie. Ronnie's giving an Irish.
Later, Ronnie.
DJ concert next week, yo.
Does that mean he's going to give us some Jamesons, or what? What's an Irish goodbye?
Irish goodbye is when you just sneak out the door.
Okay, he left something in private chat.
All right. Ronnie's.
Well, I'm looking forward to the whiskey. That'll be good.
The whiskey.
Ronnie gets into some gnarly shit. Ronnie gets onto some gnarly shit. Over there on his channel, not gnarly, like whatever, just like he gets like into like a bunch of like shit really deep, cool fucking like spaceships and fucking telescopes and fucking 3D printing shit. Fucking he was making some fucking like separate fucking like race cars or some shit, some tech. Like he's over there making modded tech and stuff. Really cool guy.
Oh,
that's
Ronnie.
DJ Ronnie.
Sarcastic reviews of comics again, but actually, I doubt any of you are comic people. But I did find this fucking rare one. So let me turn my camera on. I'm going to be doing. It's not going to be a live stream. It's going to be filmed, and then I'll edit. But I'm going to be doing a review of this sometime this week. Uncanny X-Men. It's during the Phoenix Saga. I can't remember the significance of why it's important, but it's an expensive fucking issue. It cost me a lot of fucking money. And now it got tossed.
How long till they change the name to the X People?
You guys, do you guys have any?
No, they can't even be called the X People. It'll be called the X Them. Because you never know when someone wants to identify as a fucking dolphin. And F you, Risey, DJ, Ronnie. What the fuck? Fuck you, Ronnie, you fucking queer bait. Say that with utmost hate and love.
Well, he gave you the emoji of the tongue out. I'm guessing that's not legit. I think he might have just looked too much into that one, or I could just be given too much benefit of the doubt. I don't know.
If
One of the
not
order.
legit, he must have quit.
If you're too legit to quit. Hell yeah. Sounds like a great poet like came up with that shit. But yeah,
Love
so
forbid, he must have quit. How,
damn,
I wonder
you're
how
fucking over
OJ
here.
actually died. I guess I don't want to turn this into one of those Doug TenNapel conspiracy theory channels, but
Yeah.
Well, Doug
No Diddy.
Naples.
No Diddy, no
That
doubt,
thinks
baby.
he's
You
a-
know what I'm saying?
I really don't like Doug TenNapel. You know, when everyone thinks like about all the people they think Razi doesn't like the creators, they always think Ethan Van Sciver is number one. No, Doug TenNapel and George Peter Gatsis, my number two fucking creators. I fucking despise.
The Blue Muppet.
You don't like the Blue Monkey now? What happened with that?
Not like that little cunt for about fucking 8 months, mate. Maybe even longer. Little sanctimonious bastard gets fucking Razi to say fucking wild things and then uses those wild things as an excuse why other people shouldn't hang out with Razi. It's like, look what he says. I'm like, see, it's easy to clip 3-minute fucking rant of Razi in comparison of like an entire fucking stream where George is fucking riling me up. And then like he gets what he wants and then it gets clipped. And
Well,
it's
he
like, oh,
clips
look what
something? I
Razi did. Look what Razi did. Look what Razi did. I'm like, and I always say, I'm like, yes, I did say that and I'm not going to apologize. But at the end of the day, like, you did this, man. It's like the fucking stupid kid that fucking hits a fucking bee's nest with a fucking branch. Why do it? Do you want to get fucking stung? Do you want to get sent to the fucking hospital? I can't believe you said that about my wife and my kids. Because if I call you a fucking hack and a shitty fucking creator, George, I know it's not going to hurt you. But if I bring up a person's family, well, that's another thing entirely, isn't it?
did George make a clip of you? I don't remember.
George doesn't make clips, but his people fuck. I'm not going into it. I don't want to fucking talk about this shit.
That's something I don't remember.
Let's not. I'm sorry for
point
asking. I
is,
just didn't know.
George likes to fucking say that I am the fucking villain and he's the hero. And it's not a bit like D-Wag's doing right now. No, George does it to be a...
I'll jump in. I'll say I think I was actually, I don't know if you guys had prior beef, but I actually like just had randomly been on a Finatra stream and like, yeah, I think Risey was already riled up and said some really mean shit. I was explaining this to TJ. Like TJ, like me and TJ grew up similarly, so I understand what he's saying. Nobody else gets it. And he goes and starts with it.
TJ, I genuinely apologize to because I say nasty shit to TJ all the time, but that's just because, like,
He was.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, you called him. I like, you know what I mean. But like,
I'm cool, TJ. As far as I'm concerned, as far as I know, we're cool. I'm not cool with George.
George is always. I mean, I've only hung out with him a few times. He's always been silly, even when it's just like me and him, and we don't really know each other. He's just always been kind of goofy and joking. So it's kind of hard to get a read on him. I don't know, but I always try to give people the best, interpretation. Because one time you had called TJ the same thing, and he was really hurt by it, and I get it, but I was trying to explain to him. I think he understands this now. Risey's going to say, no matter what the word, if you get him riled up, he's going to say the absolute worst fucking shit he can to you, and don't even necessarily mean it.
Let me put it this way. To complete my case, when I'm telling people I don't want to fight you right now, and I'm trying to be cordial. Don't fight me. Don't fucking fight me because I will go nuclear. You know, there's a difference between when I want to fight with people compared to when I don't want to fight with people. If you get me into the fucking point where you kill my buzz in my happy mood, which I'm usually never in, what's up, Bone? I'm gonna rip for the jugular. And I'm not talking your jugular. I'm talking your child's jugular. I mean, that's the fact. Not obviously in real life, but you know, boom, that's it.
Yeah, Rising
and I know we
has
really,
anger. Yeah, you have that.
just
anger,
don't piss me off.
Yeah.
Well, dude, I mean, they've obviously got the anger too because they want me to get to that point. Why keep pushing? Why keep pushing? Like I'm like, don't push me, don't push me, don't push me. And then next thing you know, they're like, all right, I'm gonna keep pushing you. And then I pull out a sworn-off shotgun and I fucking blow all of us away.
I'll go this route, and I'll say that like I think everybody just assumes that like people can change, or I can do this, I got over it, so whatever. Why you blah blah blah? So I think people are like kind of subconsciously, I don't know how like thought out this is, but like that you're not gonna do that type of stuff. I think you are.
No, I'd never.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Never physically. But I would never physically harm anyone in life.
Right.
No.
But what I'm saying is, no, you could do worse. But like, what I'm saying is that like at the time, that's just where you get. You're gonna do that. Now you admit the thing I don't have a problem with you is because you at least own up to it.
Well,
I
also did a fucking video where I apologized to George as well, but I deleted it because I fucking also got pissed off with him again, like fucking a week or two later. He just likes to wind me up, and I've come to the terms where it's gotten to the point where like if George pops onto something like I'm on like, which basically only streams George is actually accepted on is a Lorenzo's stream that I visit, and I will just mute myself and walk away when he's on because I'm like I'm not gonna entertain him anymore. I'm not his little fucking pincushion. I'm not gonna fucking get wound up from him.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of getting at too. Is that like yeah.
I'm gonna stop shit talking him? Fuck no. I'm gonna shit talk him even more. Because I think the idea that he thinks that like it affects his business, and if it does, I pray to God it does, George.
I don't know. Like I said, like George has always been silly with me, and nice, whatever. But I also don't really push buttons. But yeah, anyways, I don't know if it does. I'd imagine don't. He's never told me anything personally, but yeah. Yeah, just like, like everybody thinks like, oh, we can come get to an agreement. Some people just aren't going to get to an agreement. You know what I mean? So
some people are never going to be friends. That's it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And the delusion of like everyone sitting around singing fucking Kumbaya sounds so fucking F-stained to me. I'm like, I don't even want to be a part of that group. I'd be like one of the first people that dies in that horror movie because I'm like, God damn it, I got to go into the woods and smoke a fucking J. Everyone's been so gay here. And I'm like, at that point, I'm like, you know what? To the monster or the serial killer, I'm like, yo, kill me because I don't even want to go back there.
That was kind of the thing I, do give myself some credit for is that like I was able to do what I did with at the time with almost no help. Pretty much. I mean, like no big people shouted me out or nothing. And I was able to make a fun environment, being positive. Very hard to do.
Oh, well,
very hard.
No one's helped Lorenzo out here. None of the big guys helped Tony out. They sure as shit didn't help me out.
I don't know if they even know
Tony. Even the fucking indie small guys that I wasted fucking like a full year and a bit of my life fucking helping their streams. And when I started streaming, they were nowhere to be seen because they were like, oh, you're too problematic now for us. And yet now, these same people will be on those problematic streams. Or they're just completely off the internet.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm like, what's the point of like putting in like at like a year? Like this is the thing, man. Like we're all fucking getting older, man. Like how much time do you want to waste on someone that does not consider you the same way?
I mean, I'll counter. I'll counter
try
you.
and
Just
make
let
my
me.
round with everybody I meet.
It's just one thing and then counter. But these fucking air quotation writers are just the one things. Writers, I have basically no respect for. I can be a writer. Doesn't take any fucking skill at all. But then when they look at us, people that aren't, oh, you're not a creator. You're not creating anything. I'm like, bitch, are you fucking serious? I create content by talking about your shitty, non-existent content that might not ever see the light of fucking day. I am a fucking creator. I'm lying to people. And then when I got tired of lying to people, they called me anti-CG.
I play piano and do voices.
I live in a dumpster and I smoke crack.
Either way, we're all fucking characters.
I'm actually like this though. People think I'm joking a lot of times. I'm just tired right now. But no, I'm like that. Like, no, I've always been like this. I've always been retarded.
Dude, this basically everything you see about me is to the same thing. I just add a lot of Frank Gallagher from fucking Shameless into it with some of my favorite pro wrestlers when I'm live on air. I'm pretty much the same all the time. It's just to an extent, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, I'm at like level 12 Risey, where usually I'd be at like just fucking level 1 Risey because I just want to fucking chill.
Like you're saying, you're hyped up right now. You're chill. You're chill right now. You see, or at least I think you are.
I'm doing a part of my character, but I'm also saying I'm also being real. Is what I'm saying.
Just so real, man. Yeah, I think a big problem, man, in the space was everybody wasn't branching out. You know, in our corner in the comics thing, Ethan fucking does a lot, like that people don't like that don't like him anymore, don't kind of give him credit for. This motherfucker, like him, love him, hate him. Like the dude's fucking a great shit talker, great artist. I honestly, I think his YouTube broadcasting like skill he's the best. That's why he has the numbers he does. Also with his situation, you know,
the best of this community, not the best of YouTube.
Sure. No, but he's definitely leagues above everybody else in terms of broadcasting.
YouTube millions, like he wouldn't have this piddly amount. I mean, I watch true crime stories, and they got like way more subscribers than all these people, and they just sit there talking about murderers.
Oh, murderers! Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You know, like the other thing is that, you know, the marketing to a group under it's on a product. Yeah, you know.
In the sphere of this thing, he is a great entertainer, man. Top of my head, I can't think of any comic creator that is a better YouTuber than Ethan. But like that's the thing. I don't think Ethan really wants to be a comic creator anymore. I think he's been wanting to be a YouTuber for a long time, and I think once he gets done with the last Cyberfrogs, that's what he's gonna do. He's probably just gonna like hire All Caps. I think that's still his brand, if I'm not mistaken. And then, you know, make piggyback money off that and, you know, promote it, which is brilliant. I mean, it's a genius fucking move. People call it a grift, and I'm like, yeah, because it is a grift because you don't usually get, but eventually you do get your book. Can't say it's, you know, grift because honestly, I mean, do you remember Lorenzo? Remember Brad Ashworth?
Yeah.
Yeah, Brad Ashworth used our money to go and get himself a mail order bride, And that was the last anyone ever heard of Brad Ashworth.
So do you think it's...
I'm sure he probably phrased it a different way, that he got married or whatever.
No. Well, these are my statements.
I doubt he's going to call it a mail order bride, but he's going to, you know.
No. She was a male. She came over. She was an Asian. He got married to her. He stopped fucking working on the book. That was it.
I think that all is true. Doesn't he have quite a bit of the book finished on some website? That's what I heard. They work on the book.
Yeah, but has anyone seen a page update? Has anyone got a page update? Any update from Handyman in the vast thing of fucking anything? Anyway, I'm just using Brad Ashworth as a fucking example.
Well, I think it sucks that he's got like a book that he's got it online and you got the book. You should give it to the customers, not just put it online. Why not?
No, I mean, honestly, still to this day, Brad Ashworth is a fat fuck. And I know he's out there somewhere. You fat fuck. Fatty 2x4.
I've never even heard of it. Never even heard of this guy.
Yeah, it's a long time ago, man. Book was called Handyman. It was basically the Mexican Punisher, but here's the thing: it was in black and white, and he only uses the weapon in his tool bag. Oh, so cool. And he's meant to take down the Mexican.
Like maybe saw somebody's fingers because he was a handyman, you know. And then it's like, oh, this looks kind of entertaining. I don't think I ever even backed the thing.
Yeah, well, I was one of the idiots that did.
The thing
this is the reason why I'm actually honored that I can't draw.
God, yeah, I'm glad that I don't have artist brain, and that's not like a diss, but I'll just break it down. This 100% is a popularity contest. It really is. There's this space, but see, the thing is that people are coming in. Huh?
Well, you know what's annoying is Brad Ashworth. A lot of people didn't like his art, but I thought it was pretty fucking good compared to a lot of people in this community, and that's why I backed him. It was literally out of faith that this was I didn't like it was black and white, but I was okay with it, and I also liked the guy. But yeah, it was down to popularity because he got shunned by CG because of Crypto, aka Matthew Mers, who I'm still friends with to this day. I don't care what anyone says about the guy. But he got shunned for it, and that was also why it got me put on blast and Lorenzo put on blast and a lot of people. And then, he just he took his money and then made us all look like fucking chumps. And I'm just this is why,
I think that was kind of
it was just multiple people like him throwing people like me and Lorenzo under the bus, like we were no one. They're like, oh yeah, well you're not a creator, you don't matter. And yet we're the people that stick around after you run away with the money. We've still got to be here, and then we get the fucking stigma of your fucking late book, and it's like, dude, I'm also waiting. Well, you told me to back, and I'm like, dude, I backed it too, and yet we're still getting fucking thrown under the bus because of these assholes. And that's why these days I do not promote fucking. I don't care if you're my friend that I've known for fucking 7-8 years on the internet. I'm not going to promote the fucking book. I'm like, you can promote it yourself on my channel, but I will say to people, I'm not going to back it.
Risey, you did tell me one time. I am telling private conversations here. You did say that I would be, if I create my book that I was planning, you would let me come on. But you then also, which I agreed with, I wasn't going to say it, but you said it, is that it probably hurt me, if, whatever. And I thought that was always funny, but yeah, no, I'm just joking. But yeah, I was kind of honored. There's a little bit of honor in that statement that you thought so highly of me.
Like, if I give a shit about someone and I find them entertaining, they're going to help my stream. You know, you help me. You know, it's quo or whatever that fucking saying is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Sorry. Cthulhu says it didn't have to be. It was meant to be the popularity and skill of art rather than the creator, and the top creators set a bad example with big money campaigns. And like books, yeah, and then that's what hurt the actual people that actually did want to create stuff. But
yeah, it mainly started with
anyway,
people
like
reviewing comic books, just everyday people, and then it became about these like ex-pros that it's like, what? And at first it seemed like, okay, well, accept
they
because it has the former guy from what was it, the Flash Rebirth, or you know, and you know, but that's and this former, you know, obscure comic creator, and this other one that's kind of obscure, and this is. But the thing is, it just became about them. And at first, they were actually seemed like they were helping other people, promoting smaller creators and stuff, and that turned into a bunch of these big guys just making money for themselves.
I would give this one to him because this was a guy that I truly believed in, and he didn't get to. He did get funded, but he didn't get the level of shit that would have mattered. And this is just some of the material, right?
Yeah, Manny made a good comic book, and then he kind of retired.
Is this Crypto Comics?
Well, yeah, he pretty much said that once he got done.
This is Manny from Good Dog Press.
Okay.
Yeah, Manny. Manny Korea, and it was called Good Dog Press, and that was Skunk Girl. And
he's
it was a shame that
his family dates back to the.
He said it's a popularity contest, like everyone says, and he didn't have many views and things because. Well, one, like I was one of his co-hosts, and before people say, "Oh, that's his problem," there, I wouldn't drink on those streams, which was his code word for like, "Do you want to drink now?" To get people on, but you know, it was the fact that like he just didn't have as many views as everyone else.
He also let people on like Brad, and you know people who had been.
Brad, fucking Todd. He would think. All right, Brad Ashworth was a piece of shit, but at least he fucking spoke sometimes. Todd Maroney, another person that came on there. See, he had a lot of fucking boring guests, but they were air quotation creators. Like Todd, you remember what was his name? Brandon? Like always had some issue with it.
That was depressing. Wasn't he always talking about
man, look, one day
relationship problems or something? It seemed like he was like really like a nice guy, but really depressing or something.
Everybody's in a different spot, and they come into a different atmosphere too. Like, you know, so yeah, it's a wild west out there, man. And
Manny was genuinely entertaining.
It was the Trinity was like Manny, Tank Farrett, and fucking John Dillon.
Oh yeah,
and then Manny and Tank with Dillard and Todd, And ultimately, I chose Manny's side because I was like streaming there every day with him. And I just didn't, I never liked Todd. I really didn't. I mean, when I first met him, he was okay. But then after a while, I was just like, dude, the guy just, sorry. Didn't have to. You guys are still going,
Yeah.
says Philip.
Hey, Philip.
Yes.
welcome.
Yeah, fuck, almost 9 hours, dude. Shit. It's longer than most people's fucking work shifts.
So Manny was an interesting fellow. Like his family was Portuguese and settled in Hawaii back when it was the Kingdom of Hawaii, from what I recall him saying. So like
I can't remember if that was
like
that,
he
but
like so. I mean, like technically, I guess you could say he was white, but like he said that his kids wouldn't like his kid wouldn't eat like white people food or what, you know, like he is, not that any of that matters, but like it was interesting, like culturally.
yeah,
Because
yeah. I mean,
it was a
sometimes
different
he'd
thing.
show me his
He's
dinner,
not-
and he'd be like, "You'd love this, Razzie," and I'd be like, "Oh my god, it looks like fucking gnarly shit, dude." He's like showing me like fucking squid beef jerky or shit like
Yeah,
that.
it
I'm
was like
"Ugh."
very assimilated. Like his family had assimilated
Like,
into
fuck,
Hawaii,
no.
like back in the, I don't know, like whenever it was the Kingdom of Hawaii, and no, I think his wife,
But, yeah, I think
a
he's just
girl,
on the island.
I think she was
when they filmed
actually
the original Jurassic
from the
Park, too.
continental U.S., right?
I think he lived on the island where they filmed the original Jurassic Park.
It was always really cool, like hearing him tell stories. And did he have a dog too that was on there?
Yeah, he had 2 dogs. He had Rogue. Rogue was the little one, and I can't remember the one that was outside's name.
I remember the little dog. It was
Yeah,
so
that
cool
was that
watching,
was
and
that
I
was
found it.
that was named Rogue.
It was
That was named
more
Rogue.
entertaining at that time than Ethan's show, as far as I
Yeah,
was
man, I
concerned.
fucking miss
Ethan
Rogue,
had
man. He
some
was
fun
fucking.
streams, but
He
I
was
think
good
his
quality.
show had already started kind of petering out. And then all of a sudden saw, I mean, as far as entertainment value, and then all of a sudden I started seeing Manny's channel, and from there I discovered all sorts of these kind of related channels that were, you know, with different people go on a show, like Rick Piper, and lots of fun. Discovered a lot of people through the channel, including you.
You know, and the other thing too that I think this is where I navigate better than a lot of people that were, because I'm kind of still out there. I haven't made a decision, but you know, I wanted to do a book at one time. You know, I was working on a video game before that, and I got here, and fucking Ethan and Malin, or Cecil, and they said it, and they were like, "Damn!" I was like, "Damn, that's true." I was never gonna make a fucking AAA video game. But I could potentially make a fucking comic. That's actually achievable. You can, you know, if you put the time and the effort into it, hire the right people.
Like, I shit you not. Like, even though I joke about Dingo Man, one day I'm gonna fucking create it, and I'm just gonna do a review of my own fucking book, and then I'm like, that's gonna be my promotion of it. You know, it's gonna be shitty art and shitty fucking writing, but I'm just gonna say, Bill, there you go, you fucking cocksuckers. I am a creator.
You don't understand the process of it.
I'm not a comic
shit.
Dude.
I'm not a comic book creator. I'm just a voice guy who, you know, has met a lot of cool people.
Yeah, Tony, I really like. I kid you not. I've told this story a bunch. The show that I was doing before, where like those videos were coming from and shit. All that shit made sense. It all had lore that was tied in on the antics. Everything had a reason. Like, what, you know, or you know, Perth Comics is the guy. You know, my homie that dude, I just gave him great material to fucking make stupid videos with. He fucking nailed it. Dude, like, we wouldn't even know what he was doing. But a lot of times when the shit would pop out, and just adapt to it. But yeah, like I kind of knew and understood like there's going to be people that's within the group. Some of them are people I consider friends or friendly who aren't going to, maybe crack isn't going to be their thing. That's okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't gotta like what
Yeah, maybe they think crack is whack.
Crack is, in fact,
it's okay.
Look, I'll put it like this: Little Boosie, a great rapper who's only spent 10 plus years, said bring crack back because it's way better than fentanyl. I agree, but no, if you think you go back before times are good when crack was around, then the meth, that shit started fucking people up. Now they're on some shit that's on some whole new level. But anyways, I digress. But not I think the thing is man, so everybody's gonna like and have the things that they're geared for. Dude, we got people I got homies. I got a buddy we don't probably watch the same any fucking thing. Past Master Dan, but he's 76 fucking years old, I think. You know what I mean? He's retired. What do fucking me and him have in common? I'm a fucking broke loser. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, my point is people aren't going to like the same thing. And I think everybody, creator-wise, was just trying to, didn't really know what to do. And we're just doing what they saw somebody else do, which is understandable. But, yeah, it is. I feel like, oh, what's up? What's up? Yeah, I just feel like, a lot of it and people don't want, no, that's not what it is. It's about the, hello.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
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 Good to see you, Philip, as always.
Yeah, it's good to see you too. I just woke up.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And good night here.
Top of the morning to you.
Drinking some coffee.
Yeah, I do that when I wake up.
I drink Red Bull. Well, the generic kind from Aldi's. It's only $1. It tastes pretty good, but yeah, so I'm there with you.
$1 seems pretty cheap for that stuff for an energy drink.
Dude, yeah, because
I like the white one at Aldi's.
Oh, the white one is fucking dope. It's like a white monster.
You can't
it's
ever
fucking really
find
good.
Everybody buys all those, and then you're left with the mediocre ones.
Yeah. So, is this wouldn't happen to Philip wouldn't happen to be the Captain Cummings by any chance that I've heard of stories about, right? Or is this totally separate, random event?
Completely different person.
Oh, okay. Cool. Not that I cared. I just didn't know. I don't even know if you know who I'm talking about.
Wait, is that sarcasm? Because if you're that fucking Cummings guy.
The super villain of the internet.
I hated you for a while, back way back when. And then eventually I seen this video. You're like, I want my $40. I want my $40. I'm like, dude, this guy's a fucking legend.
Well,
that guy paid me that guy never paid me $40.
Right?
So you are the real fuck, what was your fucking shit, man? Sorry, it's been so long. I remember seeing your video way back when. Captain?
Here.
Yes, that's definitely you got it written on your chest. You're like Ethan, you fucking Epstein. Oh my god. My ninja. Dang it.
He's in good shape too.
Oh shit, man! But yeah, dude. So did you plan that, or did you just literally see that guy and then you're like, motherfucker, give me my money?
No, I thought it was him, but I wasn't sure. And I was with my wife on a date. We were. I was going on a military training trip the next day. And so what happens is I just walk past him, and then he starts like yelling right in the back of my ear, and I'm like, "What is this? Like, why is he yelling at me? He's the one that owes me money." So I get mad and I start yelling at him.
It's so crazy.
Oh man, that still is like to this day one of my favorite fucking videos on the internet. Not because of like basically not much happens, but like it's like ARL fucking interaction, but like these keyboard fighting, video fighting things, and it's like, kids in my mind.
Well, and it's funny because I shouldn't have stopped the video because it went on for another like 5 minutes.
Oh wow!
Because he kept like,
oh shit.
I started walking away. We started walking away, and we were going to go eat, and he starts like walking like a half a block away, but like calling me like gay or something. I think he was calling me a pussy, so I walked back.
It's so good, like the experience. Damn it! Like I always say, like it's a shitty experience at the time, but like in the future, it makes for a fantastic story, doesn't it?
I remember that video. Like I had just found the crew, and that was getting brought up. And yeah, I don't remember much of. I know that like since then people said kind of you were, to my knowledge, I could be wrong. Started a lot of the comic book talk, about what was going on with comics. Like I met a bunch of people that basically were telling me they didn't even realize what it was happening to the comics and why they didn't like the comics anymore. I'm gonna,
Cummings was one of the founding members. He was like there before, like it was like it had a name. Like by the time I got into it, like I think in my opinion, Cummings, I still remember this one day. Like everyone was like on an Ethan stream, they were like partying and drinking and stuff, and you're just there playing like an old retro video game. And I remember thinking, who the fuck is this rude cunt? And I'm like, I know, like he pretty much started this. Like when people say like Ethan started this gangster shit, it was people like Cummings. And stuff like that.
He asked me to come on a stream at like 11 o'clock at night, but I'm an early riser, so like it's 4:40 a.m. And you're asking me to come on at 11 p.m. It's like, well, I'm ready to go to sleep. Like I'm not built to go on stream right now.
I'm ill-equipped to be on stream.
Like you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Psychoanalyze that correct.
You probably played that video game was to keep your brain active, and like your hands fucking doing something, because like there were so many people talking on that stream. Kind of like what I just did to you, so I apologize for that.
Yeah. Well, and that's what people psychoanalyze that. They're like, oh, he hated Ethan at that point because blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no, it was like 2 days later, I could see what he was doing, and it made me angry. That's what actually happened.
So I'm guessing from somebody.
Yeah, it was like, literally after that stream, that was like the air quotation, like breakup with you, CG. Yeah, it wasn't long after that. Or was it? Are you sure it was 2 days or was it the day after?
I don't know the timeline, but like it was like immediately after that because so I think it was something along the lines of somebody showed me him talking bad about Iconic Comics, which this was before Iconic Comics, but basically Tim Lim and Mark Pellegrini's book. And I was like, well, what's going on with that? And he basically pretended like he wasn't doing it. Basically like gave a liberal answer, I'm giving my opinion of something stupid like that. And I wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, man. I don't blame you, man.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
I forgot what the question was, so I stopped talking.
Okay.
And I was just trying to fucking clear my nose on you guys. Basically, like that was one of the things when I remember when people because like I said, I didn't really give a shit about you until like a couple years later when I was thinking about the people that have been exiled by CG, air quotations. Because honestly, I believe if you're cancelled by CG, that makes you more CG than CG. Because isn't CG about being cancelled by the mainstream? And if you're being cancelled by an indie circuit, aren't you more fucking punk rock than the rest?
Well, and the whole purpose was to hold people accountable for making bad comics, and most of Comicsgate can't even get comics out on time. So they're the antithesis of Comicsgate.
They are from the very thing that they fucking hate. And and if you criticize a fellow CGer, you're leaning into anti-CG. Like I got labeled anti-CG just because I streamed with Crypto Comics. That was like how I got fucking started labeling into it. And they're like, well, if you keep streaming with him, you're gonna be labeled that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm the type of person, if you tell me not to jump off the cliff, I will jump off. Don't tell me what to fucking do.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
So, were you creating a comic at the? I'm just trying to get I understand the dynamics. Like, I know that to my understanding, you were making videos and very kind of being one of the early.
CG started off with all these review videos.
Yeah, it was just we were commenting on. Well, I was commenting on just how bad comics were, and in when was this? 2017? No, even before that. So 2000, around 2016, comics were pretty bad, and so I was just commenting on how bad they were.
Yeah, and it was like you could make comment.
And then basically what happened was I went on deployment to UAE, the country that has Dubai as a city. And so I left for 6 months. And what was it? So in that time, Richard crowdfunded his comic, and all that Mark Waid stuff happened. What was funny was I always had a weird feud with Dan Slott going on, because he would watch my Twitter account and then post anonymous hate against me, which was always funny.
Jumped into this community. I think it was in 2017, maybe late 2016. And I remember thinking, I'm like, why do these creators care what nerds think? It boggled my mind. And then, after getting to know creators, air quotation creators, I realized, their egos are so fragile. They Google themselves, so they do care what everyone says. It's dude, you could literally be a janitor, and it's I need to get that person fired from their janitor position because they don't like my book.
And a lot of the times they're shut in, so they don't really have the best social skills either.
Yeah, see, basically, I was the same way when I was growing up, when I was in my teenage years. And then, around 19, I got laid. And that's late for a lot of people I know. But after I got laid, and I realized, I was like, dude, that was pretty fucking dope. I stopped reading fucking comics for quite a few fucking years. went and partied and lived life, and came back, and I thought everyone that did basically did the same in their 20s, and then it was like, oh no, you're just sad, fat, and balding and old.
I'm
sure that you either. I just realized that when I came on the line. Well, you're not
does that,
fat, but you're bald. You know my point.
so is the thing, like, I think the thing is there's a bunch of people that don't fit the. I hear that, like, Comicsgate, is a Christian movement. There are Christian people. Yeah. What? I lost you. What'd you say? Did I robot?
Oh, I think somebody.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you.
Oh, I said basically. I'm trying to think of this in my head. Is basically when I got here, I was told that there was this is a Christian movement type thing. A lot of there are people that are religious and to a degree, but there is a corner that is very, very religious. But there's also people that like anime. You know what I mean? They just don't really talk about it. At least the people I interact with.
Wait. God loves anime.
There's a lot of Christian themes in anime, actually.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is Ethan's profile pic is from a chick
not
track.
all anime is like hentai stuff.
Let's get hot. It's from a chick track. It's, the dialogue, which you don't see on this profile pic, but is in the actual comic, is "Let's get high and deny Christ." That's actually what his profile pic is from. And I don't like chick tracks. I think they're real cheesy, but it is kind of a weird choice to use that image. Did you guys know that? Like,
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, let me put it this way. The devil always gets away with everything because the devil's best fucking move was making the vast population of all of humanity believe that he didn't exist. And that's kind of like, I'm not saying that Ethan's the devil. I'm saying he's a very creative motherfucker.
Really is, but yeah.
He also thanked Satan in the back of one of the Cyberfrog books, the early ones, when he was like an edgy teenager or whatever. So lots of people do things like that. It's just that he still uses an image from a chick track. So it's like.
What are we doing? What are we doing here?
An image from the land,
from the
land of lost.
But what are we doing? Are we crucifying him? I don't think we should be crucifying anyone religiously.
No, we're not crucifying him.
No.
He does have kind of a satanic kind of like joke in there,
I think it makes me edgier.
But like, I
don't know. I can't give shit to Ethan on anything that he's said, like edgelord, anyways, because I've said 10 times worse.
I think he's trying to be edgy with that. Like, I'm not saying he worships Satan or anything.
Ethan steps to the edge of the fucking hill. I dive over without a parachute.
Where I was going with that was
in Comicsgate did kind of end up. I don't know. I don't think it's really that. I mean, there are still Christians in Comicsgate. It's just,
no, absolutely. I mean, I'm I grew up Baptist. I'm not super religious, but I do believe in shit. But like, it's not my thing. When I did the crack pack stuff, everybody was kind of off, so I went and did my own thing. I'd get like 40 people with no help from anybody other than like Michael Bancroft, but like nobody. I didn't expect it, but I think where I'm going with this is like basically is like I started doing the crack pack joke, which is very, very like Rise. You said I'm Disney, and I was getting like people DMing me. People that I trusted or like knew and shit, and they're sitting there like, because my goal was when I got here, okay, I got to respect this if I'm going to take this shit serious, and make sure I make some shit that's going to pop. So I went and fucking was doing research.
That's what I did until I got labeled for being a Nazi just because I had a midnight cherry. Well, it wasn't a midnight cherry emoji, but I just had a cherry emoji in me. And I got called Cherry Coalition, therefore I was a Nazi. So therefore I just played into the villain that they wanted. You know, once you've been labeled a fucking Nazi by CG, you're fucked. So
Isn't that thing kind of controversial, D-Wade?
I with it, and I'm still running with it. I'm like, I don't care about them.
The crack pack thing, did you get DM'd, like people complaining about it, or what?
Well, and it wasn't nothing devious or nothing, like, but it was, nothing like that, but I don't want to get too into it. But yeah, I had people come in and tell me, like, dude, this isn't a good look. Like, people are kind of fucking pissed. Like, dude, I was only streaming to 40 fucking people. Now there was, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I did have like some more influence in the space, which I thought was okay for where I'm at. I didn't even have a book, you understand? Like, so, I was just hyping up other people. So I was just making an entertaining show. And it was so PG. The Crack Pack is about supporting what your crack is, whether that's fucking anime, that's fucking whatever. Because I was just trying to get Spurgs to get along, man. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers, oh, fuck you. Everybody on the internet's really quick to go, fuck you.
Seriously, like when you were doing Crack Pack, man, because I would talk to you, and I'd be like, you're a cool dude, man, but like, what's this Crack Pack shit about?
I know.
And then you're like, dude, no, it's not about like actual crack. It's like, what's your crack? Like, what are you obsessed with? Like with you, guys, your anime fucking dollars. And I'm like, oh, I'm getting you. And once you explain it to me, I'm like, all right, gotcha. I'm like, cool.
But no, I actually do smoke crack, like, and live in a dumpster. That is facts. But yeah, like the biggest
like
power
Oscar the Grouch.
You know, yeah, dude, the internet's a wild fucking place, man. And the biggest key thing that I think I had going for is, my thing was, well, while I'm going and research and making sure I fucking put my heart, you know, into making this comic book, I got to find a way to do it that I'm not going to fucking rip people off. Because I want to grow. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if I fucking take fucking and piss people off, they're not going to back my shit. So I was taking it fucking serious. I'm good with people.
And you only really get like one chance. If you mess up, especially if you mess up the first chance.
Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the thing. So what I was going to say there was, on the internet, being fucking, especially if you don't have influence, like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't have influence, sometimes, man, your best play, stay back, you know, don't react. And yeah, just shit gets fucking hyped up and shit. Like, for months, I'm sitting there fucking under the belief that fucking I'm blacklisted. You know what I'm saying? From people, because they were, dude. It turns out that shit was a fucking lie. Like, you fucking got twisted and fucking made me think that I was over there fucking like rubbing people wrong, dude. I didn't fucking do anybody wrong, or anything like that. And I'm not saying I'm still pretty like popular, and I just don't stream or do anything now. But yeah, man, like I see a lot of people.
Listen to you, mean girl. I'm pretty popular.
I mean, considering all things.
When I'm dressing like.
I saw, you know, I haven't sold a product either though, so that helps. But yeah, like or really had any controversial takes. I'm pretty Fence City on the shit.
They're basically like I said, the Disney version of Rozzy Lee.
Well, like you guys are saying, here's the thing that, like, if you're trying to sell a product, no one knows who the fuck I am. I'm a fucking loser. Dude, sitting out here at 5:30 in the fucking morning. My man over here's waking up. You know what I'm saying? Like he should be. But whatever. So I'm a loser. So don't take. What I'm saying is, though, I am good with people. I am good with people though, and I am entertaining. I was walking around doing streams on the street and shit, and I was like using props. I found a fucking salt lamp and a fucking storage unit.
You should say it's
most people.
But like, I was kind of led to believe by somebody I had trusted. Like, you know, like they kind of basically came and spun something to me. And see, what I didn't do is I didn't react. which for fucking 6 months I'm sitting there like not knowing, so I pulled back. But like, dude, the shit I was doing was not bad. I didn't have much influence like that to change anything. So I was always like, what the fuck? Like, really? Like, is this true? Turns out it wasn't. But the guy was just he just was very, very straight-laced guy who didn't think that promoting crack was a good message out there. And dude, nobody fucking. I had some guy come up. We were talking about the situation because they had kind of got told the same thing. And basically, like, he said something too. He's like, "Yeah, man, like nobody gave a fuck or bitched about fucking Dave Chappelle. I literally just like him on the streams. Fuck it. I mean, this is what I'm wearing. I'm not like I didn't even dress up for this shit. Here, I'm about to fucking come out here. This is what I'm fucking wearing. Anyways, so yeah, like that shit, like that, man. It's kind of
people only do stuff like that and say stuff like that to discourage you from doing what you're doing.
Right, and they, I don't know how much of it was a lie, and some of it was basically
nobody's actually offended by like a stream called whatever crack or whatever.
Oh yeah, we were CG News and Reviews was the show. And we would do like little skits. It was like a 70s variety show. We put like like not much, but like we actually like had skits and characters that were based off the lore of the fucking streams or something. Like I don't know if you saw, but like we had Perth Comics was making videos for us of like just silly videos of like a cracked planet got blew up. So we had to find a way to
in like the 70s or whatever.
Yeah, and we so the guys I was doing the show with, one of them passed away. R.I.P. Steve, love you, Bubby. I don't that didn't work out. But it was all cool. But yeah, man, it's just so like it's really easy, especially when I worked at the Boys and Girls Club at a gym for 10 years, and I got to see how shit works out between kids and shit, and it's just like adults on the fucking internet. Is like they think somebody did something, and they're not really mad that it happened. They're mad that they did it like intentionally. This guy, he airballed the basketball, so he threw it and hit me in the face on purpose. No, the fuck he didn't. You just don't sit there and fucking do hula hoops underneath the basket. He airballed. Like that's hard to do. Hit somebody in the face. Anyways, what I'm saying is everybody tends to react, and yeah, if you have influence, you can kind of. I was able to do it. I did it for positivity because I'm a fucking nobody. But I would sit there and promote things I liked very well and talk about why I thought it was good. But yeah, man, that dog and critique and shit, that's not my bag though. But there is some truth. If you just, I guess if I can bring a parallel in how it sounds to me like you went on a stream and just were playing a game. And you weren't like really into it that night, or something, and maybe like people.
I'm not a night person. I wake up early in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So he asked me to come on stream, and I'm like, well, I felt obligated to because he hadn't asked me to be on a stream, so it's like he just completed like this massive goal, which was great. And it's like, well, I don't want to be a negative Nancy and like be like, no, I won't come on your stream.
Mm-hmm. And so you weren't putting out a book either?
No, I haven't ever thought about putting out a book.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't. Every time I've always had this experience where if you work with people, like they don't ever. I feel like I'll be like doing my work, and then once I get my part done, like the other people haven't done anything, and I'm like, well, what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, yeah. No, dude, I see that time and time again.
Well, I've had no intention of doing a book because I don't know how to draw. So if I was going to do it, I would just have the intention of doing it like all myself.
Mm-hmm. It's a wild boy out there, man. Because if it's not, there's some people. It's not all people, obviously, or not all artists, but I've seen shit where like this person did a piece for this guy, you know, that was fucking dope. And then for the new guy coming up, when it's not beneficial for him, you know, you get some fucking piece of shit. And I'm being, you know, yeah, it's rough. Yeah, nobody really cares about your shit. And I say like yours, like in general, like especially if it's not like they don't see it as directly beneficial, especially when the driving factor is like everybody's kind of in the same group going with, like, you know, and there's a couple guys that are driving the whole thing. What are you really?
There's really good artists, and there's like, and I mean good artists as in like they work hard and they're going to do a good job and stuff like that. But they're always working, so like you would have to like steal them away from what they're already doing to like, you know, do what you want. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
So a lot of it's one of those things where, like, if you had a book that you wanted drawn, a lot of the artists that are always working, they're always working. And what you have left a lot of the time seems to be like shitheads that don't want to work, and you would have to harass them to try to get your book done that you've already paid them for, or at least paid in advance for.
Well, now you're pissing them off. You know, you're becoming, you know, I'm joking, but I'm somewhat serious.
Guys, I'm gonna have to head. I got
later, Tony.
I got a fundraiser bit I got to do this afternoon, so I can get some sleep for that.
Rock on, Tony.
Later, Tony. You're a great one.
Yeah,
later.
Take it easy. God bless. And Lorenzo, you are 30 minutes away from how long it took for me to work today. So long stream, pal. Long stream. All right.
Cool.
Y'all have a good one.
You
God
too.
bless.
But yeah, I've seen instances where, like, you know, and it's not everybody, you know, it sucks. Not everybody's like this or whatever, but or well, I guess it doesn't suck, but you know, if you critique certain artists or you say, hey man, this isn't really what you know, it's not going to really work with the page layout or what I got telling the story like 5 pages from now, like I need this to be changed. If they see it as fucking petty now, are they going to take your book serious? Are they going to fucking go find something else? So it's a really fucking wild fucking space, kind of dog eat dog, but everybody's got to be friendly with one another.
Yeah,
since they're not bringing a crowd.
You got to find that one person you work well with.
Yeah, like you're absolutely right, man. And I don't know how much you paid attention to. Have you paid attention to anything that's been going on over the past few years, or you just chilling? Like, because you're like one of the.
I only pay like the most like less attention. Like I'm in it's in the peripherals, if that makes sense.
Okay. You just poke in every once in a while, or if it's brought to you, you get it.
Like when it was really cool to make fun of Eric July, and he would get mad. I thought that was funny, so I would pay attention because I thought it was funny. But now that like people are doing it all the time, and Eric July doesn't really like react to it as much anymore, it's like, well, it's a bore at this point. It's not funny anymore. So
yeah,
it doesn't really make any sense. He
I'm
delivered
the same way. It was funny at first, but I don't. I mean, like the weird cowboy rap stuff.
The weird cowboy rap stuff was really funny.
Yeah,
and the fact that like he wouldn't like comment on it. Like all he has to say is like, yeah, I did this cringe thing. Like you accept cringe? Yeah, I did that. You know what I mean? Like it's not everybody was a cringe teenager at one point.
And then and then like he kept calling like everything gay, and then it turned out he did that whole. He worked on a soundtrack for this movie about this woman who's.
Yeah, he calls everybody gay, but he might be gay himself. Who even knows?
The whole thing was just like, yeah, the I can't even say the word F bug, and it's not the word. It's not the other F word.
It's like F,
It's been said numerous times on here.
swirly sign and then another letter.
Yeah, and it's like it's just so weird, and there was some bizarre stuff like that, and he'd be flipping out too, with like making all these cope streams and cope videos, but it seems like he's really scaled back on that, and I don't know, he ended up blocking me anyway, and now that's no longer really even funny. There's all these people who have like stream after stream about him, and it's like
It was fun. It was fun when it was like light walking, but now it's like constant hatred. The hatred isn't funny.
No.
Funny is funny, right? So.
Yeah, it's hard to go hard in the paint. I mean, oh, is that who I think is that Scarlett?
Yeah.
Oh, Scarlett's awesome. Dude, it's hard to go hard in the paint on somebody. I grew up ghetto. Eric July kind of came up with that dance, teach me how to Dougie. You'd be like, Smooth, what? Can you teach me how to Dougie? Like he did do those. He did come up with that or something, or credited as like the guy that did. It's on his channel. But I can kind of relate. But I knew that like, damn it, got me. Yeah, like there's some people that like it, whatever. Like the problem is that one guy is, one main guy is the most entertaining in the space. Very clever, very good at talking shit, by the way. Ethan is, but yeah, man, when you don't have a fucking self-awareness either to fucking like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's what you were kind of calling out of Marv.
Gambit is dead.
Huh?
He died in X-Men 97. It's really tragic.
Who?
It's kind of a big deal. Gambit. Greatest X-Man ever.
I can't hear you.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Gambit doesn't love you either.
Gambit died?
He's saying something about Ethan's X-Men run.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Yeah, no, it's just... No, I'm not talking about Ethan's X-Men run. I'm talking about X-Men #7. Fucking Ethan's X-Men.
Gambit dies?
Did anyone even read that? Anyone ever read that? I mean, I think for a horror.
Oh, that sounds good, Tim. That was a response, not to people someone calling you fat goth chick, but you said you may come on next Thursday. That part sounds good. The other part sounds kind of funny, though.
Oh God, dude!
That doesn't make any sense.
Like, I knew coming into this, not like people don't know who the fuck I am, so I was very humble. Like my plan was, well, I got to go learn this shit. I'm a nobody. Everybody's kind of, that started this shit, or we're here in the beginning, and this is how things work. Kind of already got their footing in. So I was like, okay, that's cool. I'll take my space off. So anyways, I went and learned the shit, whatever, but I started like reaching out to people. I'm also in a unique situation. I don't have a family, like, or whatever. I kind of like solo dolo out here. That's the other thing too, is like, that's what I was getting at with the anime thing is there's guys that are single and then there's family people that got married at fucking 22. So like, they're not going to see eye to eye on this shit, but they agreed on this one thing and we're here. And then, it's kind of like, I think Jordan Peterson said it something, or is like when you're close to like agreeing is actually when like you get more pissed a lot of times, or that can be a dynamic, whatever. I'm up, I'm tired, but you get what I'm trying to say, I think. I'm not, yeah, but I fucking, yeah, the online gaming community, my PlayStation 4 name is Turd Tickler. So I was a fucking troll. So I can fucking make fun of people too pretty well. But yeah, I just didn't see that being trying to sell a book, how that would affect, a nobody like me. So I made my shit lighthearted, silly.
Yeah, I
goofy,
like how Danny makes fun of everybody. You never do, but Danny does.
Well, sorry, Lorenzo. I just want to interrupt for 1 second and explain the difference between me and D-Way. I never got into this community with the idea of making any
money. Yeah, no, absolutely. That wasn't at you, directed at you. Like that was with Otherwise, I would have fucking been over there.
No. It's not really directed at you. I mean, a lot of people say, "Well, why are you here, Razzie?" I'm here to fucking hold people's feet to the fire that they created. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, so yeah, you threw me off when you were calling him Phil. I was like, oh, is that not the same guy? But yeah, that's cool. Yeah. So he bounced. So basically, if he, I'm guessing he's got. Was he dry? Yeah, Phillips. So it's Phillips. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't call him. He prefers Philip. He used to be Captain Cummings. I think it was the super villain of the internet. You were mentioning Christians earlier. He's actually Catholic now. He did a thing where he read the entire Catholic Bible on air, and then he started reading.
I meant religious. By the way, but yeah.
I thought that was kind of. I thought that was. At first, it was kind of surprised, but then. Yeah, when he's done different things with his channel, like he's promoted like healthy. He was telling people like making streams like about how to get eat healthy and work out and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, he like private those streams, I think, at the end of them. So I consider myself fortunate that I caught some of those. I think there was some really good content. And then
all I know is that he was constantly brought up in the streams that I was hearing. I never really heard anything bad other than he just wasn't around anymore.
Yeah.
And I did remember like they, when he went and told the guy, like, I didn't know what that. I thought that was just because I thought he went. I was assuming, which is another problem with the internet, is people tend to assume a lot. I just, maybe I came in the stream and right as it was getting played, but I just assumed that he went and found that guy.
And I think he's addressed that before. That a lot of people think that was the issue, but it's kind of confusing, like watching the clip. But yeah, apparently the guy. B. Claymore approached him.
Okay.
Allegedly, because it's
okay.
I mean, once again,
Lorenzo's trying to.
The show is. I don't even remember what it was.
She say, whatnot, blah blah.
But
being nice.
It appears that B. Claymore approached him, and so he started filming the thing, and unfortunately wasn't able to. Or it sounded like he had stopped filming, and he got into the part of the story where he was talking about how he had approached. Sound like B. Claymore was. I don't know. I guess Philip tried to finish his story, but B. Claymore approached him and confronted him. I think
Sounded like he was driving. Maybe he's going somewhere and lost service. I don't know.
He was walking with his girlfriend. Was what?
I don't know.
Or his wife. His now wife. He said he was going on a date with her. So I don't know if it was a date.
Are you talking about now? Are you talking about back then?
Yeah. I don't know if he was married to her then or when, but and B. Claymore approached him.
Sounds logical. I don't,
But he
unbelievable.
didn't really get a chance to finish the story because there were other questions people have for him.
Yeah, it's kind of, and yeah, it was interesting. He was very polite. I liked him, or seemed nice to me. I don't understand the dynamics though to interpret, whatever. I just didn't know, and I wasn't trying to like pity party for myself. I just say, like when I heard that, I was told that, I just took it. I know. Oh, Mo Coop and Steve D-Wag. Oh, he's out there crying and bitching about us. Wow.
I know. When did your fucking balls turn into a vagina, bro?
I know, dude. People it's so funny because I know I'm a fucking big fucking pussy. It sucks.
Yeah.
God damn.
But that Danny guy, I tell you, that Danny guy really has guts. He really got balls.
Nah, fuck Danny. Danny's a coward.
And I like that. Was that Michelangelo?
Oh, you had Michelangelo Ninja Turtle on there. It looked like that was the live action Michelangelo, though.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was good to see some another fellow Green brother on the show.
Yeah, was that Kermit the Grinch? He came on, so.
Oh yeah. We had a lot of green representation. That's the goal.
Yeah.
The goal is to get some green representation. They don't have to be all green, just 90% is the quota. Or
the green money makes the world go round.
There you go.
Fucking right.
That's another one of the weird thing is people just will ask me about the comic book and stuff because when you speak about money, that kind of reminds me everybody seemed when I first got learned about Comicsgate, and it wasn't even called Comicsgate. It was your boy Zach and Captain Cummings, with as he used to go by, Philip Cummings, and it was we were I know your boy Zach was reviewing comics. I don't know if Philip was more commenting on comics than like just doing reviews, or what the deal was. Because he was mentioning earlier that he commented on situation with comics, and I think it was your boy Zach decided. People. His whole thing was people are accusing him of not. You criticize comics, but you don't make comics.
Right. So obviously you can't do one.
Well, he made some in the past, but I don't think anything really. I think he had worked on some comic books in the past, and he didn't really go anywhere or anything. But anyway, so him and Ethan Van Sciver, who I think your boy Zach, Richard C. Meyer. I think he might have been friends with Ethan for quite some time. But
I mean, Ethan said just a few months.
Comicsgate as well. I think that was when I think that was after he had after DC decided not to renew his contract. So they started they went and ushered in what Ethan called Comicsgate Phase 2, where it's focused on making comic books. And initially he had a lot of small time creators on there, along with a lot of people who
he worked with who he had at the time too.
Former Marvel, DC, Image, comic pros, but I think over time it's become more and more about Ethan was promoting his friends, especially once it got to the CG Kings phase. I mean, I'm not saying you didn't promote any of the smaller guys ever, but
I mean, I'm different with this, is that I kind of see there's a problem with that too. That if you keep promoting people that don't deliver books, or they're not quite up to, how are you going to change anything? If your goal is to change something, you got to be either effective, or you have to have some kind of relevance or popularity or influence. A lot of the newer guys, throw me in there, like nobody gives a fuck. What we got to think, or you don't know us, you know what I mean, or whatever. So like, I don't really. I don't know.
If your goal is to like make a comic book, I would.
Yeah, see, that's
like the YouTube thing isn't really all that relevant to that. That's going to work for somebody like Ethan Van Sciver.
Oh yeah, that's another thing though. Yeah, if you're not,
he was already a well-known person, or some of the people who like are around him. But you got the guys from Iconic Comics, like Tim Lim or Douglas Ernst. They hardly they don't stream all that often. I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, so that, you got a good point with that.
They're getting. You got quite a huge following, and a lot of it's like word of mouth type stuff, and they got like a lot of people drawing fan art. At least with Common America and stuff. I think maybe I don't know how much fan art Douglas Ernst gets for his character. I mean, he gets some, but he's selling his comic. Douglas Ernst isn't hardly ever even like crowdfunds comics anymore. He just sells them from a website, kind of like Denali, who was on here earlier. I mean, Denali is launching a Kickstarter for his hardcover book, which
looks good.
George missed, but George did some work on that book, but
to your point, like Zoe, like that's another thing too, that like if you're a creator, or like the Cummings guy was talking about, like if you're one of the artists that's in the chair, maybe you don't have the best social skills, or or you're not really entertaining, and it's not really what you want to. You don't like that environment. You're not going to be comfortable in that environment. You're probably not going to be a good or entertaining streamer to the people watching. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So people probably aren't going to really show up for you. So doing a stream where you're not really doing anything or being effective isn't really a great. I don't know. It's a tough avenue, but yeah, it's kind of like you gotta do something.
Speaking of which, George, you haven't said anything. Welcome to the stream.
I don't want to interrupt what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were talking about all sorts of things.
That's been all over, up and down. We've all been awake.
But you were talking about. Were you talking about like making your own comic?
You talking about me? As in terms of me, yeah, I was trying to build a platform to be able to depend on myself, and if I got help, then that was great. So that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, that surprised me to find out that was your like initial plan, because I haven't really heard you talk about like creating a comic or. Though,
well, I didn't.
The same thing was true with Denali. I didn't know Denali was going to make a comic book, and then all of a sudden. George mentioned something about it, and
what do you mean? He's been working on it for 3 years.
Yeah,
talking about for 3 years.
Lorenzo, my mate's about to pop around for a cigarette. I gotta rock on. Take care, D-Wag. George,
you rising.
Thanks for coming on the stream.
Okay. Oh, Tim Bergini.
That channel, check it out.
I got the S22, so I'm not you're lucky over there. Rock out with that new phone. I know it's going to be attached to you for the next few weeks, so that's what I got. I got the Note.
Oh, the Samsung.
Yeah, I love Samsung.
That's
I'm on the S22 right now. What's their flagship? It's their flagship.
Yeah, They have like the really big phone. Is it the Note or something, or what is it called?
This Ultra S22 or S24 Ultra is the premium line.
Oh,
It's really
Ultra.
big.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
this
guess
one's.
was like Galaxy Note. That was like the previous generation.
Yeah, I backed on the original Note back when it was a 5-inch screen. And people are like, "Oh my god, are you walking around with like a fucking iPad?" The fuck, that thing's huge. Anyways, George, what's up? What you got? Where you at?
I'm just here to tell everybody about the Immortal Mask. Get the hardcover on the Kickstarter campaign. Sign up now.
Attaboy.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard about Denali being he was on here earlier.
I did hear that.
Yeah, he told me that he came on last night.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was last night actually.
Yeah. Hey, he's got 3 trading cards that he's going to be making available for the campaign. Trading card number 1 is the first 100 people who sign up for it and back the book. Trading card number 2 is for the people who back the book on the first day. And trading card number 3 for everyone else who backs the book in the next 30 days.
Yeah, you got to do them incentives, man. Trying to get people to back early.
Well, I don't know. It's getting the hardcover book is I think one of the greatest incentives. It's only available during the campaign. That's it. When the campaign's over, the only book that will be available will be the paperback and the pocketbook.
Mm-hmm. I remember you tell. Don't you have a copy of do you have a copy of the printed books already? Yeah, I remember seeing it. It looked really good. Like I got, I was gonna show off my collection back when we were talking about. I got like this, this comic. It's not this is a regular size comic. I'm just really small. And then I got like, this. You guys should do one this big.
How big is that? Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, this thing.
Yeah.
This thing's a fucking beast, dude.
Yeah, I got something about that big. Joe King book 1 and 2.
Is it in your pants?
Joe King book
That's
1 and 2.
Okay.
Oh, that thing's girthy, boy. Oh yeah, so you get the full on like artist edition size, like the Todd McFarlane spot. It's like that size, I think.
Yeah. Joe King book 1 and 2. It's 10 inches by 15 inches. Lorenzo has it.
Yeah, I backed those and
Have you cracked it open yet, Lorenzo?
Nope. I'm still disorganized. I don't know where anything is in this place. Do you prefer? Do you think somebody should go for long boxes or small boxes? I kind of a tiny apartment. I'm thinking small boxes. Want to get my comic books organized so I can actually read them. They're not just.
Oh, I don't know.
Depends on probably how much guap you got, right? Or maybe no. I know they got like stackable ones now that are plastic. They're a little more pricey. But don't the white ones, the old ones, don't they like eventually like brown and build up moisture? I don't know. I'm a normie.
I say just get yourself digital versions of the comic books. Most of them are available.
Yeah, maybe that's what I should start doing because I have a tiny apartment and I'm a slow reader, so the books come in faster than I can read them. Well, I don't know. That's not exactly. There were some snags with your books, but I backed so many campaigns, And I should point out, it wasn't George's fault. It was I had to read. He had to work some.
Well, that you backed a lot of campaigns.
Huh?
It wasn't my fault that you backed a lot of campaigns.
And also that, like with the printer and stuff, I think you explained that before on stream.
Yeah, that sucked. Yeah, it's all detailed in the Indiegogo campaign.
It's all part of the new Joe King book that you got on Amazon. So what is that?
That's not new. That's not new. That book has been on Webtoons for over 3 years. And all I did was I took it off Webtoons. I made it into a physical book.
Yeah, you're doing things a lot of people aren't, willing or not willing, but just aren't really doing right now. Everybody's just trying to do the one thing, and so
RJ has.
RJ's out, yeah.
What do you call it?
Fulfillment
support, right?
Yeah.
People finish their campaign. What happens with their books? They just sit there, stagnant. So he says, okay, well, how about we just get you into the retail market?
Yeah, I just got a small
we contacted Grayscale, the guys who did Grayscale. Their book is sitting dormant for 4 years. We repackaged it, got it out into different size formats, and all of them have been selling for them.
Yeah, no, I've seen where a few instances where I've seen people get their books in there and into stores and stuff, and that seemed like it was a big hurdle to tackle early on. So, yeah, I didn't see a lot of people like willing to even do that type of stuff. So, I think more now than ever that might be a good angle to start trying to establish yourself and kind of branch out, do something, get out there. You got to get, or you're not going to get out there. So, yeah. Sorry, the birds are chirping. I'm tired. I gotta go get a drink. I'll be right back.
I'm heading out for breakfast.
What are you getting?
I'm thinking I'm just going to do bacon and stuff. The basics. The basics of life.
I love me some bacon. My grandma used to cook me bacon if I didn't get donuts or sausage gravy every morning. And she cooked me like a pound, dude. So I love some bacon. So I'm going in, entering the dump cave now.
All right. See you guys.
Oh, you're bouncing? All right, later. Well, Lorenzo, I didn't know about that, so I figured he was going to stay on for a little bit, but he's got to go get breakfast.
What just happened? I had to.
George said,
"Come back," and all of a sudden, as I'm coming back, he disappears.
George is really upset with you right now. He feels like you kind of betrayed him. You left him hanging on the string. I'm just in a bunch of other it's because why wouldn't he say that stuff while you were gone in that 15 seconds? You know what I'm saying? So.
George is so infamous for just popping off in a hurry.
Hey, it sticks out. So, yeah, George. Every time I've ever interacted, that's actually the calmest I've ever seen George. Probably just woke up or something, but yeah, he's always in that mode. Even private conversations or whatever, he's always like how he is. So
I like when his antique. I don't know if he really has an antique. No, I'll just call him an antique phone. I'm not sure if he really does or if that's just like a ringtone. Because I think the iPhone has an old-fashioned tone, and
you can download custom
one for Android too, but he'll every once in a while get a ring, and I don't even know if his phone's really ringing or it's a soundboard or if it's some sort of gag or what.
I can't always tell with George. So he doesn't know what he's talking about though.
Yeah,
I will give him that.
He could have a real landline phone, I mean, that's always a possibility because
he's a boomer. I know he's not an actual boomer, but like,
yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't know if I think he like probably Gen X, but yeah, he like, I think he's somebody who he adopted. He started using like Macintosh computers, like back in the day, like early days of the Mac, to make comic books and when it was like not many people were like actually, doing that sort of thing, and then he I think it was like a year after the because I was looking up, I think it was the year, like maybe the year after the the iPad came out. It was just like a year later he was doing something for did an article for Blading Cool about like more affordable tablets that people could use to create comics on. So I think it was like kind of a real early adopter as far as
the tech, the tech
creator using new technology of like
I got
comic books.
Yeah, the thing is, there's a plethora of creative tools out there.
Oh yeah, way more now than ever.
But yeah, you can get a very affordable drawing setup now. For digital art, you don't really have to have much to push it. Hell, an iPad will be able to make yeah. There's so many options. I went and fucking spent. I got a wireless drawing, basically it's like a black screen, right? And you draw on it, but you look at the screen. It's wireless. I got that. I have the one of the higher end, like it's like the highest end one at the time. It's the M1 iPad 12.9 with the upgraded memory, which came with 16 gigabytes of RAM, which for an iPad's crazy. You can't even use but at the time I also had like a Surface Pro, which is like Windows version of the iPad. So it's just it's just about knowing your tools. But yeah, I went and got all these the Surface Pro. The problem with it for me is that it was such a high resolution screen. What that does is it makes your icons, the text, very, very, very small. And I got really good eyes.
Oh yeah.
I have very good eyes. Yeah, that you increase that, and so you have to do this scaling thing. And at the time, I had the Surface Pro 4, which I got for doing Calculus 2 and multidimensional mathematics when I was in the Purdue Engineering School. I had all the free software that all these game devs use. Mudbox and Autodesk. Maya, 3ds Max. I had all that software. Yeah, I had access to.
Was Autodesk like a CAD CAM type program?
That's what they specialize in, but they all the you can use a lot of people use Blender, which is a 3D main software, but you can do it. But their rival is Maya, or 3D.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Maya Studios is the an animation.
Yeah, that's professional.
I mean that's
get that. Isn't that
that thing's No, it's $2,000 a year.
Oh, Blender.
No, Blender's free.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Really
Maya's the commercial,
Maya's
$2,000 version of that. I think it's its own brand.
Yeah, but yeah, that's part of Autodesk.
Whereas Blender's the open, kind of the open source alternative.
Yeah, and you can draw, you can do anything on Blender. You just got to get your setup. But yeah, anybody dude, you can go get a $90 tablet and start drawing now,
I
digitally.
think it's kind of like how like you got Photoshop or he used GIMP. GIMP's got kind of a crazy user interface.
I know you told me his process, or you started telling me stuff, and I could, I think maybe I don't know if he's got newer tech or not. It doesn't matter. I know that his book that he showed me, everything he showed me one time, it's all looks just as good as that shit I just showed you, that Marvel shit I got those at Ollie's. They were like fucking the Monsters Unleashed one. Who's in that? It was like a Avengers, Spider-Man, X-Men, and Humans, Guardians of the Galaxy. You got Bunn, McNiven, Land, Yu, LaRocca, Hubert. Dude, it was like $7 for this giant book. I was like, I gotta get it, right? And then the Kirby Thor book, dude.
I've heard that people getting like really nice discount. I mean, discounts on really nice books. But this was an oversized one.
Yeah. Like
wow, that's
the
Thor be way discounted then.
Oh, dude, I don't know. You probably was like $100.
Yeah,
like for the at minimum, because I know that's Todd McFarlane, but that was the art edition. I put my thing back on. Dude, this thing's fucking. Dude, like I'm not weak, but this thing's fucking huge, dude.
Yeah.
Like, here's a poster. Michael Golden. I got these from him at Indianapolis Comic Con a few years back. I don't know what they were. There's something he worked on. But this is a full-on poster, you know what I mean? And these things, oh man, I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'll just have to do it like this. We'll go like that. But yeah, I mean, they're fucking massive, dude. And this is a thick boy. Dude, this was $17, I think.
Wow.
For this.
The problem I have with books is not only am I disorganized, but I'm always afraid that I might sneeze on them or something.
Yeah.
Especially like with the ebooks, if you're spending all that money, crowdfund a book or whatever, you definitely don't want anything to happen to it.
Right.
Well, even with something like that, because it's got to be.
I don't know what it's worth.
Some of those books are worth
This
several.
yeah.
For them is what it sounds like. And
Yeah.
so,
Let's see if I can find the this is $100 book.
yeah.
So this is $100 book. I don't know when they reprinted it. Yeah, dude, they'll sell I think they're called you guys call them the trades. It's got a few issues of a run or something that tell like a story arc. You can find those for like $2 at Ollie's. I just picked up one.
And that's like I think that's like the sister company to Trader Joe's.
Okay.
Is that like a? Do I have that right? That's.
I don't know.
Company out of Germany that's like sells things for.
I know they get like random shit in there. Sometimes you get. I mean, they always got good prices, but
Wait, do they sell food there, or might be thinking
they
something?
they do have a very tiny like food section where they get like you get like beef jerky. They'll sell it for like bags, like $10 bags for like $2-3. So you go in there.
They have a lot of stuff that's like discounted. Is that the deal?
They basically, I think, they get the what's it called when liquidated stuff or something like that, or stuff. Yeah, I think they buy like what Walmart can't sell or whatever people can't sell. So.
But then again, you could get something there like one of those oversized books, and maybe,
They don't. I mean, yeah.
maybe not too long from now, it could be worth a ton of money if it's not already.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see it going up too much. I'm trying to see if I can. There's a print date. Maybe it's in this book. Let me see. Yeah, dude. Like this thing, man. It's so easy to like bend the pages because they're two. So I kind of this is something to show up on streams and read or something, you know. Yeah, I opened it up and like the it's so heavy, dude. I know there's a lot of Kirby fans in here, so the Kirby Crackle. So that's not a coincidence. Wink, wink. Oh shit, I'm on stream anyway. Woo. But yeah,
Kirby, what is the Kirby Crackle exactly?
it was an effect that he kind of made at the time with a comic book illustration. You were kind of limited when he was drawing, so that's why it kind of had like, you know, in printing wise. So, you know, you only had like so many print or colors you could print at the time, I believe, or yeah.
Yeah, I think that was the case, but before, it wasn't digital back then, so.
Or maybe, yeah, not all of it's, yes. I guess they still had, I don't know if something changed with offset printing or if it was because people didn't have access to Photoshop. I heard Pete Sametti was talking and Shelby Robertson were talking the other day and said that like Image Comics went out and really kind of changed the game on art or coloring in terms of coloring, like their books from Image Comics, from what their retelling was that they kind of pushed that in their segment. Like they went out and hired a bunch of people that did like paintings and they would have them like color it on Photoshop early on and then have people that know how to like do Photoshop, like basically like try to, you know, blend that in is what I think, you know, if I'm retelling it, but yeah, not that it matters, but anyway, yeah.
Well, when Photoshop started out, I don't know if it was originally in color, but like, because it started out on the Mac, and I know the Mac started off with monochrome monitors. Maybe making color, Macs with color monitors by then, and then of course it was. I don't think it took too long, and it was ported to Windows.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure that was the history behind it.
Yeah, and I know at some point.
Unless I'm thinking of just PageMaker.
I know Mac at one point basically.
Publishing. Huh?
Mac at some point really kind of dug into, with Steve Jobs, to my understanding, basically like really started making it like focusing on the OS part of it, or not the OS, the user experience. What is that called? My buddy works in it. Yeah, graphical interface. GUI.
The graphical user interface. Yeah.
Yeah. So they started focusing on that type of stuff and whatever. And early on, you kind of had that, like the early adopters. I think you kind of had to have Mac. I got a really high-end MacBook Pro, and I don't even fucking use the thing. I use your stream. Sorry, I use your stream to rationalize why I didn't get work done. So, see what I do for you, Zoe? I'm just playing. So, no.
The Atari ST and the Amiga both were fantastic computers, but they never really caught on in the U.S. with as far as the mainstream general public. As much as they did over in, I think, Europe.
Mm-hmm.
But the Amiga was used for for editing, for the special effects in Babylon 5.
Mm-hmm.
Back when I think other companies were using Silicon graphics computers. They had several Amigas that they had working simultaneously, I think, I don't know if they had their hard drives and what's known as a RAID, or how I don't really know.
Dude, speak of that thing. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. That's why, that's really the deterrent right now is I got the iPad. Didn't really know how to use it. Wasn't really, doing art then when I got it. But I didn't have a computer that was powerful enough to do the stuff I needed to do. And she didn't. Her house sold. But my grandma passed away like 20 years ago now. But like their house just sold. My grandpa passed away too, but that's why it sold a few years later. But anyways, my mom wanted me to buy like a last like remembrance gift or something with the funds or something. So I chose the iPad. I just got this MacBook to do my animation stuff that we showed off earlier or whatever. That's gonna. I'll show you when I get back outside.
Is that like an M? Does that have an M1 or M2?
I got the M2 Max MacBook Pro.
Oh wow!
With the higher end GPU or whatever it is. It's got the ARM based shit.
Oh boy, yeah, that's gotta be pretty powerful.
Oh yeah, it's lacking in like in terms of like graphical performance, like to like a 4090 to my thing, or like a 4080.
Yeah, it doesn't have
doesn't work the same
doesn't
though.
have dedicated graphics card, right?
I don't know how I don't know how Mac works. I just know that like all the people that know, because the only reason I got the MacBook, I thought, I'll shift over, but I don't know how to freaking use it. And I had my sister's got her hand me down 2015 that was doing me all right there for at least when I was streaming. But so I figured, I'll use the iPad and the MacBook and use this, like they have this like wireless screen mode where you can use the iPad as a second monitor.
Yeah, you can transfer over to the Mac, right? And you're supposed to be able to get continue left off, I think.
Right, and so I've just been using Android since I got out of college and started selling and smoking crack.
I've been. I'm kind of the same. I'm the same way. I actually liked the Mac when Steve Jobs was at the company, and then the user interface got kind of wacky when Steve took over. I don't think, like I remember iTunes. It seemed like it was a lot simpler, and then unfortunately, Steve Jobs got cancer, and not Steve Cook, but Tom Cook, or what's the guy's name anyway? The guy who took over, I don't know. He just I don't think he had
Tim Cook.
He was as careful with. I don't think he really knew like design interface as far as like making things simple, as well as Steve Jobs did, because it seemed like, I don't know, it seemed like
dude,
they're getting kind of confusing.
Dude, it's so confusing to me because I didn't realize that Mac like does things like automatically for you. Like it takes away a lot of the choice. So I was making like files for like images and stuff that I've had, and I was making files of pictures and comic book art and layouts and all this stuff, or just like documents. I have all those animations of those characters. Like that's just all of them together. But those have like individual parts. Some outside. So like, my buddy Dying Days showed me how he made me my character using this program. But basically it's like a motion tracking software. So like it will animate pretty good 2D animation, like how I move, and basically it takes away, and that's what Jerry. It seemed like that was his first time being around or coming on, or he's new. Is Jerry new? Is Jerry new?
Oh,
the guy that was on the streamer. Jerry. Okay, yeah. I thought.
I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, did you just hop on because you put the link in the chat?
Long enough that I can't remember.
I've been streaming.
I don't remember if he's been on the panel before.
Maybe he's been around. I know I had heard him say.
He's someone I've definitely interacted with.
Okay.
On in Twitter DMs, but maybe not on stream. Oh, and
Okay, got it.
Ahoy, Jack Stafford.
Yeah. He. It's Ollie's is the brand, the store I'm talking about.
I'm confusing with
Ollie's.
Okay.
Aldi's, yeah, Aldi's. I almost was going to say that when you said Germany, but I didn't know Trader Joe's.
Yeah, because Aldi's is like the place that's.
And I said them earlier.
I think there's a couple of branches of whatever. There was this company. I think it was divided into two branches, and one brother owns Aldi's, and one owns Trader Joe's or whatever the other places.
It's crazy. Yeah.
You're talking about is this like an art store then?
No, Ollie's is just, they get everything, dude. Like you can get like car floor mats. Like they got like AutoZone in there. They got clothes sometimes. They got furniture. They got like just a bunch of random stuff, you know? Like you could go there and I was getting basically they were selling these black and white DC Jim Lee black and white Batman Hush or fucking like, so basically had these like oversized, not this big, but oversized. Oh shit, that's not my car. I don't drive a Challenger. I definitely don't drive. Anyways, but I have an oversized.
You drove a dumpster.
I do. That's why I just didn't want anybody to confuse it. This person just parks there. This person just parks here. I just stand outside. I don't even live here. This isn't where I live. I live over there. I live over there.
Yeah.
Oh, but I gotta use their Wi-Fi though. As you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So.
That's what I think that's what Oscar the Grouch does. Is he probably steals Wi-Fi from somewhere.
I saw a meme of Oscar the Grouch. Somebody shared it the other day, and they made him a house. And the next panel, like, Oscar, we got you a house, and then it shows him in the dumpster inside the house.
That's awesome. Yeah,
me without the dumpster.
That is kind of a weird situation because the guy seems to be homeless, and yet they always shit on him for being a grouch. Why are you so grouchy?
There's a Dave Chappelle.
It's because I live in a fucking trash can. He never says that. He's a good sport about it. But another green hero.
Oscar without the trash cans, like Mustard's without the Heinz. Something. Smart like Albert Einstein. I don't know.
Yeah.
Too tired. It's too early in the morning or late.
I think actually in this like trash can, I think it's like Snoopy's doghouse, where when they occasionally show the inside, it's like, or it's kind of like the people have even like talked about this before, like or the tardies, or I'm not pronouncing that right.
Tard AIDS, like
I don't know how it's pronounced. It's the the Doctor Who police box, they call it. It looks like a telephone booth to me. Those things are bigger on the inside than they are on the outside. Like if you look at the Doctor Who's like blue police box.
Oh, Doctor Who. Yeah, I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Doctor
Oscar the Grouch's trash can or Snoopy's doghouse. They're all just like giant. They're really big in the inside, but the outside they look pretty tiny.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with like humans. You know, you're a lizard. Like Land of the Lost was one of my favorite shows as a kid. I didn't really know what was going on with it or remember, but
yeah,
like,
I'd like to. Want to watch some more episodes? I've got them on DVD, but it's more convenient if I could stream them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I need to watch it and learn more about my people and.
You do, man. You know, you need a 21 is me and whatever the hell that is. You know, find out your lineage.
That
You
was
come from
written
like
by the Planet Lost had a lot of the writers and the makeup art, like the makeup artists. We were from Star Trek. So the guy, so what was that guy's name? Guy who played Chekhov and Bester on Babylon 5.
dude, I'm so normie.
Yeah,
I'm not a.
Trek and Bester on Deep Space Nine. He wrote an episode of Land of the Lost. DC Fontana, she was one of the major writers on Star Trek, the original series, and even the pilot episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. She worked on Land of the Lost, and then one of the people did the prosthetics on Land of the Lost. Also, makeup and stuff. That also did that in Star Trek. So you had a real low budget show. But but there was these people who were real hardcore science fiction.
Yeah, see, I remember liking that. So it's odd that you say that. I mean, just kid brain. But I think part of it had to do with my dad would constantly watch Star Trek. Maybe when I was too young. But yeah, I don't know anything about Star Trek, damn near at all. I did just watch those new ones that are kind of I think they're. I don't know how fucking much they deviated. They were all right. But yeah, I do remember as a kid, I did like Land of the Lost.
Yeah, I think it works on
respecting you at
multiple
least.
layers. I think it had the writing for that adults could appreciate with complex storylines and this lore that's but you could watch it as a kid and just.
Yeah, at my time, so I'm 36. So when I was growing up, let's see here. You had Ninja Turtles. Swamp Thing was on USA. And I'll fucking say it to his face. They had Chuck Norris on there, but Walker Texas Ranger fucking sucked. Fight me.
You didn't like that one.
Fight me. I'm talking to the chat. I don't know who's in there, but I'm fight me on that. It's a hot take.
So
but
that's interesting.
I remember. I think in fourth grade, first grade maybe. I remember getting the Power Ranger video game, which you guys all, a lot of older people, or who were teens at the time. I think a lot of people hate the Power Rangers, or at least that they're vocal about it.
Well, yeah, for me it was it was. Yeah,
it's very cheesy, man.
Yeah, I just
very
didn't understand it at the time. Now I wish I had watched it.
Dude, the effects on it, dude.
Charming about it. I just remember finding out that it's a Japanese show, but then they swap out the cast. I didn't. That was part of what.
Well, the monsters would tear down buildings and shit, and going back and watching it, but no, they were made out of cardboard, dude. They're laughably bad, dude. So for a 6-year-old, you know what I'm saying? Go Power Rangers! Fucking
watched
cried.
Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Who?
The time, but it's I consider it to be one of the few movies I can actually pay attention to and watch. And with my ADD, and it's Plan 9 from Outer Space, and it's such
Planet 9. Is it?
They want to call it Grave Robbers from Outer Space, but
okay.
But
how old is this?
The guy who made the movie, he was so desperate to make the movie that he had to join like this like local Baptist church that ended up, like people had to be baptized as Baptist so that they would fund the movie, and they didn't want to call it Grave Robbers from Outer Space because that's like blasphemous or whatever. So he had to call it Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Okay.
And it was like the space aliens came to Earth, and they were trying to convince humans of like this. They were just trying to send a warning to humanity, and just like humans were like so dense and wouldn't get it, so they had to like settle on like, I guess they tried 8 plans and that didn't work, and so they finally went to their 9th plan, which was to reanimate the dead using like these little remote controls.
Okay.
I mean, basically they were operating them like they were like robots, but they were just corpses.
Yeah.
It's just like hilariously bad. But
Okay.
I guess the point is that they had like cardboard tombstones, and like they're on a plane, and they're I mean, there's a scene where there's a plane, and the cockpit is the way they're controlling instead of, I don't know what the hell they call it. It's not a steering wheel for a plane, but they're using a clipboard.
The joystick or something, or whatever it is,
Yeah,
or maybe
a clipboard to get. It's just a clipboard, and like that's kind of like what Power Rangers was. It's like a just like a really, really ultra low budget B movie. I mean, which I guess B movies are ultra low budget, but like, so
yeah,
there's harm to that though. If there's and I think it is more surreal that way.
in terms of what, like the budget, or
Yeah, when it's so ultra low budget, and it's like, a little bit, kind of when it's so campy and low budget like that. I think there is a charm to that you don't see that with these. Like if it was done with CGI and like if they had a huge budget for it, I don't think it would be as good. I don't think it would have lasting power, had they had like an actual budget to make the thing.
like the thing is, you guys were talking about it earlier when you one of the guys that was on was talking about how like Jabba the Hutt and the remastered ones or something in like the 2000s or late 90s, whenever they did the DVD or something, they made Jabba Hutt 3GI or 3GI CGI.
Yeah. Well, when it was first re-released in theater that way, and then they put it. Yeah, then they put it on.
So they did the switcheroo too, like in
and then they put it. It might have been even put on VHS. Probably and DVD too, but if they had, I think
maybe it's maybe it's the VHS tape that
probably by then, but yeah, they went and digitally George Lucas went and took some scenes that he had filmed, and digitally removed the guy and added Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, so it was just that like uncanny valley effect that I think people at play like early on was just like they had the highest end shit to do that at the time, but it just stood out, man. You know what I mean? Like just enough, like, you know what I mean? Like that would be good if like the whole movie was done like that or something, maybe, or not as bad. Or so my buddy Steve, that I was Steve, that Star Wars boy, he grew up in Cincinnati or Ohio, where the what the hell, Kenner Toys, they're located like over by the World Traders Flea Market. And so,
yeah, I had the old school Kenner 19. I think they were 1970s,
Mhm.
early 80s toys
yeah,
for
they're the.
action figures. For sorry to interrupt. I keep interrupting.
Oh no, you're cool. You're cool. We got. I don't know. If you're really even. We're keeping a show. We're just talking. I don't know if we even have watchers. Jack Stafford says, Walter Koenig, Bester was my favorite character from Babylon 5 next to Londo. So, yeah,
Babylon 5 was great. I mean,
what was the one with John Travolta? You're not talking about that, right? That's Battlestar Galactica, maybe, or some shit.
Oh yeah. That. So yeah, L. Ron Hubbard. He that's wild. Having that guy. Gonna be kind of careful because it's Scientology and. But
no.
Don't think they really care about me though. But so yeah, like he starts off. It's kind of like I don't know if it was a kind of a pulp science fiction author or kind of or maybe it was later than the pulps, but and then all of a sudden he starts this religion that becomes just massively popular with especially with Hollywood, celebrities, actors and stuff. It's just pretty amazing that I don't know if I've ever watched I'm trying to remember if I watched Battlefield Earth. Did you enjoy that?
I do think I watched it. Keep in mind I was probably a teenager when that came out, so I don't think it was as bad to other people, but it was bad. It was to my remembrance. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you should hear the guy. You should hear L. Ron Hubbard's music if you haven't. That stuff's pretty trippy.
Okay, I probably have. I just don't know about it. Like
it's weird.
I'm very surface level, right? Like I know enough to know who I'm talking about. It also works good with my jokes when I'm trying to pretend that I don't know something to piss somebody off. Like in a way, like if I know it enough, I can't. It doesn't work as well when I'm like doing it. Like I know, Matt Geiger did the art. Matt Geiger, for example, I think it's H.R. Geiger or something like that. Did the art for H.R. or H.H. whatever. Geiger did the art for Aliens or something. Like I know enough to know how to say it wrong, and then everybody gives me the correction, which is what I'm going for anyway.
I think it's H.R. Geiger, but I know his name was Geiger, and he did H.R. Geiger. He also was going to do I don't know how it's pronounced, if it's Jodorowsky or anyway, the guy who was going to direct Dune, this experimental director.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his movies are completely insanely intense, and Geiger did the designs for what was going to be the original Dune, and then
Letterbone.
I take Letterbone.
Oh yeah,
but it didn't. But that version was never made, and they ended up David Lynch ended up making it, but it ended up. I think the studio ended up screwing that one up, and so it didn't turn out the way he had hoped.
Yeah. I'm very, very surface level. So yeah, that's also why I don't go on the shows because I can't really contribute if people are talking getting real nerdy with it.
Well, yeah, I don't talk much about comic book. Other people talk about it. I learn from them. I forget a lot, but I try to learn. But I don't really know much about I didn't really grow up with Marvel. I didn't grow up at all with Marvel or DC comics. I watched some of the cartoons, but I didn't like read the comics.
Yeah, I started reading comics with the X-Men TV show. That's when I started reading comics.
Yeah, I wish I.
Oh man, I got some like people like they were so mad when I said that. Oh man, I got some people like they did on Twitter a while back. We're still once they realized I was joking. But yeah, that joke always triggers people.
Wait, so you weren't. So you were reading comics before then?
No. I started reading comics with the X-Men TV show. So like you get the guys that are like, it didn't, because I'll say like, that fucking X-Men cartoon, man, when they created that and those new characters that nobody had ever seen before, like man, that's why.
See,
and I was saying going that angle.
I see.
And man, dude, I had and he fucking, oh my god, dude, I thought you were serious, bro. Yeah, he fucking snapped on me.
Characters,
and he's a nice guy too. Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, because I was sitting there. Somebody had taken a picture, or from a comic book that was I had never seen. God, what's a Superman? The fucking the one with the rocks. Oh fuck, Doom. What's his name? Can't think of it right now. I know his name. But he had like fucking bones and shit. He's like Superman. He's from Superman's thing, but somebody in the chat might get me. Who is the guy? I can't remember. It's one of like Superman's like he actually like breaks his back or something. And when I first seen the page that the guy showed, I thought it was kind of like X-Men because it was an old comic book that he was showing. And then I realized, I was like, oh, this is a character I didn't know. I didn't realize that, is it Doom? Why can't I think of his name? I don't know shit about comics, Lafayette. Everything I learned has been watching you guys. Yeah, I don't know, Jack. Like, I think, like, there's a lot more people like you and me in the space than some people may realize. I don't know. We were talking about that earlier. I don't know if you were, I don't think you were awake when we had those discussions. It's been a while, boy.
Well, take care, Bone.
Yeah, Bone bounced. That dude's cool as fuck, man.
Yeah.
And he gets me. He gets me too. Like he'll send me like good fucking videos, and he understands like my like sense of humor to a T. Like he'll send me like, dude, you should do this, or why didn't you do this? On some of my videos. He's always he's got me. He knows what I'm doing. So yeah, he's cool people. But yeah, fucking.
Yeah, I've got I could send you there's a podcast that discusses that. The people are ex-Mormons, so and some of them kind of later on, as time went on, got kind of more and more like better about things, but I think when they made that Battlefield Earth, not Battlefield Earth, but that Battlestar Galactica podcast, it was before they became like outrageously angry at the Latter-day Saint Church, and I thought it was pretty fascinating when they talked about there are quite a few parallels too.
Yeah, see, I had no idea about.
They don't call themselves. They don't like the current church president doesn't like using the term Mormon, but I was gonna. But anyway, Battlestar Galactica is pretty close to that. I mean, pretty. Oh boy, it's based off of a lot of ideas from Mormonism.
Yeah.
Creatively interpreted. I actually don't really know much about it, but
I don't know shit about it at all.
What I've heard as far as the plot is like, okay, this is pretty similar. They're taking this yeah, because the creator of the show was Mormon. I heard that there was like, I don't know if it was a mini series or like a short series that aired like in the 70s, and that was really good. And then I heard that whatever they came up with it in the 1980s was like really bad, and that the initial effort was good. And then I've heard the reboot is pretty good, but less Mormon oriented.
I don't like. That's like what I would imagine if I was like breaking down like back when I used to pay attention to like basketball. Like, yo, so you get the pick here. You know, you're gonna cut, which is gonna make this guy slide down. You know, you go out to the three, boom, Drano shot. You know, I always forget too. Like, you know, I know you have a hard time reading on your laptop.
Yeah, I have a hard
that
time
you're using
to begin with, and then
yeah.
then everything on the screen's like very.
You can't adjust your text size, or I know it's probably like sometimes not like.
If I zoom in on the screen, then problem with StreamYard is I zoom in and then it won't let me zoom out, and then
yeah,
that's why I ended up having to leave the chat earlier. Was I had zoomed in to look at something on the screen, and then it wouldn't let me zoom out.
You got a Chromebook by any chance?
Yeah, it's a Chromebook.
Okay, that's what I figured. Yeah, dude, like I'm having issues with my phone. I think it's synced up to my old one or some shit with my like Google account or something, whatever. So like, I would imagine that it's kind of like running Android, or at least something based off Android, or it might be Chrome. Chrome might be the more advanced version of Android or some shit. I don't know. But I know you can like adjust the text and stuff for certain apps. It is a bitch. It's too much work.
That StreamYard is too small to fit on. Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah. That's what. So like that's what actually I started noticing is all of a sudden my phone, when I my main one, my S22, I'd got on my freaking old one and like sent some video files and whatever from there to a SD card. Anyways, I don't know if it like synced something or whatever, but my screen on my S22, everything got smaller. You know, so yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's kind of a bitch, but I had to go in there. I went in there just earlier tonight and basically was messing with my zoom, and my text size. And because I was having issues with like the Samsung internet browser and shit, like not being like words were too big where you couldn't even see it, like what you're clicking on and shit. So I had to go in there and like redo all that. But yeah, it's out of nowhere. We got Jilly D.
No, hey, Jilly.
Man, we've been up, man. Yeah, Zoe's pulled an all-nighter. Like honestly, I popped in when I did, thinking like I was gonna hit you with oh hey, you know, going to bed, and then Zoe kept me up all night.
I couldn't believe you were still here. I've been to sleep, been up, been out to the spa, got home, and you're still going.
Oh man, I gotta go. It's Ice Queen. Oh no.
Yeah.
How you been?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Sound chipper? We chipper?
I am chipper. I'm very chipper.
Are you?
Yeah, I've been alright. How you been anyway?
I've been sucking, but it's alright. I guess that's.
Oh.
So that's
I can't go on camera. I've just been in the pool, and my hair's all wet, and I'm a mess.
So you're
Ice Queen now.
Huh?
Oh.
No, Jack asked. Katie is Ice Queen. Yes, she is.
Wow. So I was wondering how you were doing, because it's like you kind of vanished or something.
I did.
She's hot and she's cold. She's yes and she's no. She's in and she's out. She's here on the stream. I was gonna keep going, but yeah.
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 No. Yeah. No, I did. I disappeared and rebranded and came back with a vengeance.
Now, am I supposed to be the doxing your thing, or no? I hope I didn't out you. My bad.
No.
Oops.
No,
Okay,
no,
cool.
no secret. I mean, I put a big notice on my YouTube channel saying it's been rebranded. Yeah, got a new, new Twitter account, new YouTube, new everything. The new me.
Brand new.
Well, I've been, as Manticore says, everywhere and nowhere.
Whew. I've just been nowhere. Luckily, I haven't like went back in the past, or like yeah, I got to get some shit done. Got to get shit moving. I've been stagnant for too long.
Yeah, that's what I did. I just decided enough's enough. Get off your backside, do something, be different.
Later,
My
Dylan.
ex-husband came for a visit. Like the first time the first time the kids have seen them in 20 years. It's been 20 years, so it's the first time I've seen him. And because everybody in my family call me Kate for unknown reasons, they just always do. And of course, he came over and everything was Katie this and Katie that and Katie. And I thought, wow, I'm kind of feel homesick. I need to put my name back to what it was, even though that's not officially my name. It's what I've always been called at home. So yeah.
I feel you. I understand. Like people actually call me D Schwag, but I just thought that was way too douchebaggy at this age. My mid-30s.
Yeah.
To be going by D Schwag, but it started out as D Wag, and then it elevated because I'm nasty with it at basketball, so that's where I got the name. But yeah,
I'm going to call you that all the time now, D-Schwag.
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 What?
Every time. D-Wag was like short for your name.
Oh, it is, but like everybody's like, oh, D-Wag's playing a character on stream or some shit. Dude, I act like this when I'm not on this motherfucker. I'm just tired right now, like, to be honest. But yeah, nah. When I'd walk in the basketball gym or whatever, like, or with the kids at work, like I'd come in there and I'd basically like act like I was like super duper cool. Like I was playing, like I was kind of playing a character, but like that was who I am. Every day I'm doing a different character, but yeah, I was like a hot shot. So I'd walk in like all cool, Joe Cool, and they'd be like, "Oh, D Schwag's here." Yeah, because I'm a nobody. But yeah, anyway, sorry. I should have went, yeah. Whew. You know what I'm saying? With that, maybe gets the girls the smolder. Woo! They're crazy. But yeah, D-Schwag. Anyways, enough about me. So you, the brand new you. How you feeling?
Yeah, going good.
Should I move the Lorenzo over with Lorenzo? Here we go. Now I'm...
You said what? Lorenzo?
Lorenzo adjacent. I am complete. Because I got the Lorenzo on the right side of my screen, and then...
Got you. I always thought your name was Zoe. Now I've been calling you that for forever, but yeah.
People are calling me Low. Actually...
Zoe, nah, Zoe.
You rarely get to choose her nickname, so...
I call you Loz. Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Zoe's a lot easier to type, too. And it sticks out. Lorenzo, I think I got that from Alonzo Morning. I'm sure there's other cases, but yeah. Low, yeah.
Yeah, some
low down and dirty.
Like Zoe, though. It's kind of unique. But like, I don't like get upset if somebody says low.
Oh yeah, I've never really cared about that stuff. So we're just hanging out, Katie. We've just been hanging out all night.
Yeah,
just talking.
I've been in and out. I was asleep at first, then I woke up and got up and went out and came home and you're all still going. It's crazy.
I don't know if we've been, really entertaining doing that type of show now, but we got people that have been out here grinding with us. Jack said he was here earlier for most of it. He just couldn't interact, so
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
good
My
to know.
friend
He's got our
Jerry
back.
on.
Jerry, okay.
Jerry was
Did
on,
you hear
yeah.
me?
Yeah, that
Did
was
you hear me giving compliments earlier?
No, I didn't see you on here.
Oh, that's that guy. Okay, okay. Okay, that might make sense now. I think if that's what I'm thinking it is, possibly.
I've been popping in and out. Jerry, I mean, I love Jerry. Jerry is a friend of Jason Black, and he ended up
Oh,
joining
Jason
one of
Black's
my
the
chat
fucking man.
groups, my DM groups.
Okay, that is the
We
guy.
chat on Discord now. I love Jerry. He's amazing.
Jason Black is the fucking man.
Oh, I love Jason. Is just like, I don't know. God, yeah. Jason's amazing, but he's very intimidating.
Yeah, he's very sophisticated.
He's very sophisticated. Yes.
Very sophisticated.
I
Yeah.
couldn't believe it when I heard it. Oh, yeah, those aren't pictures. Those are oil paintings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, isn't he awesome?
It's like it's insane. It's just like I have no clue how we got all that detail. And
Dot by dot, I think. Literally, he must have just. Oh, I don't know. It's crazy. I'd love one of his artworks, though.
oh yeah,
Jack researched the moa giant bird because Jerry mentioned it. Jerry is extremely intelligent. Oh my gosh.
He understood. It seemed like he picked up the crack pack thing pretty quick.
Yeah.
We were doing some lore. Yeah, he was able to. He got it. Like crack isn't bad for you. It's crack's actually good for you, especially our proprietary 3D blend with our 3D printers, which I should be able to get.
Medical advice.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I pretty much keep things like a Discord conversation. I just occasionally will interject some things for like maybe legal purposes or.
Who? Oh, Jack researching. He's the moa bird, giant bird, Kakua, whatever. Yeah, that black raven's dope. It is.
Yeah, that black. Do you know what? I like the waterfall though. I just think that's amazing.
I do think he actually does use Clip Studio though, but I mean, I'm sure he could do it like without Clip Studio, like, for sure. I'm not sure. Like I said, we talked like once about it because I had no idea that Jason's. I thought he just posting pictures.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
cool.
That's what I thought as well. It's just
we
talked about him earlier, but I don't know if I actually brought up his. It's just.
Yeah, I seen those. And yeah, just assume, I just scrolled by. Had no idea. You do scroll by. It's like, oh, okay.
I like that Past Master Dan, Stu, and 280. What was it? 265 other people I follow him as well.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't like posted anything since like 2022, but like people love his art and people love interacting with Jason, and it's just this is just incredible. I mean that these are oil paintings. They gotta look a lot like as stunning as they are here. I just imagining what they would look like in person.
Absolutely.
They're just.
Yeah. The resolution. Yeah, the resolution. That's why I think like it's not coming through. Is that the resolution on your phone or on your your laptop or whatever? Like it's just not high enough to pick up the quality at
Yeah.
a small, you know
And
what
I
I
think-
mean? Like, 'cause
I think Twitter. I'm sorry.
what?
I think Twitter
yeah,
compresses
yeah.
the photos too.
Sure. Yeah, they definitely do. I think the thing is, yeah, you're just scrolling. You don't because when he told me he drew them and then like or painted them like by hand, at first I was like, this dude sounds like yeah. I was disbelieved. You know, I was like, I don't know, dude. Like once you start zooming in, you can see the paint strokes too, though.
That's the one I like.
Yeah, like, dude, you just glance at it, whatever. You just think, oh, damn, don't go chasing waterfalls.
Yeah.
Just stick to the sewers and the dumpster you're used to. My dude. Jason's awesome. Yeah, Jerry.
The LP song that you modified?
Slightly. That's what I do.
Chasing
Oh, I do.
Waterfalls. Was that TLC?
Jason doesn't sleep, Jack. That's why. Hey, Rex.
We're off with the lizard, the wonderful Lizard of Oz.
The wonderful lizard. The wonderful lizard.
Good
Dave
morning.
Yonikin.
Yeah, I've never heard of the Lizard of Oz, man. That's a great reference, though. Fits. How you doing?
Previous references. But
Lorenzo, have you stroked out? You're doing another 11-hour stream. Wow.
Oh, no, dude. YOLO, bro. It's the
I gotta
D-Wag
give
effect,
you-
man.
I got to give you some props for this one. Hey, D-Wag.
What's going on, man?
Give me some pod.
What?
I
You
could
need some pot? Is that what you said?
I think across state lines would probably be a problem, but
Lorenzo, you can't hold it against me if you got secondhand crack smoke through the stream. That's not my responsibility. It's your platform. You choose to have who you have on. I take no responsibility for you being up this late.
Wow.
I know, Rex, dude.
I know.
He
He's
had Michael-
showing me up. I haven't done a long stream in a long time, so.
I choose. Yeah,
I mean, Lorenzo, you're pushing it to the limit. You know, it's like you got like about 50 minutes left, and then you have to shut it down and start another one because they only allow you like 11 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah, they will cut it. Not that it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna be disappointed if you don't do the 50 minutes. Well, shoot, he kicked himself.
I don't know.
Lorenzo. Oh, Rex is here now. I can bow out.
Oh shit! All right, it's our show, guys. He's gonna go get a nap. We're gonna keep going. Let's go. Get that like
That's
button.
right. He could have had a chair stream, but no.
We got Troy Gobblers in here.
Do Slee Stacks
Yeah.
have chairs? Stone chairs?
I don't know.
Maybe?
Jack
Yeah.
said that Jason did the Raven in about 24 hours. So why would it take weeks for someone to do one page of comic book level art? And he said by his figuring, he could do a comic book with full photo quality art and be finished in about a month. But the thing about Jason is he becomes absolutely obsessed with something and he just won't think about anything else or do anything else until that's done.
And who is Jason
But,
now?
but now he's
Jason
done
Black.
it. He's not going to do it again. He
Oh,
can do
Jason
it.
Black.
So
Okay.
that's it.
D, have you had your donuts today?
No, yesterday though.
I
I've
hear
actually
they're nutritious. I hear they're nutritious.
listen. I'm a scientist,
Yeah.
so just not with the degree.
Uh-huh.
I did go to IUPUI, which is Indianapolis University, IU, which is a very popular medical program. IU Health. Did go there for engineering and pharmacology. Didn't graduate. I did go there for 10 years, but yeah, didn't graduate. Started smoking crack, started streaming. That's what you got to do. So I made a good decision there, dropping out. You know what I'm saying? YOLO. So
looks like a nice day where you're at.
yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm at a buddy's using his Wi-Fi. My dumpster that I live in is actually over there.
Mm-hmm.
So I walked over here. But yeah, good to see you. How you been? Where's Devil Flyer at in the process? How's that
Well,
going?
it's
Or how's
on Fund My Comic, and we're at 56 backers, 3160.
the new one, Devil Flyer? Like, because I know I backed the Ashcan.
Yeah, the new one. The new one's up on Fund My Comic and in demand.
Okay, gotcha. Cool,
In
cool.
demand right now, and Lorenzo kicked himself, so we got the platform all to ourselves. Go, Katie, go.
Katie, promote yourself. What's your book? What you got?
Where's my book?
She got
What's
some
your pitch?
cookies.
Give me.
She's got some.
What's
cookies.
your pitch?
Check out my YouTube. We're doing 3 days a week. We're doing making a tavern for D&D. We're doing putting together miniature Lego things, and we're doing all kinds of stuff 3 days a week. And if you like cookies, go watch my cookie recipe video.
Only twice
There you go.
this week, though, right?
Check it
Rex
out.
is up to date. Rex is staying up to date with stuff.
Yeah, only twice this week, right, Katie?
It was only twice because today is my daughter's 21st birthday. So this morning we went and had a nice spa, and I've got home. She's gone bowling now. So I'm a
Already?
little rest.
Wow. Yeah, you are in the future. You've
Yeah,
had a
it's like
full day already.
almost 1 o'clock here.
Yeah, I'm just getting up. It's not even 7 o'clock here yet.
Yeah, it's almost at the end of the nighttime for me. I'm on fumes, or I've been on fumes.
Yeah.
It's been a wild stream. Zoe had Michelangelo,
Thank you, Scarlett.
the live action Ninja Turtle, actually show up on stream earlier. It's crazy. Yeah, Michelangelo showed up. It's really interesting. Had a bunch of interesting characters show up.
Well, you mean on Lorenzo's stream here?
Yeah, this very same one.
Yeah. Yeah. He's had some people on from like Antarctic Press in the past. He's had some good guests on.
He has. So I came in to planning on going, to bed, even though I don't go to bed because the crack
Well,
kind
you
of
got to
prohibits
give props to somebody that streams for over 11 hours, and this isn't his first time to do it.
It is the Iron Man contest. Sometimes you just gotta fucking put it all in there.
I know he's flexing. He's throwing down the gauntlet. I got to give him props.
What did you do today? You wake up, say, what did I get done? Me? I hopped on Zoe's stream. So that way I didn't have to do anything that I was supposed to do. And now I'll just blame it on Zoe that I came on here. Well, it had to come on. Zoe basically practically pulled me from the chat, and whatever, I felt it. He didn't say nothing, but I felt like he gave me a signal by not saying anything. So yeah, he pulled me in here. I'm not used to this weather, the birds and shit. It's annoying. Not used to them being awake. So it's been a wild one, Rex. It's been wild. So, but yeah, anyways, Katie's friend Jerry, first time I had met him, he was sitting there. Very cool guy. So yeah, Katie, very cool guy, by the way.
Yeah, I think so. Well, really, he's Jason's friend. I just stole him.
Hey, sometimes you just got to take shit from other people. You want it you want it better. I didn't get my Todd McFarlane Batman #1 original signed by going and getting it from him. He wasn't going to sign it. I fucking printed it out. And I forged the fucking signature. That's how you do things. You got to innovate, Rex. You got to think,
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not wrong if you want it more than them, right? You just take it, right?
Well,
Yeah,
you,
right.
you probably do want it more than Todd McFarlane. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it'd probably be worth a lot of money. Have a Batman #1 or Detective Comics #1 signed by Todd McFarlane, right?
Mm-hmm. He says, absolutely don't get Spawn #1 signed by him because he signed so many of them. They're not rare.
Mm-hmm.
You know, get
Yeah.
something more obscure. You know, get maybe, you know, one of those DC Comics that he did back in the day that were, you know, before
Oh, he
anybody
actually did
knew
do
who he
it.
was.
He actually did a DC Comics.
Yeah, he did Infinity Incorporated. He did. That's where he got his start. He said, I dazzled him with my design bullshit.
Mm.
Yeah. That was the first time I saw him. And
Wait,
that
Rex,
was
are
the
you?
first thing. That was the first thing he did straight out of out of design, you know, out of college.
Are you giving D-Wag advice on which signature? I mean, which comic to forge the signature on?
Yeah.
Rex's advice: he's not responsible of anything that he says that I do.
I
or anybody
disavow.
else.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're disavowing me. Can't do that though.
No, I'm not disavowing you. I'm just
Okay,
disavowing
disavowing-
Lorenzo's
yeah.
statement there. Yeah.
Disavow everything.
I kind of got to distance myself from that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
This
hot.
is
Yeah.
an entertainment show. This is a quote from the
D-Wag
show
does not
description.
do anything that D-Wag does not want to do.
Views.
I don't even do
expressed
shit
on
I
this
wanna
show
do.
And in the chat, do not reflect those of you of the host or anyone anywhere in any dimension. I make it very clear. It's right there in the show description. Check it out.
Check it out.
In any dimension. So that includes the land of the lost.
Yeah.
Luckily, cool. Yeah, I was getting legal advice earlier from the chat.
Legal advice over the internet, I don't recommend.
Yeah,
it was
dimension because this is an entertainment show.
It was Cool Thulu.
It's right there in the show description. Check it out.
All right.
You know, which technically Lorenzo does own, but he's not responsible for Cool Thulu giving me some great. He said all lawyers suck. Just go with the cheapest one. You know, because you save yourself some money. Yeah, basically.
Shakespeare. Kill all the lawyers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, kill all the lawyers.
This is
absolutely.
So this is here's the quote again. This is an entertainment show. Views expressed on this show and in the chat do not reflect those of the host or anyone anywhere in any dimension.
Now he's just on a
I think
time
that's a
loop.
powerful statement.
Yeah.
It is. It resonates through the dimensional.
It applies to Earth.
Resonate.
The land of the lost. So.
Resonates. Yeah, I quit.
Yeah. I don't even know what, you know. Danny the puppet was in here and he was saying something like, oh, you're responsible for D-Wag's, people smoking D-Wag's 3D printed crack proprietary formula blend that they came up with. Whatever.
We're never going to get Coomsters, are we?
No, that was, so like,
You got
started
sign
saying,
up. You must have got him.
hey, what up, everybody? It's your boy D-Wag. Oh, yeah, dude. That was Aerith's campaign.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I had I think Coom is just so funny. So I was really pushing that, but yeah, the Coomsters was his thing. Oh shit. Whoops. But yeah, I don't think he's gonna do it. I don't know. Or follow through. It sucks.
Sign up for it though.
I think he got like probably like 100,000 signups, but not enough to really go for it. It's a winning IP. Yeah, it's a winning IP.
Yeah. Well, it's still up on sign up. I was kind of wondering about it, even though I asked you about that last time.
Yeah, dude, you did indeed do that. Man, I think what could go wrong with that? Great idea. It needs to be seen. You know, it needs to be told. Rex, you know? And that's why I come to you, because, like, you know what you're talking about. You've been doing this your whole life.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, for over
feel
50
free to
years.
drive.
Yeah, for a while.
That might be longer than I've been alive. I've been alive for like 36 years. I think you might got me. I'm doing the math in my head right now. Shit. I did say resignates on accident.
My
didn't do that one.
favorite, speaking of birthdays today, my favorite quote comes from Bugs Bunny. When he's asked, when were you born? He says, man, I don't quite remember. I was pretty young back then.
Were you watching her? That's what Michelangelo said when he came on the stream.
Was it really? Okay.
Yeah. When he was like trying to get away. Yeah.
That's just some
Perhaps Rex
weird-
is Michelangelo adjacent.
Okay. That's just some land of the lost synchronicity there.
Got you. See, we were talking about.
Anything can
Yeah.
happen in the land of the lost.
Ooh, see? Ooh, that's why I like that show. See, we were talking about that earlier.
Land of the
Land of the
lost.
Lost.
Yeah, I bought the first season at the end of last year, and I have plans on buying the other 3 seasons. The guy that played Uncle Bill? Just passed away. Sadly, he was on the Planet of the Apes TV series, among other things. He just
Yeah, I've
passed
never
away.
seen the Planet of the Apes series.
I like the new ones. I wasn't a big fan. I never got into the old ones.
I mean, I've never seen the TV series. I've seen the movies.
Yeah,
The-
they
the
had an
movies
animated
are-
cartoon. They had an animated cartoon too, Lorenzo. Around the time Land of the Lost was on.
That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
If you haven't seen it,
I know they
they've
got some
it out on
comics, man.
DVD. I don't know about Blu-ray, but they've got it out on DVD because I have it.
Some of
Came
the
out
some of
about
those
1975.
I mean, it was 1974 was 2 years before I hatched, so I
Yeah.
think I was alive for maybe like the third season.
I'm surprised you being that young that you remember Land of the Lost.
Well, because it was shown in syndication afterwards.
Right.
They showed it in
Oh.
the 80s, I think. On
Most of the
it might have
people,
been WGN.
I'm conferring on first-hand knowledge because I saw it when it originally was on TV, and people were like, "Yeah, I saw it in its syndication," because they're just not as
Well,
old
yeah, I
as
think
I
they
am.
had it the WGN Superstation WGN out of Chicago, which I looked it up. I guess a superstation just has, I think it has a bunch of relay stations where
Yeah.
it's broadcast, and then but I, as I said, I got it. When my family could afford cable, it used to be on WGN was on cable TV, and this is when basic. I think they called it basic cable, but it's not like
Yeah.
basic cable nowadays. It's like it was like 2 through, was it 13 or whatever the VHF dial went up to.
Yeah.
And this was an actual dial, we had
Well,
dial
we would get
TVs
the
when I-
Chicago Cubs games from out of Chicago, down here. We still do.
Oh, is that WGN?
I believe it
Oh,
is, yeah. And,
yeah,
and then they also
didn't-
had the Bozo show.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm wondering is, I might have seen Bozo, that version of Bozo, because it's like Santa Claus, how he's got all these helpers everywhere that, like, either that or Santa's omnipresent, one of the two. Because you go to the mall and there's the Santa, and then you
Yeah. And then you
and
see,
then like
see
you go
him
to
across
another
town.
location, maybe another mall, and you'll see Santa.
Right.
And no matter how like Santa's like must be really, maybe it's his sleigh. He's so fast that it's like that with Bozo. There was like a Bozo on the Detroit station and Bozo on WGN. Sorry, that took me a long time to say.
Wasn't Bozo also in the WWF before it turned to WWE? Like, and he went by Doink the Clown or something. Same guy, no.
I think there were multiple Bozo.
Kind of like Ronald McDonald, huh? They
like
clown around, they get around. Yeah.
There's like the guy. Yeah, I think there's a Ronald McDonald who's on the commercials, and then a Ronald McDonald you see in like at a birthday party for kids or whatever, and they.
Nah, you just about McFucking had it with your shit, dude. Step up. You only streamed 11 hours today. Probably worked for 8. You know, saw your family for 5. You got this, Zoe.
Do you ever do honey buns?
I do. Ooh, but they're I've been getting Nutter Butters or whatever they are lately.
You ever do?
I do like honey.
You ever do cookies?
Actually, I would probably say I like chocolate chip cookies better than even donuts. It's hard. There was a debate earlier about bacon. It's tough, man. But yeah, chocolate chip
What
cookies
was
are
the
my
debate
go-to.
about bacon? I mean, John Malin says ham is better than bacon, and I call bullshit on that.
Yeah, John Malin says a lot of stuff that I label sus, and I'll just leave it at that.
Right. All right.
I don't know about that guy's hot takes.
D-Wag asked about my campaign. Here it is right here. We'll play the trailer. How about that?
Let's go.
On a crappy internet. Oh, wait. No volume. Damn it. Too early. All right, back it up. Here we go. Welcome to Choppy Ass Theater on Lorenzo's show.
I think we lost of course, unfortunately. Nice.
Yeah, we got Standy, we got mostly about the books. We got Jimmy Reyes covered, wraparound cover dropping soon. We got artist edition. We got Standy. We got Bog Tapestry. We got your 3-pack there. Save you $15. We got digital tier for $15 with 12 pages at least of additional material, and probably more than that. Got the great.
Can one modify their pledge if they there's a cover or something that wasn't previously available? Can one update it like on Kickstarter, or does somebody have to refund it and then fund it again?
I think you have to make a request with Luke Stone. I could very well be mistaken with that, and he can make that happen for a customer. But I do not. Allegedly, I don't know, but I really don't know on that one.
Yeah, and
in Pell World.
What is his question though, D-Wag? I didn't quite get that. What he was.
If I wanted to, let's say there's a cover and I want to pack that cover, and instead of
he doesn't want to pay for shipping twice, or he doesn't want to refund it and reback it, or
pack multiple
that's what he's asking.
Because I packed.
Can he add on an order? I think that's what he's getting at.
I think I packed it the day or the very next day. I wasn't the first pack for the Ash.
Right. you back to what now?
I backed it early on, and you're adding. And what if I wanted to like back one of these covers? You know, do I have to?
He's asking if you can basically, if
okay.
he likes a different cover that you're adding to the campaign, if
Right.
he could be able to switch that without having to either
Yeah.
charge you a chargeback or.
No, Lorenzo, you did this to me on the ash can. You know, and I sent you an extra copy. You're like, well, dude, I had to refund and then back it again.
I think it's pretty. I never liked the idea of because if somebody who is here like with Comics Gate, they're not necessarily using the label since like 2017. Like since before it was before the label was even used.
Right.
It's just kind of weird, like when people go and they launch a campaign, and then later on it's like, oh, we're going to have this cover that wasn't available for the initial backers.
See you, Katie. Scarlet Fever, Jack Stafford, got to say hi to you. Tree Goblin, good morning. Jilly D.
Caroline or Katie? Now I'm getting really confused about what the.
Okay, Katie. Bone. Good morning. He's probably at work.
But like, yeah, it gets confusing when like I back something, and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, by the way, I'm just gonna. Now you gotta back it again if you
with the
want this
next
cover.
campaign, I'm going to try and be besides artwork or like. It's hard not to want to add stuff to a campaign as you go along, you know. But I'm going to try and have everything initially up a little bit better than I did this one. Although I think we did pretty good, you know. Had Justin, an admin there for Luke Stone, because so he's got the power to do pretty much you know, anything that Luke can do over there at Fun My Comic. And with that said, you know, I was on Nerd and Bacon yesterday, and we haven't had our talk yet, but Luke's wanting to make me an ambassador for Fun My Comic, so that may be in the works. I advertised their website pretty heavily during this campaign and continue to do it. You know, I'm going to stick with that platform, so I don't see any problem with it. Got blank sketch version. This is going to be magazine size, so got a drawn in tier if you want to get drawn in. Some great John Dillard pieces here.
I don't remember all these options when I backed it. Were they here?
Of it was up. Actually, I had all, you know, I had the blank cover up. I had the Jimmy Reyes cover up. I had the Golden Age cover up and John Dillard's cover, and I've had the artist edition. The only thing that
I might have backed the Dillard cover then.
Only thing that we've made available since then was the tapestry. And that was available, but it was only available in the big featured bundle. And we've switched out artwork multiple times. But we got the drawn in tier here. If you want to get drawn in, there's 2 people getting drawn in right now. I put the original artwork that might sell today. Shadowhawk may buy that today. I just don't know. He said yesterday, so we'll see.
Shadowhawk was on earlier.
Oh, was it? Yeah. Probably before he went to work, huh?
Okay. Yeah, he was on my. He might have been my.
We got artwork up there by Doc Blaylock.
Gias
and
ended up
myself.
joining, and we had a lot of people on here.
Got sketch cards, which I do on parchment paper, and it'll come in a top loader. So it's protected and looking nice. Got bookmarks that I did. of my characters. It's not just about Devil Flyer, it's about launching the Momentum universe. You like badass characters? We got Slaver there coming up out of the grave. This bookmark here is probably going to be part of my glow in the dark set that I do. Maybe next time on the next campaign.
You're going all in on this, baby. Let's go. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
So, like Slaver, what? Can you tell us a little bit about Slaver?
Slaver, he's right there up top row there on the right. He's kind of a, he's a finally, after Bystander, which is standing next to him there, and he's kind of like my Watcher character, Cosmic Watcher character. I'm working on the 9-page story for him now. Slaver is like I had Stephen B on, and he had a panel there, and it gave me an idea for a sort of a I'm not into Superman capes and PC type stuff like that, but I'm not so hardcore about things that I'm ball to the wall like the Natverse, that I'm not going for the rated R. I'm going for like probably about 9 on up. Anybody that enjoys comics can just about enjoy this. But I did want to create a few characters that showed that I could create some badass looking characters, and Slaver was one of them that I created a couple of years ago. That he's kind of like a demon from hell that gets converted from feasting on human flesh to becoming a zombie predator. He preys on the dead now. He's kind of neutral character, he's not good or evil. He's sort of he's kind of a force, a natural force onto his own. You get everybody getting a free 6 a.m. sticker. You're also getting a head sketch, 4x6 head sketch, originally done by me of one of the characters. That's just given to you. We've unlocked the Devil Flyer trading card. We've unlocked the zigzag magnet. And the next thing will be Midnight trading card is our next stretch goal, which is right here, done by George Peter Gaddis.
Oh, yeah, he was on here earlier, too.
Yeah, we're going to get that. I just got the artwork in for this piece. It looks great. I'll probably keep it. But now the modern day mummy piece that he did here will be going up for sale here pretty soon. The original artwork, if you want that.
Wait, who did that? Who did that? Was that George?
This is George here, the modern day mummy.
That's the thing, is that like people look at his kind of his blue, almost kind of like Muppet or puppet looking character, and they don't. And might not realize it's just like the different styles he's capable of.
This armor
Like,
piece done by Dillard. I'm into pushing the artists to do things they've never done before. I knew that since Dillard had done this piece here, from the cover, and he could do metal surfaces, so I had him do this, and he really enjoyed it.
I'd say he's one of the top artists in CG, actually. I mean, I'd put him on par with
George is good too. I like how he works.
Oh yeah, George.
But now
George
these are 4 pieces right here that I
both on par with like some of the pros.
I took the campaign money and immediately, I didn't want it all black and white up on the campaign. I wanted to show that it's going to be a mixture of black and white. Most of it's going to be black and white, but I've got some spot coloring and some color stories within it, although most of it will be black and white.
I'd actually
So which one?
say I prefer personally, just a personal preference, and I don't really know much about Comic Card.
You're saying this right here is George?
I'd say I prefer George.
Yeah, this
And,
modern day mummy there is George.
Peter Gaffis?
Yeah, that's his.
Yeah,
this,
I'd say.
And
I'd
this
say I
midnight
prefer
piece
George
right here,
and,
that's going to be the next stretch go. A trading card is George, the Midnight.
So-
this is
so-
the first Western character I've created. Her name is Midnight.
So I
And
think
George
George
did
and-
that.
I
I
don't
can
know if
show
you
you the
can hear
original
me.
artwork here. I just got it in the mail yesterday. Let's see. We got the Gravetail story, which is going to be spot colored, and we got here is going to be the inside front cover done. I mean, yeah, inside front cover, the content page.
Yeah.
Done by John Dillard. That's going to be the
So
content page.
can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Critical
because
Blast.
yeah, I'd say I prefer George and Dillard. I mean, over. I'd say I prefer them over some comic book pros out there.
Yeah.
As personal preference. I think they're on par with
And they're
with,
quick, I mean, and they both work two different ways, I mean, George doesn't even use pencil. I've got to use pencil and erase, but he draws in ink, from the get-go.
And I think they're both full-time comic artists too. George actually was a professional. He did he worked at a movie studio in Canada. And he did he did some, I think main was called post effects, or what's it called? Can't think of what's called, but there's After Effects or whatever. Like he worked on that movie The Captains with William Shatner. So I'd actually say he is a professional artist, though he's gone, solo like a lot of these pros and CG. And John Dillard is full-time artist himself.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
I'm
would say those
fortunate
guys
to
are
get,
pros.
I can't back every project out there, but I can support the artist and the inkers and the letterers and things like that.
Yeah.
People, the colorists that need work. I never was one to draw Batman, Spider-Man, or any other character. I always wanted to draw my characters. I said, if I'm going to put that much effort into it, I'm going to create my own characters in my own universe. And I've been doing this since the 1970s, since I was a kid,
Wow.
And I might have hurt myself by giving away free head sketches to everybody, but I want them to get their package. I want them to be happy with what they get, and everybody will be getting a free head sketch of one of the characters. This is Dirty Joe. This is Geo. We've got others. That's one of Geo I did last
there we
night.
go. I'm zoomed in.
Nobody's
on you now.
seen this one.
I
yet.
embiggened you.
Did this last night. Of Geo.
I am looking for my
And a
Devil
marketing.
Flyer Ashcan. I cannot find it.
Oh
no.
Well, if you
I
can't
did back
find
it.
D, I'll send you another one. I've got.
No, I got it. I have it. I think the
Oh, I know
I think
you
I
did.
put it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where my comic books are placed. I'm constantly misplacing things, but
So I've been working
is really
hard
cool
on these
stuff, so-
head sketches for everybody. I've got more than enough done. I just keep, keep doing them till I run out of paper. I bought more than enough, to do one for everybody. So I'll just pick the very best and send them out to people. Here's the original artwork by George, and you can see he just works with a blue big pen.
yeah, I'd say he's
This piece will be going up for sale here pretty soon on the campaign. And then, I'll be getting with Jimmy Reyes. I've been trying to give him time to get his Dragon Rage finished. And
I'm not as familiar with Jimmy Reyes.
yeah, he's got Dragon Rage that he's been working on, and he's almost ready to fulfill. And I've just been kind of giving him time to, you know, get stuff done. So
yeah, these are cool characters.
so I just keep working.
Yeah,
away, man.
the cover artists. I
got a whole
can't
host
believe the
of
quality.
characters that I
This was
got need
really,
to translate, you know, from the past.
That's
And,
fantastic covers. And
here's
are
one
these
I'm
your
working
head
on.
sketches?
Yeah, these are head sketches.
these-
Yeah, and I'm working on a few of them. Yeah.
Yeah, these are. I like.
Everybody
I like
gets
them.
one of those
They've got
free.
some cool characters.
I'm working on this page here. Got to finish his arm, put his hammer in his hand, and here's the second page. Here goes from there to this. I've got to set up this.
Oh, that's
this
really
scene.
nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Geo. He's going to be in a story. He has a very special relationship with Devil Flyer. He takes over one of his old jobs. Let's put it that way. And this is
okay. One of those kind of special relationships.
yeah, this is
You know,
sort of the-
you might want to be careful how you phrase that because people might get the wrong idea these days. But
yeah, they might.
no,
You know, you only got about 10 minutes left, and then you have to shut this stream down because it's going to end.
Well, he can keep going. It just doesn't put that up.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it just what happens? What happens? It just stops transmitting over YouTube.
Oh,
It does that now? I thought it would keep going, but when it uploads after you at least that's what it used to do. Because Finatra used to do that a lot. He would go like 16-hour streams.
Okay.
And then okay. It could be some new.
Probably should call it.
You have to upload it
day or
later,
night.
though, right?
He just lost it because he didn't know that he had to record it or whatever, like the stream of
okay.
StreamYards. But yeah, no, you can only have a stream.
Well, now you
for
set that
12
up
hours.
ahead of time, right?
The streams.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, record.
I think it's a feature in StreamYards, or if it's premium or something, that I get a record up to so much, and then
Yeah, I don't know how long it'll record on here.
Probably another 10 minutes.
Well, we could call this quits, but yeah, you got some what I would consider professional tarot artists. I'd say they're better than some of the guys at Marvel and DC these days. You know.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, I'm trying,
know,
man. I mean, I've been very fortunate. You know, I've gotten some people that have even left the, you know, like I wish I had the cover artwork in here, but you know, those pieces that Octagon did. He been coming after you hard, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that was pretty wild. Like he would.
It was pretty wild.
Post an image of like a slee stack or an altrusion,
he-
and have the word bug on there.
I'm not worried about the Palestinians. I'm worried
Apparently
about
I'm bugging him, but I don't know.
I'm
why.
not worried about the Palestinians right now. I'm worried about the Sleestackian hatred.
Yeah. Maybe because we're reptilians, and we
Well, yeah, you
might
kind of got a bad rap
think
with
we
some
control more things than we actually do.
Yeah.
I can. I'm just
Yeah, I think
trying to manage my
when
own
it
life,
comes to
not
human
run the government.
hatred towards Sleestacks, it's just that reptiles preceded man, and man likes to be there first. You know what I mean?
I think there was kind of a misunderstanding too with the Lost City. That was really the part of the Land of the Lost that that the Sleestaks could really call home, and then all of a sudden these humans kind of they don't know what the sign "Beware of Sleestak" means, and so the Marshall family end up running into them, and it caused a big misunderstanding. That, don't get me wrong, they still have kind of a distrust for humanity, but the Marshall family, they didn't deserve to be put in nets. That was
well, you know,
overreaction.
at the end of season 1, they actually left the Land of the Lost. They actually got out of the Land of the Lost. But to leave the Land of the Lost, their earlier versions had to come into the Land of the Lost. So it's like a time loop. I don't know. I'm going to have to get season 2 and 3.
I wonder if I think the dad and the uncle traded places somehow.
That was on season 3. Yeah. That was on season 3.
Okay. Oh, spoiler alert.
Because I watched a documentary on YouTube.
Yeah, I watched one.
I had totally forgot about him switching play, and that was the actor that passed away that used to be on the Planet of the Apes TV series, and they used to have an animated series as well. Back in '75.
Oh yeah, we're talking about that with the. So I was surprised to find out that the makeup, makeup or prosthetics artist had worked with someone who worked on Star Trek, and what's his name? Was it Walter Koenig? The guy
probably.
Chekhov. He wrote an episode in DC.
Walter Koenig.
Montana, is it how it's pronounced? Wrote episodes and
I would have
all the Star Trek connections to Land of the Lost, which.
Yeah, I think you're right, Walter Koenig. His first thing he wrote for though was the Filmation Star Trek cartoon that was out 2 seasons.
Oh, that was actually really well done, and some of that stuff ended up becoming canon, and maybe it's all canon now.
It's canon.
Yeah, because
it's actually like the 5th year that you never got.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of strange because you never know what happened to some like personnel changes. Like I can't remember that woman who's from that cat race.
Oh yeah,
and then
and Major Barrett voiced her. Major Barrett that was married to Gene Roddenberry.
Oh yeah, she was
played Nurse Chapel.
Also, Troy's mom
did a lot
too,
of the voices, and so did Doohan. That was Scotty. He did a lot of like that.
Oh yeah, he did a lot of different voices.
That replaced Chekhov, the alien with the 3 legs, the red guy. He was voiced by Doohan. They did a lot of the voices on that animated cartoon.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely
incredible
they
voice.
refer to it.
An incredible actor, and
you get the first real good look at Vulcan.
Oh yeah.
The planet Vulcan. When Spock goes back in time to meet his younger self, and you get.
And I think that's where you find out that the Kirk's middle name was it Tiberius? Is on the animated series, and then that carries on into the.
Yeah, you probably look at that swamp thing. Hell yeah.
Yes, guys, don't take the humans too serious. They're like a less primitive being. I'm part Swamp Thing. I'm the same species as them, so yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, keep talking. Yeah, keep talking. Yeah, you guys are all right. I just kind of forgot about it.
What
I'm thinking that this might cut off the. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, dude, this thing. Okay, so this bad boy.
Yeah.
George Travalos. He knew that I wanted to grow up and be the Swamp Thing.
Right.
And second thing was Michelangelo. But yeah, dude, this cover is got like suede on it. And he had sent me this. He said he'd got it on a good price or something. So yeah, I wasn't expecting this. It was really cool. Bernie Wrightson.
Is it the first 10 issues, or it got more in there? Than
It's Lynn Wein and Bernie Wrightson. So I don't know when that run was, or if they took that off from the jump. You know, I've been alive for so long.
He did 10 issues, and he also did the initial sort of prototype issue for Swamp Thing in House of Mystery.
Okay.
So there
I
might
started
be about
reading
11 issues there.
Okay, so because I started reading Swamp Thing with the television show on USA when I was a kid, you know. So.
Did you like the Netflix one season we got from Netflix?
Dude, I started watching it. George Travel, he had told me it was actually really good. It was like a pilot. Dude,
Right.
it's fucking dope. It's got
Yeah,
this.
it is good. Yep.
I'm guessing this is what you're talking about. Is these kind of like pages back here. I can't really do this multitasking and a bunch of shit, but yeah. He's got like his art here in the back, and then it's got like so 20 cents for comics. Dang.
That's I'm not quite that old, but I paid 25 cents for comics starting out.
Dang.
Woo. Yeah. That
Tried to
was
zoom in, but
that was
oh, sorry, yeah.
So
Yeah, I
what
was
you gonna
feeling
do, Lorenzo. Running out of time. I don't know.
I wanted to kind of wrap things up.
Okay.
Yeah, Rex, you really put a lot into that campaign, man. Like, and you know, you're really going out there and making it happen, dude. So I've been kind of out the loop here lately, but yeah, dude, you're really going all in. So
trying.
Get a lot. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we got to expand, grow. You know.
Yep.
Now